In heaven.
Heaven? Where is that?
Heaven is the center of the universe, the center of all things.
God must be wonderful to have created all these beautiful things.
He is the personification of love and compassion, power, justice, kindness, all that is good.
But why did he create me?
You are to have dominion over the earth, rule the animals, the birds, and fishes, control the elements. You are the prince of this world.
I am? Oh, I'd like to see some of the animals, elements, and the earth over which I am to rule. May I?
Look around you, Adam.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Here is one of the animals God created.
Oh, what a pretty little creature. May I pick him up in my arms?
You are the prince of this world. You may do as you wish.
Come to me, little fellow. Oh, my, but you're soft and warm. And what a fluffy little tail you have. What is his name?
He has no name. God wishes you to name the animals.
Wonderful, wonderful. I'm going to name this little fellow Rabbit.
And this, Adam, is the very center of the garden.
Magnificent. And what a beautiful pool of water. Crystal clear.
From this pool flow the 4 rivers that water the garden.
Oh, and that tree. How grand and majestic.
That is the tree of life. Its fruit imparts life.
May I eat some of the fruit?
You may eat of every fruit in the garden, except one. That tree over there. It is the tree of knowledge of good and evil. You may not eat of it.
It isn't good for food?
God forbids you to eat it. If you do, you will...
Well, God is my creator. I will gladly obey him in all things. I will not eat that fruit.
There, Adam. You have seen all the garden.
Hello there, little fella. You're a friendly little creature. I wish you could talk.
In one sense, animals do talk, Adam.
They do?
If you study them carefully, their habits and ways, you will discover that you can understand them. This animal, for instance. See if you can understand him.
All right. First, though, I'll name him. Let's see. Dog. Yes, dog. That's just the right name for you. All right now, doggy, let's talk. How would you like to come along as we look around some more? Would you like it if we didn't take you along? You wouldn't, huh? Well, I can see you're going to be very close to men. Perhaps man's best animal friend. Well, come along then and we'll name the rest of the animals. I notice that there are 2 of each animal.
2 of every kind, Adam.
Is there a reason for it?
Yes, Adam. The 2 are male and female, created thus by God as companions to each other and to replenish the earth.
Oh. Well, there aren't 2 of me.
I know, Adam.
Why?
God hasn't seen fit, Adam, and he knows best.
Oh, what do we have here? A fluffy, furry little animal. Oh, you like this little animal, do you? Well, very well then. We'll take him along with us, too. And I'll name him, Cat. Adam was busy and happy there in his garden home with his pets and animals. But God saw that he would be happier still with a human companion. So God caused Adam to sleep. Then he performed an operation, removing one of Adam's ribs. From that rib, God made a woman.
Hello.
Oh, you startled me.
I didn't mean to.
You're not one of God's angels?
No.
Who are you?
I am Eve.
Eve?
I am your companion, Adam.
My companion? Where did you come from? Heaven?
God created me from one of your ribs.
He did. Why, you are beautiful.
Everything God created is beautiful. The grass, trees, this garden, everything.
God created it all for me. I mean, for us. It is our home. Everything here is for our special benefit and delight, for our happiness.
And I'm sure we'll be happy here, Adam. Oh, look, Adam. This beautiful thing. What is it?
That, Eve, is a flower, a rose. Would you like to pick it?
May I?
Of course. God created all the flowers for us, for our pleasure. Pick all you wish. They'll never wither or die.
Wither? Die? What do those words mean, Adam?
Well, I don't quite understand myself, Eve. God told me that things would wither and die only if we sinned against God.
Sin? And what is that?
Sin is merely another word for disobedience to God's wishes, His laws.
Why would anyone want to disobey God?
I'm sure I don't know.
God is our Creator. He certainly knows what's best for us. Why, to disobey Him would be folly.
Yes, Eve.
There's certainly no question but that we will obey Him, is there?
We will obey God, always.
Well, Adam, I have a strange feeling in my stomach.
You're probably hungry.
Hungry?
Yes, you need to eat.
Oh.
I'll pick some fruit for you.
I would like some of that fruit, Adam.
No, Eve.
Oh, please, Adam. It looks so delicious.
It probably is, but we can't eat it.
Why not?
It is the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. God has forbidden us to eat of it.
Oh, then we'll not eat of it. God knows best, and, well, if He told us not to eat it, we won't.
You make me very happy, Eve.
I'm happy too, Adam.
And so began life for Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden. One day, while Adam was pruning some vines, Eve, contrary to God's warning, wandered away from Adam's side. Before she realized it, she was in the very center of the garden, looking up at the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil.
Oh, what beautiful, delicious-looking fruit. I wonder why God forbade us to eat it. Oh, well, God knows best, and if He said
Excuse me, did God forbid you to eat this fruit?
Yes, What? Who's speaking to me?
A friend.
I don't see anyone. Where are you?
Up here, high up in the tree.
Why, I still don't see anyone.
Don't you see a serpent?
Yes, but, well, serpents can't talk.
Ah, but you're mistaken, Eve. I'm a serpent, and I'm talking. Oh, but Eve, tell me, did God really forbid you to eat the fruit of this tree?
Yes.
Oh, why?
If we eat that fruit, we'll die.
God told you that?
Yes. Well, God did tell us that.
Oh, my dear Eve, you're beautiful, but you're not very wise. Do you want to know the real reason God doesn't want you to eat this fruit?
Why, He doesn't want us to die. Well, then why did God tell us not to eat?
Because He doesn't want you to be as wise as He is.
Oh, now what's that got to do with it?
If you eat this fruit, Eve, you will become as wise as God Himself.
I don't believe you.
Oh, I speak the truth. I can prove it.
Oh.
Well, look at me. I'm a serpent, and yet you're amazed that I can talk. Do you know why I can talk?
No.
Because, Eve, I ate this fruit.
You ate this fruit?
And if it will do all this for me, Eve, a serpent, why, think of what it will do for you, a human being.
Well, God said if we even touch the fruit, we'll
Oh,
die.
nonsense, Eve. You won't die. You'll become wise as God Himself.
I don't believe you.
I speak the truth, Eve. Here, take some of the fruit. See? You're touching it now, and you're not dead.
I'm not, am I?
Now eat some. Eat just a little bit, and you won't die either. Go on. Eat some.
Well, a little bite won't hurt, will it?
Of course not.
All right, then. Just a tiny bite.
That's the spirit, Eve. There. That's the way. Does it taste good, Eve?
Yes, it tastes very good.
See, I told you it would. Now go on. Eat another bite.
All right.
A bigger one this time. And that's it. Now eat all of it. Eat it all.
Yes, I will. Oh, this is good fruit.
Oh, and why don't you take some to Adam and get him to eat it too?
I will. Yes, I will. We'll both become gods.
Now, see there, Eve. See how wise you are already. And free, like God himself. From now on, Eve, don't let anyone, not even God, tell you what to do or what not to do. Eat what you want to eat and do what you want to do. You're wise now, and you can rule your own life.
Oh, Serpent, I'm so happy. I'm going to take some of this fruit to Adam.
Good.
Oh, but please don't leave.
I won't.
I want Adam to come back and meet you.
Oh, don't worry, Eve. Adam will meet me many times.
Adam? Oh,
Yes,
Adam.
Eve, I was wondering where... Why, Eve, what's the matter? You look excited, almost frightened.
I am excited, Adam. I just had the most thrilling experience. I talked to a serpent.
You what?
I talked to a serpent, a snake.
A rather one-sided conversation, I'd say.
No, the serpent talked too.
The serpent carried on a conversation.
Isn't it wonderful, Adam?
Eve, what have you done? Tell me exactly what happened.
Well, I was standing there under the tree of the knowledge of good and evil when all
The
at once
tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Eve, what have you done?
talked to a serpent. He was up in the tree,
Eve,
and I...
he must be the enemy God warned us about.
He's our friend, Adam. He said so.
Eve, did you eat the forbidden fruit? Eve,
What?
did you eat the forbidden fruit?
Yes, I did.
No, Eve, you didn't. You couldn't.
I did. And I'm not dead either. I'm not going to die. The serpent said I wouldn't.
He is the enemy God warned us about.
Nonsense. Here, Adam, I brought some of the fruit for you. Eat it, and together we'll become gods.
No, Eve, I can't eat it. We'd die. We'd both die.
I've already eaten it, haven't I? And I'm not dead. Oh, please, Adam.
No.
If you love me, you'll eat it.
I do love you, Eve. I love you very much. But I cannot disobey God.
You love God more than you do me.
Oh, Eve, don't be ridiculous.
Ridiculous? You don't love me, or you wouldn't talk to me like that, Adam.
Eve. Oh, all right. Give me the fruit. I'll eat it. Together we'll die.
Together we'll become gods, Adam.
Together we will die. It tastes good. It's very good.
I told you.
Maybe you're right. Maybe this fruit will make us like gods.
Oh, Adam, isn't it wonderful?
Yes, Eve. No, it can't be true. Oh, Eve, we have sinned, and God will punish us.
Don't be absurd, Adam.
Eve, God's presence has already left us. Feel the air. It's becoming chilly, cold.
Oh, Adam, I'm afraid. Look, even the robe of light has left us. Oh, Adam, what do we do?
I don't know, Eve. You should have thought about that before you ate the fruit.
Are you blaming me for this?
I'm blaming no one.
It's your fault. You let me go near that tree.
I let you go.
Yes.
You sneaked away when I wasn't looking.
I did not.
You did.
I did not.
You did, and furthermore, if you had any sense, you wouldn't have been fooled by a serpent.
So now I don't have any sense.
That's right.
Don't you dare yell at me, Adam.
Who's yelling?
You are.
I am not.
And you're mean to me.
I am mean to you.
I wish I were dead.
Dead? Well, Oh, Eve, see what sin has already done to us. We're quarreling and fighting.
Yes, you are quarreling, aren't you?
It's the serpent, Adam.
Yes, it's I, Eve.
Get out. You have no right in this garden.
I have every right, Adam. I'm the prince of this world, and I intend
I
to stay...
am the prince of this
Oh,
world.
you were, Adam, you were. But when you yielded to me by eating the forbidden fruit, you yielded to my superiority. You lost dominion of this earth, and I took over. Now you will do as I say.
Leave this garden at once. You are God's enemy, our enemy.
Enemy of God? Yes. You see, God and I had a war in heaven once, Adam. He won that war, but I'll win the next one, the one here on earth, the one that started when you ate the fruit. And someday I shall rule from God's throne, master of the universe. Yes, I'm God's enemy.
Leave this garden. I command you to leave.
I command, and you obey.
In the name of God, I command you to leave.
No, don't say that. Don't use that name around me. I don't like it. I can't stand it.
In the name of God, leave this garden at once.
All right, Adam. I'll leave, but I'll be back. Plenty of time.
Adam, I'm afraid.
We have need to be afraid, Eve. But let's always remember, if we call on God, we can overcome the adversary, just as we now overcame him.
Look at these flowers, Adam. They're not pretty like they were.
They've withered and died.
Will this death happen to us?
The penalty of sin is death. Soon after this, Adam and Eve were told that they would have to move from the garden.
Move from the garden? But we can't move. This is our home.
You have sinned. As sinners, you have no right to this perfect paradise home.
But I don't want to leave.
Does the Lord still love us, even though we have sinned?
The Lord still loves you, and always will.
Then why is he making us leave our home? That doesn't sound like love to me.
Eve, forgive her for the way she is acting. She is wrought up and sad, doesn't realize what she's saying.
All heaven is sad, but there is no other way. You must leave the garden.
Will we wither and die like the flowers?
The wages of sin is death. The moment you sinned, that very moment, you began to die, to grow old. You started on the downhill path to death in the grave.
Is there no hope for us? No salvation?
Yes, Adam, there is hope. God will someday send his only begotten Son to save you from your sins and redeem the lost world.
When will this be?
The exact time is unimportant. Until the Savior does come, you and Adam will go outside the garden and start a new home. Invite God to be its ruler, and you will have a happy home.
We will do as you say.
How is the Savior to come into the world?
He will be born as a babe.
Will I be his mother?
I cannot reveal that to you, Eve.
Come, Eve. We must go outside the garden and start a new home. A happy, God-fearing home.
Yes, Adam.
The man who believed what God said.
For many years, Noah has been warning the world of an impending flood. At the same time, he and his 3 sons work untiringly to build a great boat to house people and animal life during the storm.
There comes Noah now.
Oh, those 3 young men following Noah on the platform are his 3 sons, Ham, Shem, and Japheth. Those 4 women back of the platform are probably Noah's wife and his 3 sons' wives.
People, quiet, please. Friends, I am Shem, eldest son of Noah. It's my duty and great pleasure to introduce Noah, my father, chosen of God to herald the coming flood.
Friends, by this time it is common knowledge that this ark is being built as an ark of safety for all those who will choose to be saved from the soon coming flood. God is a God of love. He is not willing that any shall perish. Even now, if the world would repent and turn away from its sins and evil doing, God would spare the earth from the flood. But God is also a just God and a powerful God. He will not be trifled with, nor continue his long suffering with sin and wrongdoing forever. If men choose to continue in their evil ways, he will most certainly destroy the world with a flood from which none will escape. Very soon the flood will be upon you. Not many more times will I be able to warn you. Won't you believe? Come into the safety of the ark.
Thank you, friends, for your attention. Tomorrow my father Noah will again appear on this platform, as he will every day until the day of the flood.
Oh, well, come on, it's all over. Let's go home.
Before we return home, excuse us for a few moments, will you?
Oh, surely, but I'll be right here when you get back.
Come on, dear.
Yeah, but don't be gone long.
Where are we going? Shh! Wait until we get out of your father's hearing. I don't want him to know where we're going.
Oh.
Did you notice those 4 women back of the platform?
While Noah was speaking?
Yes.
What about them?
One of them was your sister.
It was. I didn't notice.
I did. We're going to find her and talk to her. There she is. She sees us too.
Mother, sis.
Hello. What are you doing here?
More appropriately, what are you two doing here?
Your father brought us to hear Noah and to view the ark.
Father came and brought you? Oh, this is a surprise, Mother. Oh, I'm so glad you decided to come.
Oh, daughter, why don't you give up this silly idea and come back home?
No, Mother. I'm convinced that God is using Noah to warn the world of the flood. I must follow my convictions. But you, Mother, you and Sis, why don't you come with us and be saved?
I don't know what to believe. I'm confused.
Believe, Mother. Believe what God says. Noah speaks the truth.
Well, perhaps, but I can't. I don't want to leave your father. Maybe if there is a flood, you'll let me in the ark then.
Oh, I wish that I could. But I won't be able to, Mother. Once the door of the ark is closed, it'll be too late. Your doom will be sealed. Oh, but it isn't too late now, Mother. There's still time today.
Mother,
yes, dear.
I just heard. Sis is married. She married Shem. Mother, did you hear me? Sis married Shem, Noah's oldest son.
I heard you. She...
Hurry, you two. We're going to the ark right away.
Again?
Now hurry, or I'll go without you.
Go ahead and go.
Oh, don't you want to go?
Should I want to?
Well, it's rumored that the ark is completely finished, and something's about to happen. It might be exciting. They're going to call the old man's bluff, make a fool out of him. Should be interesting, eh? Well, are you going or not?
Oh, don't be so impatient. I'll be ready in a few minutes.
I'm going too, Father.
People, my dear people, the ark is finished. Every part of it just as God directed. A great abundance of food for both man and beast is laid in store. Now, once more...
All you need now is some people and animals, eh, Noah? Need some help to round them up?
Once more, my people, I plead with you. Accept God's last call of mercy. He loves you. His great heart yearns to save you. He has provided a way of escape for you. For 120 long years, he's waited for you. Is there not one who will enter the ark of safety now while the door is still open?
Just a minute, friends. As one of your leaders, a representative of the masses, I say, don't be alarmed by what this man is saying. The threatenings of God are for the purpose of frightening you. But you need not be alarmed. Such an event as the destruction of the world by the God who made it and the punishment of the beings he has created will never take place. For centuries, the laws of nature have been fixed. The seasons come and go in their order. The earth has always been watered by a mist or dew. The rivers have never yet overflowed their boundaries. As to rain or water coming down from the heavens and causing a flood, preposterous! Be at peace! Continue to build, to drink, and be merry, for this Noah is a wild fanatic, a deluded old man!
Look over there, coming toward the ark. Animals! All kinds of animals!
A great silence has just fallen upon this vast mocking throng. A strange phenomena is taking place. Beasts and animals of every description, the fiercest as well as the most gentle, are seen coming from mountain and forest. They all seem to be quietly making their way toward the ark. The clean beasts are coming in sevens, and the unclean in twos. And now something else is beginning to happen. There's a noise like a rushing wind. Why, it's birds. Birds are flocking from all directions. So many of them that their numbers are darkening the very skies. It's a very strange sight. They seem to be flying in perfect order, straight into the great doorway of the ark. The animals and the fowls are obeying the command of God, but men refuse to heed his command. All, that is, except Noah and his wife and their 3 sons and their wives. They also have now entered the ark.
Look! There's a dazzling light by the door of the ark. The door of the ark is closing all by itself.
Maybe an angel from heaven is closing the door.
Noah and his family are inside the ark.
I'm glad our daughter is in there, too.
I'm afraid.
We have need to be afraid. There is going to be a flood. We are doomed. We have sinned away our day of grace.
Oh, nonsense.
Then how do you explain all these unusual happenings?
I don't know. But our wise men and philosophers will explain them. Just wait and see.
Friends, I have been chosen as the spokesman for your leaders, your elders and wise men. They have instructed me to assure you that there will be no flood. Despite the unusual things you witnessed here, there still can be no flood. You are urged to get back to your normal way of life. There will be no flood.
For 7 days after Noah and his family entered the ark, there appeared no sign of the coming storm. During those long days, the faith of Noah and his family was tested. But it was a time of triumph to the crowds outside. More than ever, they were sure the flood would never come.
How long do you think they'll stay in that boathouse? It must be awfully dull in there without anything going on.
Oh, they have to feed the animals, you know.
Hey, Noah! Noah, open up the door. Open up so you can prophesy about the coming flood, huh? Hey, Noah! Oh, Noah!
Yeah, Noah, you've been preaching
watching a day of doom for 120 years. If you ever show your face again, we'll feed your carcass to the lions and buzzards.
On the 8th day, dark clouds overspread the heavens.
What is it?
Beginning of the flood. That's what.
Then came the muttering of thunder and the flash of lightning. Soon large drops of rain began to fall.
Maybe there will be a flood.
The world had never witnessed anything like this, and the hearts of men were struck with fear. Darker and darker grew the heavens, and faster came the falling rain.
There is going to be a flood. What'll we do?
I'm going to make my sister let me in the ark.
It's too late. Remember what she said, that once the door was closed, no one could get in.
I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to tie myself to the ark. If it's saved, then I'll be saved too.
It won't do you any good. There's nothing we can do to save ourselves. There's no use even to try.
Well, I'm going to try.
Lots of people tried in vain to save themselves. Many pleaded to be let in the ark, or endeavored to break in. Others fastened themselves to massive trees on lofty mountains. Some lashed themselves and their children to strong animals, believing that the animals would climb to the highest points to escape the rising waters. But all in vain. The storm increased in fury. The fountains of the deep were broken up, and the windows of heaven were opened. As the waters covered the lower places of the earth, many people fled to the mountaintops. Finally, even these were covered, and the despisers of God perished in the black depths. The world became a shoreless, lifeless ocean. Inside the ark was peace of mind and safety, and thankfulness to God, that God is not only a God of law and justice, but also a God of love and mercy.
O great and merciful God in heaven, we thank Thee for saving us this day from destruction. Now, wilt Thou sustain us through the trying days and weeks that lie ahead. Preserve the ark and its cargo of living creatures as it is tossed about by the angry billows. And when these waters shall subside, may we continue always to worship and obey Thee in all things. O God, may Thy mercies and wondrous love abound forever and ever.
"12 months on a boat."
Holy Scripture says,
"And rain fell upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights, and the waters increased, and bore up the ark, and it rose high above the earth. And waters prevailed above the mountains, covering them 15 cubits deep."
It often seemed to the family within the ark that they must perish, as for 5 months their boat was tossed about. It was a trying ordeal, but Noah's faith did not waver. He had the assurance that God's hand was guiding the ark.
Oh, I wonder if we'll ever get out of this alive.
Why, Ham, shame on you talking like that.
Well, we've been shut up in this ark for almost half a year. Think of it. 150 days, and still the storm rages. Oh, listen to the wind, and feel the motion of this boat.
But, Ham, you... Oh, it is discouraging, I'll admit.
Father Noah says that God will take care of us. Just have patience.
Patience? For 5 months we've been shut in with all these noisy birds and animals. I'm getting tired of it.
Son, I know it's been difficult, but let's remember that God has been very merciful to us.
Oh, I know, Father, but 150 days of this is enough to drive anyone to distraction.
Listen.
And still the end is not in sight.
Listen, please listen.
What is it, dear?
Things sound different than they did. And this boat, It's not tossing around like it was.
Some of the noise has stopped.
Say, that's right.
Maybe we're on dry land.
We must be.
Let's open the door and find out.
Oh, it'll be a relief to stretch again.
And not have a bunch of smelly animals around.
I'll go get our things together.
All right, but hurry back. We'll open the door.
Oh, be sure,
Just a minute.
Heather.
Just a minute. We're going to open no door. We're going to stay right here, so just keep calm.
We may be on dry land.
Now, quiet, all of you. Listen to me. We came in the ark at the express command of God. We will leave only at God's express command. God closed the door. It will not be opened until He opens it.
Father, surely you don't
Now, quiet, Ham. You and Japheth remove the covering from the window on the top of the ark. We'll look out and see if we are on dry land or not.
Yes, that's good. Let's go. Steady.
I think I got it. There. There, the window's opened.
What do you see?
Can't see anything yet.
Shem, you crawl up in the window and tell us what you see.
Yes, sir. Let's see, get up here.
I really do want to know.
The sky, it's blue and clear.
Oh, the storm's over at least.
I can't see if the ark's on water or not, but evidently it is because I see water everywhere. We seem to be floating on a sort of a lagoon. I can see the tops of mountains all around us.
The Lord is protecting us. He has caused the ark to drift into this spot protected by a group of mountains.
We can't get out of the ark yet?
No, the tops of the mountains are the only land showing.
How soon will it be dry enough to go outside?
Well, it's hard to say, daughter. But at the proper time, we'll leave this ark and start life again on the earth.
Noah and his family anxiously waited for the drying up of the waters, for they longed to go forth again upon the earth. Finally, on the 40th day after the tops of the mountains became visible, they sent out a raven.
All right, Ham. Let the raven loose.
So there it goes.
What good is it going to do to let the raven loose?
The raven is a bird of quick scent. If there's dry land, the raven won't be back.
Oh, I see.
The raven isn't even flying away. He's just flying back and forth around the ark.
Evidently, he doesn't detect any dry land, which means we'll have to wait longer before disembarking. Let the raven in again.
Yes, sir.
Seven days later, they again sent out a bird, this time a dove.
It's flying straight away from the ark.
Maybe the water's dried up now.
We'll soon know.
Oh, here it comes back.
It's still not dried up.
Evidently not. All right, Ham. Let the bird in.
A week later, Noah again sent forth the dove.
Oh, here it comes back.
I thought surely the water would be dried up by this time.
One of these days it will be. Just be patient.
The dove! The dove, it's got something in its bill.
Something in its bill? What?
Oh, just a minute now. I'll be able to see what it is.
Oh, I wonder what it can be.
It's an olive leaf.
An olive leaf?
A green one.
Oh, at last. The water is dried up and vegetation is springing forth.
Oh, wonderful news at last. Pretty soon.
The hopes of Noah and his family were again revived.
And Noah removed the covering of the ark, and behold, the face of the ground was dry.
Oh, wonderful. Praise the Lord.
Still, they waited patiently within the ark for nearly 2 more months, waited for God's command to leave the ark. At last...
Look at that bright light.
Yes, and the door of the ark, it's being opened.
Then God said to Noah,
Go forth from the ark, you and your wife, and your sons and your sons' wives with you. Bring forth with you every living thing that is with you of all flesh, that they may be fruitful and multiply upon the earth.
In the joy of being released from the ark, Noah did not forget him by whose gracious care they had been preserved. His first act was to build an altar and offer a sacrifice of every kind of clean beast and fowl, showing his gratitude to God and his faith in the coming Messiah.
But, Father, why sacrifice so many animals? We preserve these animals at great labor and expense. Oh, surely God doesn't expect us to waste them on sacrifices.
Son, our first consideration always should be of God. We should cheerfully give him the first fruits of our labor. Every gift to us from God should be acknowledged by gifts for him and acts of devotion. We will sacrifice one each of the clean animals and fowls.
And when the Lord smelled the pleasing odor, the Lord said in his heart,
I will never again curse the ground because of man. While the earth remains, seed time and harvest, cold and heat, summer and winter, day and night, shall not cease.
And God blessed Noah and his sons. Sometime later...
Look, all of you. Over there in the eastern sky, another storm's approaching.
With another flood coming, we'll all be killed.
Look, there's a beautiful colored bow in the sky.
I've never seen anything like that before.
It's amazing.
Father Noah, does it mean that we'll have another flood?
I don't know what it means. I know only that whatever comes, it will be God's will.
And God said to Noah and to his sons with him,
Behold, I establish my covenant with you and your descendants after you. Never again shall all flesh be cut off by the waters of a flood to destroy the earth. This is the sign of the covenant which I make between me and you, and for all future generations. I do set my bow in the cloud. When I bring clouds over the earth and the bow is seen in the clouds, I will remember my covenant, and the water shall never again become a flood to destroy all flesh.
Yes, God put the rainbow in the sky, that all the world may know that never again will he destroy the earth by a flood. Not long after this...
Well, I think it's time we're building permanent homes, don't you?
Oh, yes, Father.
All right, sons, all three of you. Do some exploring tomorrow morning. Try to find an ideal spot for our homes.
Well, Father, what do you consider an ideal spot?
Well, look around for a natural, beautiful setting. A place that is centrally located as to a grazing area and suitable land for vineyards and gardening. You'll know when you find the right location. Well, sons, have any success?
Yes, Father, but, well, we're disappointed in what we found.
Oh?
Well, everything's changed from what it was before the flood.
Nothing's the same. Nothing at all.
What do you mean?
Well, the mountains aren't pretty anymore. They're rugged and precipitous, jagged. Even the valleys and hillsides, they're ugly. All the forests are buried.
The entire countryside presents an appearance of confusion and desolation impossible to describe.
Such is the curse that sin has brought upon this once perfect and beautiful earth that God created. But with hard work and God's blessing, we shall go forth to build homes and re-inhabit the earth.
Yes, Father.
The Call of Abraham.
For some time after the great flood, the children of Noah dwelt among the mountains where the ark had rested. As the population grew, there were some that turned away from God and journeyed to the plain of Shinar. And they said one to another,
Let us build us a city and a tower, the top of which shall reach unto heaven.
And the Lord came down to see the city and the tower. And the Lord was displeased and said, Let us confound their language, so that they may not understand one another's speech.
What's the matter with you fellows? Sounds as though you've got rocks in your mouth. If you don't straighten up and start talking so we can understand you, we'll never get this Tower of Babel built. Now start over again and see if you can't get... Come on,
Come on! The tower's falling!
Thus the people that had revolted against God were scattered abroad upon the face of all the earth. But Noah, with his son Shem, remained true and faithful.
Shem, my son, I am about to die, being 950 years of age. After my death, you will become the patriarch of our family. You yourself, before the flood, have talked many times with Methuselah. Methuselah spent many years with Adam, so you know full well the origin of sin and its terrible consequences. You, my son Shem, must be the caretaker of God's truths and his laws for future generations. Shem, remember Ham and Japheth, thy brothers. Remember them. Be true, always, my son.
And all the days of Noah were 950 years, and he died. Not long after the death of Noah, a very important event took place in the household of Terah. A son was born.
Ah, a boy. A son. I shall call him Abram.
Abram? That means the father is exalted.
Years pass, and then another important event took place. Abram was married.
You are now my wife, Sarah. Think of it. My wife.
I'll try to be a good wife to you, Abram.
With love for God and for each other, we'll have a happy home.
I do love you, Abram.
I love you, Sarah.
Now Abram had two brothers, Nahor and Haran, all sons of Terah. And Haran died in the land of his nativity, in Ur of the Chaldees. Son, I am the patriarch of this family. And according to custom, I am the leader and recognized authority in making family decisions. However, on this occasion I stand aside while Abram, Terah's son, speaks to you about a certain matter. He has my consent and blessing to take over this informal meeting. Abram.
Thank you, Grandfather Shem. I need not point out that superstition and heathenism is all about us. In fact, and this is the sad truth, the seductive influences of this trend away from the true God has penetrated even into this family, this household. Idol worship is fast becoming a commonplace thing. This is displeasing to God, and for some time I have been seeking God's counsel as to what he would have me do about it. And behold, it came to pass while I was praying and offering sacrifices unto God. O Jehovah, God of all creation, I pray thee, deliver us from the sin of idol worship that is fast creeping in among the descendants of Shem. We are fast becoming like...
Abram, get thee out of thy country and from thy kindred and from thy father's house unto a land that I will show thee. And I will make of thee a great nation, and I will bless thee, and make thy name great, and thou shalt be a blessing. And I will bless them that bless thee, and curse them that curseth thee. And in thee shall all families of earth be blessed.
Grandfather Shem, Father Terah, and Nahor my brother, it was God who spoke to me. He has commanded me to go to a land that I know not. Nevertheless, I and my wife Sarah and all of my servants and flocks and herds shall soon journey from the land of Ur. Will not you also go with us?
Just a minute, my sons. Were I a little younger, I would join Abram. But you, my sons, are young and full of good health. Who among you will join Abram? No one.
What about you, Father Terah?
I will go with you, my son. I shall take my nephew Lot and all my servants and household and seek a more fitting home.
I hope, my husband, that you're doing the right thing, leaving Ur like this.
Sarah, dear, I am sure of it. God is leading, we will follow. He will show us a better land, a place where we can worship him undisturbed.
Perhaps there is no such place, Abram.
No such place in all the world.
You must remember, dear, that we in Ur were only a very small part of the descendants of Shem. What about the descendants of Ham and Japheth? At the destruction of the Tower of Babel, they were scattered abroad over the entire earth. Why, by this time they'll have multiplied and become many in all corners of the earth.
Perhaps. Yet we must not question God's leading.
But, son, some of the folks are beginning to wonder just where we're going.
And you, Father? Do you feel the same way?
No, son. It makes no difference to me where we go, just so we can worship and obey the true God.
Abram, your father wants to see you.
Is there anything the matter with him?
I don't think so. I guess he just wants to talk to you before we leave camp for the day's journey, that's all.
Where is he?
He's down by the brook, near that large tree.
Father, you look ill.
No, just tired, weary, getting old, I guess.
Oh, you're not old, Father.
I'm nearing the 200 mark. Anyway, I didn't ask you to come here to talk about me. I was wondering, in the night I got to thinking, what do you think of this land?
Here?
Yes, right here.
Are you contemplating remaining here?
Well, what do you think of it? I mean, the land, the scenery, the people.
I haven't seen many people. Hardly any at all. And the land, the scenery, it's beautiful, it's magnificent. It looks like good soil. Yes, might be very productive. And there's water here and plenty of room. Yeah, might be a good idea at that, to stay right here for a while. Make our home here.
I'm getting old, son. Too old to journey about, and I want a home. A place to rest and enjoy my children and grandchildren. Abram, my son, let us remain here.
And so for a time, Abram with his father Terah dwelt in this place called Haran. And the days of Terah were 205 years, and he died in Haran and was buried there. After the death of Terah, the divine voice again spoke to Abram.
Abram, get thee out of this country and from thy kindred and from thy father's house, and go unto a land that I will show thee, and I will make of thee a great nation.
You're a man of faith, Abram.
Faith? The Lord said go, and I'm going. That's not faith, that's merely simple obedience.
But where are you going?
The Lord didn't say.
You're just going to start out and go?
Yes.
How are you going to feed me and the servants and the cattle and sheep?
The Lord will provide.
That is faith.
And Abram departed as the Lord had spoken, and he took with him Sarah his wife, Lot his nephew, and all the substance they had gathered, also all the souls they had gleaned in Haran. And they left Haran and traveled southward. For days and days they traveled, farther and farther south, until finally they came upon a beautiful and fertile valley set between two mountains.
Are we going to live here?
Well, we'll camp here for a few days.
Abram, look at the valley. Beautiful grass and olive groves, springs, and fig trees and pomegranates. Great vineyards and plenty of pastures for the herds. Oh, Abram, what better place to make our permanent home?
Well, as you said, this is a beautiful spot, but look, inside the olive groves. What do you see?
Why, something that has the appearance of altars.
Yes, altars to false gods. And up there on the mountains, do you know what goes on up there? Sacrifices to false gods, human sacrifices.
No.
These Canaanites are an alien race. Idolatry is everywhere. I can't understand why God has led us here.
Well, when are we going to move on?
I await instructions from God. We will do whatever He commands.
Abram, unto thy seed will I give this land.
Then did Abram build an altar unto God, and worshipped him. The weary traveler was much encouraged by the assurance that the divine presence was with him. And Abram removed from thence, and journeyed, going on still toward the south. And a great famine came unto the land.
But, Abram, I'm hungry. Everyone is. Even the flocks and herds are suffering for lack of food. I think we ought to go back to Haran.
God brought us here, and here we should remain.
But you can't let us starve, Abram. The entire camp is watching you, Abram, to see what you'll do.
God won't let us starve, Sarah dear.
No, not if we go where there's food, back to Haran. And you'd take us back there if you truly loved us, Abram.
Sarah.
We would.
Sarah.
Don't love me.
I do love you. But I must seek God in prayer before making a decision.
Abram could not explain why God had permitted the famine, but he would not turn back. With earnest prayer, he considered how to preserve the life of his people and flocks. Finally, he made a decision. He would move into the land of Egypt until the famine was over.
Abram? Abram?
Oh, yes, Sarah?
Something troubling you?
Sarah, do you really love me?
Of course I do, Abram. Very much.
Enough to save my life?
Save your life? From what?
From the king of Egypt.
Oh,
I'm
Abram.
serious, Sarah dear. When King Pharaoh sees you, he'll want you, and wanting you, he'll get you. You know how kings are. They get what they want regardless. And if the king discovers that you are my wife, he'll find some way to kill me so that he can take you.
Oh, I'm sure you're worrying uselessly, Abram. The king isn't so...
Please, Sarah.
Please what?
Listen to what I'm going to suggest you do about it. When you are asked about me, simply say that I'm your brother. Then my life will be spared.
In either event, if the king thinks you're my husband or my brother, if he wants to, he'll take me anyway.
There's nothing we can do about that.
But passing me off as your sister, Abram, isn't that a deception?
That you are my sister. Half-sister.
Oh, I know that, Abram, but still it is deception. I wouldn't be telling all the truth. I don't think any good can come from deception. Only evil and sorrow and heartache.
Abram, prince of Canaan, to see his majesty, great monarch of all Egypt, son of the gods and benefactor of mankind.
Prince Abram, come forward.
Long live the king. Long live the king.
Welcome to my country, Prince Abram.
If it please his majesty, I should like asylum here in Egypt until the great famine in Canaan is at an end.
Well, I'm told, Prince Abram, that you're a man of great wealth, with large flocks of sheep and herds of cattle. Is this true?
In a very modest way, your majesty.
Well, your request is granted, Prince Abram. Egypt is proud to welcome you into its borders. You will be accorded every courtesy. Make yourself at home, Prince Abram.
Thank you, your majesty.
Prince Hotep, you will escort Prince Abram and his entourage to the land of honor.
Yes, your majesty. This way, please, Prince Abram. Long live the king.
Prince Hotep, to see his majesty, great and mighty monarch
Come
of all
forward,
Egypt.
Prince Hotep.
Long live the king. Long live the king.
Did you get Prince Abram and his household properly settled?
Oh, yes, sir, and I think that...
Is he as wealthy as he's reputed to be?
Oh, he's a man of great wealth, your majesty.
Ah.
And also of great understanding and discernment.
Did you perchance talk to him about his religious beliefs?
Prince Abram told me all about his God, your majesty.
Ah, did you see his God?
Oh, no, your majesty. His God is not a God of wood or stone.
Huh?
He's a living God. His name is Jehovah.
Living? In the flesh?
In heaven. Invisible.
Huh.
And, but your majesty, I wish to... I wish to inform you of a very special consideration.
Yes, what do you mean?
Your majesty, there is in the camp of Prince Abram a very beautiful, a very desirable young woman. Oh, she's likened to the goddess of beauty.
Yes, Prince Abram's wife, no doubt.
Oh, no, your majesty. She is the prince's sister.
Sister? Oh, well, what would you have me do? Give you permission to make the young lady your wife?
Oh, no, your majesty. I was thinking of you.
Oh.
Sarah, that's her name. Sarah is so beautiful that, the minute I beheld her, I thought of you, your majesty.
Yes, Prince Hotep, do you think you can prevail upon the young lady to come here so I can judge for myself how beautiful she is?
I'm sure of it, your majesty.
Well, then begone. Bring her to me at once.
Yes, your majesty. Long live the king. Long live the king.
What will I do, Abram?
You'll have to go to the palace with the man, as the king wishes.
I told you only evil can come from deception.
Nothing evil has happened. The king merely wants to see for himself if you're as beautiful as he's been told.
He wants to add me to his long list of wives.
Well, that's better than killing me and then still making you his wife.
You don't seem to care about me. How do you think I feel, becoming the wife of a foreign king? I'm your wife, Abram. I love you. But you, all you care about is saving your own life.
Oh, Sarah. It was wrong of me to try and deceive the king. I can see that now. I will confess my sin to God, and then I shall pray without ceasing that God will let no harm come to you in the king's palace. Somehow, Sarah, God will rescue you from the clutches of the king. As you appear before the king, have faith. Believe that God will rescue you. And forgive me, Sarah, for the mistake I've made.
Now, Princess Sarah, you remain right here for a moment while I step in before the king to announce your arrival.
I understand, Prince Hotep.
Prince Hotep, servant of the great king of all Egypt, announcing the arrival of Princess Sarah, sister of Prince Abram.
You may come forward, Princess Sarah.
Long live the king.
Greetings, Princess Sarah. You may withdraw, Prince Hotep.
Long live the king.
Well, you're indeed a very charming lady, Princess Sarah. I'm delighted that you would accept my invitation to the palace.
On the contrary, Your Majesty. I'm here because I had no other choice, as you very well know.
Oh, fear not, my princess. I know that you are but just come to Egypt. You're yet a stranger to our country and our ways. However, your king is a man of great patience and understanding. We'll take a few days to acquaint you with the ways of the royal household.
Not many days later...
Your Majesty, Your Majesty, the royal herdsman reports that His Majesty's cattle are dying of a strange malady. Your Majesty, more cattle are dying. Your Majesty, everything His Majesty possesses seems to be troubled by this great plague. Majesty, a strange and unnatural malady has struck all Egypt.
Call together my wise men and magicians immediately. A disaster has struck Egypt. You claim to be wise and possess powers of divination, yet you cannot give me the simple answer as to why my land and my people have suddenly come under the spell of this malady. Away with you, begone!
Your Majesty.
Yes, Prince Hotep, what do you want?
I can answer His Majesty's question.
You know the reason for this malady?
Your Majesty, a deception has been perpetrated against you and your people.
A deception? Who would dare do such a thing to me? Off with his head, whoever it is.
Be it known to His Majesty that the deceiver is Prince Abram.
What? Prince Abram? Prince Abram of Canaan?
The same, Your Majesty.
Well, what sort of evil could he possibly plot against me?
It is Princess Sarah, Your Majesty.
Huh? The princess? Well, what about her?
She's the wife of Prince Abram.
The wife? She's his sister. She herself said so.
Abram instructed her to, Your Majesty. Shall I have him beheaded, Your Majesty?
Beheaded? No. He's our guest. We cannot
but Your
ill-treat
Majesty,
a guest.
he deceived you, and he's the one
Prince
who's
Hotep,
responsible.
go fetch Prince Abram before me at once.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Be gone!
Long live the king! Long live the king!
Lackey, when Prince Hotep arrives with Prince Abram, have them brought to my private chambers. I wish to be alone with Prince Abram. You may leave.
Yes, Your Majesty. Long live the king!
Prince Abram, you deceived me, didn't you?
Yes, I did, Your Majesty.
Ah! Then it's true that Sarah's your wife, not your sister.
She is my half-sister, Your Majesty.
Yes, but she's also your wife.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Prince, you're here in Egypt as a guest. Now, we feel responsible for your safety and welfare. I cannot let harm come to you, but I'm very disappointed in you. You deceived me. Almost let me make the grave mistake of marrying Sarah when she already has a husband. Why have you done this to me? Why?
I shouldn't have, Your Majesty.
Well, I'll tell you why. Princess Sarah's very beautiful. You knew I'd desire to take her to be my wife, and you were fearful that I'd take your life. That doesn't speak very highly of your opinion of me, does it?
I'm sorry, Your Majesty.
Sorry? Being sorry doesn't make up for the plagues that have stricken my cattle and my household, does it?
No, Your Majesty.
Does the God you worship condone deception?
No, Your Majesty.
Well, then why did you do it? By the way, Prince Abram, is your God really that powerful? Powerful enough to bring calamity upon me and my people just to save your wife from becoming my wife?
The God of heaven is all-powerful, Your Majesty. He protects those who serve and worship him.
Yes, well, I don't think you've served him very loyally.
I have confessed my sin, Your Majesty. God has forgiven me.
Yes, well, I'm not your God, and I can't forgive you.
I understand.
I'm afraid to let you remain here, Abram. If anyone in my kingdom were to harm you in any way, your God would again bring judgments upon me and my house. I can't take that chance, so I must ask you to leave Egypt.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Prince Hotep, he'll see that you're safely escorted to the border.
Yes, Your Majesty.
See that a company of soldiers is made ready immediately to escort Prince Abram and his retinue to the border of Canaan.
Yes, Your Majesty. Long live the king! Long live the king!
I suppose you're anxious to be reunited with your wife.
That I am, Your Majesty.
Well, remain here. I'll send her in.
You're very kind, Your Majesty.
Goodbye, Prince Abram.
Sarah.
Abram. Oh, Abram.
Oh, Sarah, darling. Oh, don't cry. We're together again, and everything's all right.
What about the king?
He knows that you're my wife, and he graciously restored you to me. But he has ordered us to leave Egypt immediately.
Abram, I told you that nothing good can ever come from a lie. Not even a little white lie.
This is the border of Canaan, Prince Abram.
Yes, I know. And I'm very grateful to you and to your king for this kindness.
May your God watch over you, Prince Abram, and bless you.
Thank you, and goodbye, Prince Hotep.
Goodbye, sir.
Goodbye, Prince Hotep.
Back in Canaan again.
Happy, Abram.
Happy. Yes. Happy that God has forgiven me for a grave mistake. And happy that he has brought you safely back to me again.
Oh, Abram.
Yes. Huh? Get up.
Sodom.
When God confused the language at the Tower of Babel, the people scattered in all directions, going into all parts of the world. Canaan, the grandson of Noah, moved westward and settled near the great sea.
This is a goodly land. We will settle here. You, Sidon, my firstborn son, will choose whatever land you desire from the northernmost part of the great sea to the southmost part. The rest of you, my sons, will choose according to your ages. We will occupy this land, control it forever and ever.
Most illustrious father.
Yes, yes, Sidon, my firstborn, speak up.
Here in this land of plenty shall we worship the God of heaven.
The God of heaven? Who's he?
Oh, surely my father jests.
Listen, all of you, my sons. I worship no being. I reverence and worship money, wealth, power, pleasure, and luxury. Do you understand?
Yes, my father.
Above all, forget about God. Our fathers before us obeyed God, and what did it get them? Death. Death is ordained for all. So while you live, enjoy yourselves.
Many years later...
Sidon, my firstborn son, I called you to me because I am full of years and about to die.
Nonsense, my father. These old bones of yours are good for many a year yet.
Son, listen to me. Perhaps I was wrong. Perhaps, after all, it is best to believe in the God of heaven and obey his voice.
You're hysterical, father. Out of your head.
No, son. I'm just getting close to my grave. And the nearer I get, the less I'm sure that our way of life is right. What if we are wrong? What if Adam, Noah, and the rest of them are right? I just wanted to talk to you about it while I'm still alive.
Well, my father, you can stop worrying. You have talked to me, and everything's going to be all right. I'll tell you what, father. Come with me back to my cities. We'll make you forget that you're up in years. We'll show you that wealth and power and brute force are, as you once said, the only things worthy of reverence and worship.
I've heard about your cities, my son.
The best place on all the earth to live.
It's said that you have respect for no one or no thing.
Excepting wealth and leisure, and the giving of oneself over to a life of pleasure and passions. Oh, come back with me, my father, and see for yourself.
Yes. I think I'd like to see Sodom and Gomorrah.
You'll love them. There she is, my father. Sodom.
Impressive, my son.
And from this vantage point, one can see the entire Jordan Valley, spread out before you like a panoramic view.
It's beautiful, like a garden. The Garden of Eden, perhaps.
Oh, yes, indeed, father. Palm trees and olives, flowers throughout the entire year, rich fields of grain, flocks, herds. And we've developed art and commerce to the degree where the treasures of the East adorn our palaces. Caravans from all parts of the earth bring their stores of precious things to supply our marts of trade and enrich our private coffers. We never work, father. Our every want is supplied by others. And the entire year is just one endless round of festivity and revelry. Come on, father. I'll take you into the city. Your grandchildren will be glad to see you.
The city walls look strong enough.
Ah, the strongest. We took pains to make them that way.
And the gates? Are they guarded night and day?
Every second of the time. Whoa! 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 I want you to watch something, my father. You see that man walking towards the city gate?
Yes.
Well, I want you to watch what happens when he reaches the gate.
What will happen?
Just watch.
Who is he?
A stranger. Looks like a traveler going no place in particular. Now, see the gate guards approaching the man? They're asking him some questions. I thought so. He is just a traveler, come to our city merely to stay the night.
They're beating him. They'll kill him.
Well, sometimes they do.
But why?
We don't like strangers here in Sodom, my father, unless they're merchants who have come to ply their trade with us. We welcome to our city only those who will contribute to our wealth and pleasure. Just a traveler like that man? No, we don't want them, not even for a night. They steal our time and occupy our space. A wayfarer never comes a second time.
Heartless.
Of course it's heartless. That's what you taught me, Father. And it's profitable to us, to our city, and to me.
Years passed. Canaan died. Then Sidon his son. Continued idleness and riches made the Sodomite heart hard that had never been oppressed by want or burdened by sorrow. And the people gave themselves up to sensual indulgence. Then, one day, from the mountains, there came a lone man with a long line of servants and cattle and sheep, camels and horses.
Just a minute, stranger. You can't enter Sodom without just reason. Are you a merchant?
No, guard. I am not a merchant.
What are you then? What do you want here in Sodom?
Well, I'm not sure that's any of your affair. However, I am come to make Sodom my home. I am Lot, nephew of Prince Abram of Hebron.
Lot? The wealthy Lot?
My Uncle Abram is probably the wealthiest man in these parts, and I am the second wealthiest.
Welcome to the city of Sodom, Prince Lot. Enter.
Now, please stop crying.
All Sodom makes fun of me.
It isn't you they make fun of. They ridicule our religion. They don't believe in God, and they think we're silly to believe in God.
I don't have to keep on telling them I believe in God, do I? And you don't either, Lot. Please, for my sake, don't mention our religion anymore. Please.
It's our duty to live it and to talk about it and try to get them to believe in God.
You know it won't do any good. They merely turn a deaf ear to your pleadings. So please, please don't mention it anymore. For my sake.
Suddenly, out of the wilderness came the Elamite forces and waged a surprise attack against Sodom. Lot and many fellow Sodomites were taken captive by the Elamites. Hearing of this calamity, Prince Abraham, together with 3 princes of Hebron, set off after the Elamite forces, and finally rescued Lot and all the other Sodomites who had been carried away captive.
Oh, Uncle Abram, I knew you'd rescue us. You're such a good man. Why, I wasn't a bit worried.
Upon Abraham's return to Sodom, the king of Sodom came out to honor Abraham and his 3 confederates. The king bade Abraham take all the spoils of the battle, asking only that the prisoners should be restored.
Be it known to you, O king of Sodom, that I did not engage in this rescue mission for profit or gain. Rather, I did it because the God of heaven, whom I obey and worship, bids everyone love his neighbor as himself. Do unto others, God says, as you would have others do to you. The prisoners are restored to their homes. The God of heaven is the one and only true God. He is a God of love. He is a God who created all things, and by his
Abraham, the friend of God, faithfully called the king and the wicked people of Sodom to turn from their sinful ways. Even before the war, Abraham had not been a stranger to the Sodomites. They had ridiculed him in his strange worship of an unseen God. But his victory over the superior Elamite forces and his kindly disposition of the prisoners and spoils excited the wonder and the admiration of the people. While they praised his personal skill and valor, yet they could not avoid the conviction that a divine power had made him conqueror over the Elamites. Even so, the people refused to change their ways or worship the true God, but rather continued in their pride, idleness, and evil ways. It was some years later that Abraham had 3 visitors, 2 angels and the Son of God. They told Abraham that they were on their way to destroy the wicked city of Sodom. Abraham, out of love and pity for the doomed people, pleaded that Sodom be saved if only 10 faithful worshippers could be found there. Mercifully, the Lord said he would spare the city if 10 righteous people were found.
And the Lord went his way as soon as he had left communing with Abraham. And Abraham returned unto his place.
The last ray of truth had been directed at Sodom, but it was rejected, as all truth before had been. And now, the last night of Sodom was approaching. Already the clouds of vengeance cast their shadow over the wicked city. While angels drew near on their mission of destruction, men were dreaming of prosperity and pleasure. That last day was like every other day that had come and gone. The sun rose on the eastern horizon. The city came to life. Men dreamed and made plans for greater prosperity and pleasure. Children played in the streets. Feasting and drunkenness were everywhere. Evening fell upon a scene of loveliness and security. The landscape of unrivaled beauty was bathed in the rays of the declining sun. The coolness of eventide called forth the inhabitants of the city. Pleasure-seeking throngs were passing to and fro, intent upon the enjoyment of the hour.
Follow me to the city gate, good friends, and I'll show you an exciting evening. Fun, frolic, everyone is welcome.
In the twilight, 2 strangers drew near to the city gate.
I say, friends, look approaching. 2 strangers. They're going to be surprised when we give them a special welcome. The Sodom welcome.
But you want to be sure they're strangers and not merchants or friends of some of our citizens.
Well, look at them. Their humble dress. Would you say they are visiting kings come to call on us?
No.
And perhaps they're wealthy and powerful men come to our riches with their money.
No.
Would you say that they are merchants?
Well, they certainly don't appear to be.
Well, then they must be gods, and we should bow down and worship them?
I guess you're right. They're just strangers, wayfarers, come to spend the night. All right, let's give them the special Sodom welcome.
And you, my dear sir, because you dared question my judgment in the first place, you shall have the honor and the fun of beating them within an inch of their lives.
Me?
They shall get a double special welcome.
It'll be a pleasure.
We spent so much time arguing, it's too late. See, the 2 strangers are being welcomed to Sodom. Really welcome.
It's Lot.
Well, it's always that man, Lot. All he does is sit there at the city gate to give a welcoming hand to strangers.
Well, he says it's a code of his religion.
Well, this is one time he's not going to get away with it. These strangers are fair game for anyone. And I'm going to have some fun with them, Lot or no Lot.
Perhaps he'll invite the strangers to stay at his home overnight.
Well, we can go there, can't we?
Well, Lot is a citizen, too, you know, with rights to deal with strangers as he sees fit.
So do we have that right. And we're going to take it, even if we have to go right up to Lot's door to do it.
Say, I'd like to listen in on exactly what Lot tells strangers. He must say something special to them the way he...
You certainly are welcome to tarry all night at my home. My family and I would consider it an honor.
Nay, but we will abide in the street.
In the street? No, you can't do that. It wouldn't be safe.
Safe? What kind of people inhabit this city anyway?
They're terrible, sirs. All they think about is pleasure, drinking, brutal games, perversion. Sirs, the people of Sodom have repeatedly refused to listen to the voice of God, calling them to repentance. Their cup of iniquity runneth over.
Perhaps it would be wise to accept of your hospitality.
Yes, indeed. I was going to take you by a roundabout way, hoping to conceal from those idlers at the gate my intention of taking you to my home.
Are they that wicked? Vicious?
Yes, sir. They see you now and are watching, so we may as well take the direct route to my home. Come.
Would they dare attack us while we're in your company?
I wouldn't think so. Yet it depends. If they're out for an evening of revelry and drunkenness, they might.
You're a generous host, Lot, you and your wife. My companion and I appreciate it. Well, you spoke of it not being safe for strangers here in Sodom. Now that we're here, guests at your home, perhaps it would be safe for us to look about the city.
Oh, no, sir. I beg of you, do not venture outside of this house.
You seem concerned. Much more concerned over two strangers than the circumstances warrant.
Well, sir, perhaps you have heard about Prince Abram of Hebron. He is my uncle. He is a faithful worshipper of the true God of heaven. Through the years, Uncle Abram gave me many good examples of true hospitality. That and the fact that I, too, try to live according to God's admonition to do unto others as I would have them do to me makes me what I am today. Do I hear something?
Sounds like an angry mob.
Could it be the idlers from the city gate coming here?
It probably is. I guess I'd better go out there. If they aren't handled just right, they might break in and take you by force.
Come on, let's get them. Lord, we know you're in there. We also know you have two strangers with you. Bring those men out here or we'll come in and get them.
I'm going out and talk to them.
Fellow brothers of Sodom, do not do this wicked thing against me and my guests.
Who are you to tell us what to do? Are you our judge? Ha! You don't hand those two men over to us right now, we'll do even worse to you than do it to those two strangers.
Lot, come inside.
Oh, you shouldn't have pulled me in like that. Won't do any good. Now they'll break down the door and do violence to all of us.
No, Lot. Those men outside, small and great, old and young, all of them are struck with blindness, so that they will presently weary of trying to find the door and leave.
Struck with blindness? You're angels?
We are angels.
You're here in Sodom, in my home, for a specific reason?
The inhabitants of Sodom have passed the limits of divine forbearance. The cry of it has become great before the face of the Lord, and the Lord has sent us here to destroy it.
Angels! You will save us from that angry mob outside?
You, Lot, endeavored to protect us. Now we, in turn, shall protect you. We will save you from the destruction of Sodom. You and all the members of your family who will flee with you from this wicked city.
Flee? From Sodom? But this is our home. We've worked hard to build this home, and now leave it? Oh, no. No.
Make haste, Lot. Time is short.
But, Angel, we have children and grandchildren in another part of the city. Is there not time to warn them so they, too, may flee from the destruction of Sodom?
There is time. Go at once. Warn them.
Lot, the angry people outside, they...
Fear not. Fear not, my wife. The angry mob has dispersed.
But, Father, you must be joking.
No, my daughter, I am not joking. I was never more serious in my life. The city of Sodom is to be destroyed. Get up, go with me, that you may not be destroyed also.
Pay no attention to him. He's getting old, he's a little touch.
The Lord God is destroying Sodom because her cup of iniquity is filled.
Nonsense.
My daughter, won't you come with me and escape while there is yet time?
No, she will not. Now listen, old man, get going. Go on back home. Sleep on it. In the morning you'll feel different.
But I tell you that the angels said that...
I don't care what the angels said. Sodom destroyed. Why, everything is just like it's been for years. Sodom is not going to be destroyed.
I beg of you, my daughters and sons-in-law, please consent.
Good night, Pops.
All right, I'll leave. Good night.
Sorrowfully, Lot returned to his house and told the story of his failure. Then the angel said,
Arise, Lot, and take your wife and 2 daughters who yet remain with you here, and leave the city.
And leave my other daughters and their families to be destroyed? Oh, it's more than I can bear.
But Lot did not want to leave his possessions, and his wife refused to go. It was hard to forsake their luxurious home and all the wealth they had acquired over the many years of their toil and labor. Stupefied with sorrow, they lingered. If it had not been for the angels of God, they would all have perished in the ruin of Sodom. Mercifully, the angels took Lot, his wife, and their 2 daughters by the hand, and quickly led them through the streets and out of the city.
We leave you here, Lot, for we must return and destroy Sodom. Hasten and make your escape.
As the angel left Lot, another drew near. It was he with whom Abraham had pleaded, the Son of God. In all the cities of the plain, not 10 righteous persons had been found. But in answer to Abraham's prayer, Lot, the one man who feared and obeyed God, was snatched from destruction. Now the command was given with startling vehemence, Escape for thy life, Lot, and look not behind thee, neither stay thou in the plain. Escape to the mountain, lest thou be consumed.
I plead with thee, O Lord, let me escape to Zoar, for it is but a little city, and it is nearby.
The Lord granted Lot's request. Then again the words were repeated, Escape for thy life, Lot, for the fiery storm shall be delayed but a little longer, and look not back, lest the memory of it be thy undoing. Lot, with his wife and 2 daughters, started across the few miles of plain for the town of Zoar.
I tell you, Lot, it isn't right to make us leave Sodom. God's judgment against Sodom involves me and my children. God shouldn't expect me to leave them and my beautiful home. Sure, Sodom is a wicked city and worthy to be destroyed. But how about the things it's taken us years and years of hard work to accumulate? Does the Lord expect us to give those things up? Why can't God temper justice with mercy?
Why?
Well, it's true. Back there in Sodom are all the things I love. My daughters and their... Lot, Sodom isn't yet destroyed. See, it still stands. I can see where my... Mother! What happened?
Daughters, come. We must go on without your mother. She has disobeyed God and looked back. She has turned to a pillar of salt.
The sun was risen upon the earth when Lot and his 2 daughters entered the town of Zoar. That same morning the sun was also rising on the city of Sodom. The bright rays of that morning sun seemed to speak only prosperity and peace to the city. The stir of active life began as usual in its streets. Men were going their various ways, intent on the business or pleasure of the day. The sons-in-law of Lot arose, and, as usual, they were served breakfast by their wives.
And what's so funny, my husband, on this bright, sunshiny morning?
Your father.
My father?
His obsession that Sodom is going to be destroyed.
Oh, last night.
Yeah, last night. Look out the window. Sodom. Is it destroyed? Isn't Sodom the most beautiful and secure city in all the world? Oh, Sodom can't be destroyed, regardless of what your dear old father thinks and says.
Well, he means all right.
Means all right, she says. He's a weak-minded old man, scared of his own shadow.
You'll have to admit that Sodom is a wicked city.
Other cities and other people have been wicked. And were they destroyed? They were not.
Oh, you forget your history, my dear husband. The entire world was destroyed by the flood, all except Noah and his family.
Well, that's different.
How about the Tower of Babel? Is that different, too?
Well, look, I don't follow your reasoning. What's your point, anyway?
Nothing. I'm just defending my father.
Okay. I don't mind what the old man says. He's harmless. Which reminds me, your two sisters, the ones living at home, are they ever going to be mad when he drags them out of this... storm? Well, it can't be. There isn't a cloud in the sky.
Maybe this is the end of Sodom.
Nonsense, such a thing.
Fire! Wait. There's fire everywhere. Everything's burning.
Look out that door!
And the Lord rained upon Sodom and upon Gomorrah brimstone and fire out of heaven. And he overthrew those cities, and all the plain, and all the inhabitants of the cities, and all that which grew upon the ground.
A Strange Romance.
And Abraham was old and well stricken in years, and the Lord had blessed Abraham in all things. Only a short time remained for Abraham and Sarah to be together, and by this time Isaac, the promised son, was past 35 years of age.
Sarah, I've been thinking.
What's so unusual about that, Abraham?
No. I've been thinking about our son, Isaac.
Well, that's all you've been thinking about ever since he was born, dear. The point is, do you have any new thoughts about Isaac?
Yes, it's time he was getting married.
Married? Isaac? Oh, he isn't old enough, Abraham.
He's past 35.
Oh, but he's still my baby.
You're a typical mother.
Did Isaac say he wants to get married?
No.
Good. That settles it, then. He won't get married.
But I told him I thought he should.
Abraham, you didn't.
Yes, I most certainly did. I was married, you remember, at about his age.
Oh, but there's no young lady available like whom Isaac could marry.
You were right the first time, Sarah, dear. There isn't anyone like you around for Isaac to marry.
And you certainly don't want an inferior daughter-in-law, do you?
Most certainly not.
Well, then...
Isaac was very cooperative.
Cooperative? Well, about what?
Letting me select a wife for him.
Well, all right, Abraham, out with it.
Oh, out with what?
Well, I know you. You have something on your mind. Now, what is it? Come on, what's on your mind?
I'm going to send to Mesopotamia for a wife for Isaac.
Mesopotamia? Well, now, who's back there in Mesopotamia who you think is good enough for Isaac?
Well, I'm certainly not going to let Isaac marry an idol worshipper.
Why don't you just let things go for a while, dear? Things will work out all right without your help.
We are getting old, Sarah, and Isaac's affections are strong. He's gentle and yielding in disposition. If he married some young lady who did not fear God, he'd be in danger of sacrificing principle for the sake of peace and harmony.
You've talked to Isaac about that?
I have.
Well, just what did he say?
He was satisfied to leave the matter entirely in my hands. He also believes, and rightly so, that God himself will direct in the matter of choosing this wife for him.
You won't let the matter drop for a while?
Well, for a while, if you wish it.
Well, when the time comes, you're going to Mesopotamia and look around for a wife for him?
No, I said I would send to Mesopotamia.
Send? Send who, pray tell?
Well, Eliezer. Oh, Sarah, dear, you must remember that Isaac is a man, not a child, and we will have to give him up some day to some young lady. And we might as well do it now as later, now, while we're alive, to guide and direct.
All right, Abraham. Just as you say.
The day never came for Sarah to witness the marriage of Isaac, for at the age of 127 she passed away. One day, about 3 years later,
Eliezer.
Yes, master.
You are my oldest and most trusted servant.
Thank you, master.
You are a man of piety, experienced and of sound judgment.
Yes, master.
Do you approve of marriage, Eliezer?
Very highly, master. Between the right two people.
But how can one be sure one is making the right choice?
Well, it's a chance young people have to take, master.
Then you don't approve of romance?
But I do, master. Indeed I do.
But it's the custom of our time for parents to choose the bride and make the marriage arrangements.
Yes, master. But parents must not choose one whom their son cannot love. In the bestowal of their affections, youth must be guided by the superior judgment and experience of God-fearing parents. Then the engagement and marriage can be successful.
I can see that my confidence in you, Eliezer, was not misplaced.
Yes, master.
Sarah, Isaac's mother, is dead. Before I die, I want to arrange for Isaac's engagement and marriage.
Yes, master.
And I want and need your help. First, I want you to make a solemn oath that you will not let Isaac take a wife of the Canaanites, but rather choose a maiden from my family in Mesopotamia.
Me, master?
In case I die before all the arrangements are made.
Oh, yes, master.
I'm going to send you to Mesopotamia to find a wife for Isaac.
But I'm just a servant, master.
As I realize, Eliezer, that I am giving you a difficult and delicate undertaking, but you can do it. God will be with you and help you. The Lord of heaven, which took me from my father's house and from the land of my kindred, shall send his angel before thee and search out the right wife for my son. You will leave for Mesopotamia within the week. You prepare yourself for the journey. I shall see that the gifts are made ready.
"10 camels, master? Why so many?"
For the bridal party that shall return with you, Eliezer.
I'd forgotten about that.
Just be sure she's a fit bride for Isaac.
Yes, master.
Well, you better depart now, Eliezer.
Yes, master. Oh, Gerard, start up the camels.
God's blessing and speed be with thee, Eliezer.
Thank you, master.
After many days, Eliezer, with the 10 camels, many costly gifts, and a retinue of servants, approached the city of Nahor in Mesopotamia.
Beautiful country, Mesopotamia.
Oh, surely is. And look at that city of Nahor, will you? Did you ever see such beauty?
Say, Eliezer, look over there. All the women, what are they doing?
Oh, that's the city well. The women folk of the city go there to draw water for their families and flocks.
Well, why don't we stop there? Seems like as good a place as any to start our search.
Yes, we will stop there. But first I want to pray and ask the Master's God to be with me. Oh, stop the camels, Gerard. O Lord, God of Master Abraham, I pray unto thee, send me good speed and show kindness unto my master Abraham. Behold, O Lord, I stand near this well where the daughters of Nahor come out to draw water. Let it come to pass, O Lord, that the damsel to whom I shall say, Let down thy pitcher that I may drink, if she shall answer and say, Drink, and I will give thy camels to drink also, let the same be she that thou hast appointed for thy servant Isaac. Thereby, O Lord, shall I know that thou hast showed me the right damsel, and that thou hast showered kindness upon my master Abraham. Thank you, O Lord God of Abraham. Amen.
Eliezer, I think that there is one of the most beautiful girls I have ever seen. I imagine Mistress Sarah looked like that when she was young.
Oh, which one, Gerard?
She's wearing a red frock and a blue headdress.
Oh, yes, I see her.
Yeah.
Oh, she is beautiful.
And well-mannered, too. See how she smiles and how courteous she is to the other girls. Ah, she's quality folk, I imagine. Just like Mistress Sarah. Are you going to ask her for a drink like you said in your prayer?
If she comes in this direction.
I hope she's the right one for Isaac. He'd love her. And we'll soon know in which direction she's going. She's putting the pitcher of water on her shoulder and... she is coming in this direction.
You stay here, Gerard. I'll go down to meet her. Pardon, ma'am, but I'm very thirsty. Let me drink of thy pitcher, I pray thee.
Gladly, sir.
Oh, here, let me help you lower the pitcher.
Here you are, sir.
Oh, it's good water. Cool and refreshing.
Your camels, sir, they must be thirsty. I will be happy to water them also.
That's very kind of you, ma'am. Whose daughter art thou, ma'am?
I am the daughter of Bethuel, Nahor's son.
May I present you with these?
Oh, jewels, rings, bracelets. Oh, they're beautiful, sir. But what are they for?
They're yours, ma'am, for the kindness you have shown me and my camels.
Oh, but sir, it is customary in this country to give water to strangers.
You will accept these small gifts?
Well, it is not considered polite to refuse gifts.
Oh, thank you, ma'am. And if it please you, would you tell me your name?
Rebecca, sir.
Rebecca? I make bold to inquire if it is possible for me and my men to partake of your hospitality for the night.
I have not that authority, sir, but I shall hasten home and ask my father.
You are very kind, Rebecca.
I'll be back short... begging your pardon, sir, but may I tell my father who asks for hospitality?
I am a servant, a trusted servant of Prince Abraham. He is your great-uncle.
Uncle Abraham? The same one who used to live here? Brother of my grandfather Nahor?
The same, Mistress Rebecca.
I'll tell father.
A wonderful young lady. O Lord God of Abraham, thank thee for leading me to the right damsel. Thou art a great and wise God above all.
And see these rings and bracelets? He gave them to me.
A stranger gave you all those? Why?
Because he appreciated my help. I gave him and his camels water to drink.
It's nothing unusual, surely nothing that warrants such expensive gifts. Rebecca, are you sure you didn't encourage the man to give you this jewelry?
No, Father, I did not.
Laban, what do you make of it?
Well, perhaps where he comes from, it is customary to give such things in appreciation of kindness.
Where did he come from, Rebecca?
He didn't say, Father. But I know who the man is. At least, who he said he is.
Who did the man say he is?
He said that he is a servant of Abraham.
Abraham?
The Abraham from Canaan? Son, go to him and bring him here at once.
Yes, Father.
Welcome to our fair city, Eliezer. It is a special honor to have you with us. Tell me, Eliezer, how is Abraham?
Well, as can be expected, sir, seeing that he is 140 years old.
That old? My, it doesn't seem like he's been gone for almost 75 years. And my nephew, Lot, he went with Abraham to the land of Canaan. How is he?
Fine, sir.
Father, Mother says supper is waiting.
We'll be right there, Rebecca. I shouldn't have kept you chatting, Eliezer. Rather, you should have rested and been refreshed before supper.
Oh, it's quite all right, sir.
Then come, Eliezer, and we shall partake of food.
With your indulgence, sir, I'd rather not eat until I have made known my mission.
Your mission? I wondered why you came to Mesopotamia.
It is so important to Master Abraham that I would not be doing my full duty unless I fulfill that mission before satisfying my own needs.
No wonder Abraham trusts you and sent you on so important an errand. And it has something to do with me, I gather.
Yes, sir. Sir, my master Abraham has a son named Isaac, and
I was wondering if Abraham had any children.
Isaac is his only child, sir, born to Sarah in their old age. Master Abraham was 100, and Mistress Sarah 90.
My. Must have been a miracle.
Yes, sir. Anyway, sir, Master Abraham said to me, "Go to Mesopotamia, and from among my kindred there..." The very first young lady I approached and asked for a drink gave it to me, and also offered to water my camels. Then I gave her the gifts.
My daughter, Rebecca?
Yes, sir.
You expect my daughter to go back with you to become Isaac's wife?
The Lord has pointed her out as his chosen one for Isaac's wife. And Master Abraham said unto me, "The Lord my God will send his angel before thee to prosper thy way, and thou shalt find a wife for my son among my kindred."
Well, I don't know what to say.
Oh, I beg of you, sir, for my master Abraham's sake, deal kindly with me, and tell me if thy daughter Rebekah will return to Canaan and become Isaac's wife, or if she will not. If not, then I shall continue on my way and look further for a wife for Isaac.
The thing, Father, surely is of God.
Yes, son, it is. Eliezer, take Rebekah, my daughter, and let her become Isaac's wife, as the Lord has spoken.
And it came to pass, when Eliezer heard these words, he bowed himself down and worshipped the Lord God of heaven. Finishing his prayer of thanksgiving, Eliezer brought forth jewels of silver and jewels of gold and costly raiment, and gave them to Rebekah.
Oh, Uncle Abraham must be a very wealthy man.
Oh, he is. Probably the wealthiest man in all his country. And he has willed all that he has to his son Isaac.
Is he handsome?
Isaac? Oh, I think he's very handsome. But more important, he's a good man, kind, considerate, loyal, true, and a hard worker.
And Eliezer gave to Rebekah's parents and brother many precious and costly gifts. And they made a feast for Eliezer, and the men with him, and they did eat and drink. Rising early the next morning, Eliezer said,
"Permit me to be on my way this morning, so that I may go immediately to my master Abraham."
You're going to take my daughter away so quickly?
I think that Rebecca should remain here with us for a little while to make preparations for the marriage.
Yes, at least 10 days.
After all, this is all very sudden.
I understand and appreciate your feelings in the matter, but the matter is urgent. My master Abraham will be awaiting my return, and at his age anything could happen.
Why don't we ask Rebekah and see what she thinks? Laban, call your sister.
Here I am, Father.
Rebekah, Eliezer wishes to take you to Canaan right away, this morning.
But we want you to stay here for a while, Rebecca, at least for 10 days.
Whatever you wish, daughter, so shall it be. Will you go with this man?
I will go. Deborah?
Yes, Mistress Rebecca.
I am going to a far country to marry my cousin, Isaac.
So it has been whispered among the servants, my mistress.
You wish to go with me?
I am your nurse, your servant, mistress. I will go where you go.
I'll release you, free you if you wish.
No, mistress. I shall go where you go.
Thank you, Deborah. Help my handmaidens pack, will you? We depart within the hour.
Yes, mistress.
May the Lord bless you, my daughter, and make you a good wife to Isaac, son of Abraham.
And remember, Rebecca, you are my sister. May you be the mother of a great nation.
All right, Gerard, let's be on our way.
Goodbye, Rebecca. Do let us know how you get along, dear. We'll be so anxious about you.
Goodbye, my
Goodbye,
daughter.
my sister.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
And Rebekah and her damsels rode upon the camels, and Eliezer took them on the way towards Canaan. Meanwhile, in the south country of Canaan, Isaac, taking care of his father's sheep, mumbles to himself,
Eliezer's been gone long enough to get there and back. I wonder if he's found a wife for me. I hope she will be as beautiful as Mother was. And when they get back, they will go to Father's place in Beersheba, not here.
Romeo? Romeo!
I better go home or I'll miss them.
Romeo, I'm going to Father's place in Beersheba. Take care of everything here while I'm gone, will you?
Oh, don't blame you, my son. I was nervous and worried, too, when I got married.
But, Father, maybe something happened to them.
Nothing's happened, my son.
Then why aren't they here?
Eliezer's scarcely been gone long enough to get straight there and look around, much less get back. Remember, it's a long way to Mesopotamia.
Maybe he couldn't find the right girl to be my wife.
I know God wants you to get married. It's the only way. His promise of seed as innumerable as the sands of the sea is to be fulfilled. God will lead Eliezer to the right young lady. And it'll be nice having grandchildren.
When do you think Eliezer will arrive, Father?
Son, it won't do any good to worry. Calm down. Perhaps it would be well if you went out to the west pasture and checked with the chief shepherd there. That will take your mind off Eliezer and ease your worry.
All right, Father.
Meanwhile, the caravan of 10 camels, led by Eliezer, is drawing closer and closer to Beersheba.
Tired, Mistress Rebecca?
Slightly.
Perhaps we'd better stop and make camp for the night.
How near are we to the home of Isaac?
Oh, we're almost there, Mistress Rebecca. See those sheep? They belong to Master Abraham.
I keep wondering what he's like.
Oh, he's a wonderful man, Mistress Rebecca.
Do you think he'll love me?
Oh, you mean Master Isaac? Oh, yes, Mistress Rebecca. Master Isaac will love you. And I'm sure everyone will. Master Abraham, everyone.
Eliezer, I'm so afraid I'll say or do the wrong thing.
Just be your natural, sweet self, Mistress Rebecca. I've been with the family since long before Master Isaac was born. I know them as well as anyone in this world, and I know they will love you.
Eliezer, ahead of us there. Looks like someone walking.
Yes, it surely looks like it. And whoever it is coming in this direction. I wonder who...
Who would come to meet us way out here in the fields?
Well, it could just be your future husband.
Isaac?
That, Mistress Rebecca, is Isaac, son of Abraham. He is coming to meet us.
Eliezer, stop the camels so I can dismount.
Gerard, stop the camels.
I'm nervous, Eliezer.
Of course you are, Mistress Rebecca. But you just leave everything to me.
Eliezer told Isaac all that had happened and all that he had done, and how God had answered his prayer. Holy Scripture says, "And Isaac took Rebekah, and she became his wife, and he loved her. And Isaac was comforted after his mother's death."
The cheating twin cheated.
stone-tipped arrows.
They are, Master Esau.
Oh, what took you so long? One of these days I'm going to have you flogged within an inch of your life.
Yes, Master Esau.
Don't you dare yes me. Get out of here and have the men get ready for the hunt. And hurry up about it.
We're going hunting for big game, Master Esau.
Big game? Well, little game. As little as one can get. We're going after my brother. Hunt him down.
Your brother, Master Esau?
Jacob, my twin. I'm going to kill him. Ah, cheat me, Willie. Now get out of here and get ready. Yes, I am going to kill my scheming, lying, cheating twin.
Jacob, my son, hurry and go before Esau finds you. He'll kill you.
Mother, he wouldn't kill his own brother.
He has vowed that he will get you. And he's a hunter. He's used to killing. Hurry, Jacob, please. And remember, I'll send for you as soon as it's safe.
I don't want to leave you, Mother.
But you have to, for your very life's sake.
Because we sinned, you and I, Mother. Sin is grievous, and we're paying for it now and always will. All our lives we'll pay for it.
Son, you must go. You've received your father's command to go to my home in Mesopotamia and get you a wife from among my people. So go, son, go, please.
Then goodbye, Mother.
Hurry, run, go on, run.
Goodbye. Goodbye, Mother.
Oh, I may never again see him.
It's getting dark. I better stop for the night. This is as good a place as any. Water, grass to lie on, trees to shelter me, twigs for a fire to... Oh, no. I guess I hadn't better build a fire. Esau, if he's still chasing me, might see a fire. But I can eat nuts, and I might even find some fruit. Well, I guess I better prepare for the night while there's still some light. Pine needles for a bed, and stones for a pillow. Stones. Well, that serves me right. These stones for a pillow. Yes, they are symbolic of what I have become, an outcast. I've completely lost the blessing God had for me, all because of my sins. I wonder if I dare to pray. No, God can't hear a sinner like me. Yet I will pray. I'll confess, and maybe God can forgive me. God in heaven, God of my father and of Abraham, hear me now as I acknowledge my sins and plead to be forgiven. I'm a sinner, but oh God, don't forsake me. Do not cast me from the bosom of thy love and compassion. Oh God, forgive me and give me some evidence that thou dost forgive me. Forgive me, oh my God, forgive me. No, God won't forgive me. He can't. I'm too great a sinner.
Wearied with his journey, the wanderer Jacob fell asleep. But God had not forsaken him. God's mercy was still extended to his erring, distrustful servant. He compassionately revealed just what Jacob needed, a Savior. As Jacob slept, he dreamed a dream. And behold, there was a ladder bright and shining, whose base rested upon the earth, while the top reached up into heaven. Upon this ladder, angels were ascending and descending. Above it was the Lord of glory, and from the heavens Jacob heard a voice declaring,
I am the Lord God of Abraham thy father, and the God of Isaac. In thee, Jacob, and in thy seed shall all the families of the earth be blessed. Behold, I am with thee, and will keep thee in all places whither thou goest, and will bring thee again unto this land, for I will not leave thee until I have done that which I have spoken to thee of.
And Jacob awoke and was afraid.
Surely the Lord is in this place, and I knew it not. This is none other than the house of God, and this is the gate of heaven.
In the morning, Jacob took the stone that he had for a pillow, and set it up as a pillar, and vowed a vow, saying,
If God will be with me, and will keep me in this way that I go, and will give me bread to eat, and raiment to put on, so that I come again to my father's house in peace, then shall the Lord be my God, and of all that I have, I will surely give 1/10 thereof to the Lord as a tithe.
And Jacob went on his journey, and came into the land of the people of the east. And he looked, and behold, there was a well in a field, and 3 flocks of sheep by the well.
You there, are you with the sheep?
Yes, why?
Well, why don't you go ahead and water the sheep?
You're a stranger in these parts, aren't you?
I just came from the west.
I thought so. Well, stranger, we can't water the sheep until someone rolls the stone away from the well's mouth.
Well, why doesn't someone roll it away then?
We have to wait until all the sheep are here.
There are more sheep to come?
There are only 3 flocks here now. There'll be a dozen or so when they're all here.
I see. Well, thank you.
You're welcome, stranger.
It's a strange custom. He wasn't very friendly. Wonder if all these eastern people are like that. Well, these men look friendly enough. Good morning, men.
Good morning, stranger.
You're a stranger?
From the west. And you? Where are you from?
Haran, the city of Haran.
Oh, Haran. Well, do you happen to know a man by the name of Laban, the son of Nahor?
Oh, I should say we do know Laban. A good man, sharp as a tack.
Is he well?
Of course. Why shouldn't he be?
Oh, I was just wondering.
Well, if you have any more questions, why don't you save them for Rachel? She's Laban's daughter, and she brings her father's sheep here to water.
She does?
There she comes now, stranger.
Oh, she's beautiful.
Oh, that she is, stranger.
Can anyone... is anyone allowed to roll the stone away from the mouth of the well?
Well, if you're strong enough, but it has to be rolled back again.
Well, I am.
You want me to help with the stone?
Oh, no, I can do it. But thank you anyway.
Showing off for her benefit.
Why are you watering my sheep, stranger?
Jacob is my name.
Jacob, sir, don't you realize it's the custom here in Mesopotamia for women to water their father's flocks? You must be from a faraway country.
Well, I'm from the west. There, men folk do most of the hard work.
You still haven't told me why you're watering my sheep.
Your name is Rachel.
Yes.
Daughter of Laban, granddaughter of Nahor.
Yes,
These sheep belong to your father Laban.
What's all that got to do with why you're You kissed me.
Yes. I kissed you, Rachel.
What?
And
How dare you insult me?
We are cousins, Rachel.
Cousins? Why, that's the best excuse I've ever... We're cousins?
My mother is Rebecca, your father's sister.
Oh, she married someone from Canaan. Isaac, wasn't it?
Yes, my father. They met, your Aunt Rebecca and my father, right here. My father's servant, his name was Eliezer. He came right here, probably at this well, and met Rebecca and took her back to Canaan, and she became Isaac's wife.
Yes, I've heard that story many times.
Do you think that, well, maybe... perhaps there's some significance in us, you and I, meeting at this same well. Do you think so?
I'd better run and tell Father you're here, if you'll watch the sheep while I'm gone.
My sister Rebecca's son here? Here in Haran?
Yes, Father, I left him at the well.
I'll go to him at once and extend our hospitality. Well, well, well. If you aren't the picture of Rebecca. And how is she?
Fine. When I left her, Uncle Laban.
You're her son. Well, well. Can you imagine that?
So I have a brother. A twin brother. His name is Esau.
Jacob and Esau. Well, it has a nice ring to it. But why do I keep you here like this, gabbing? Come, we'll go to my home, and you shall remain as my guest for as long as it pleases you.
Thank you, Uncle Laban.
Oh, bring the sheep in, Rachel. We're going on ahead.
All right, Father.
Well, perhaps I should stay and help her.
I see you have an eye for beauty. You think she's beautiful?
Very much, sir.
You should see my eldest daughter, Leah. Rachel is beautiful, yes, but Leah, there's a girl to turn the heart of any man. Tender-eyed she is, and as docile and obedient as any girl gets to be.
And Jacob abode in the home of his uncle Laban.
Good morning, Jacob.
Good morning, Rachel. It's a beautiful morning. I suppose you're going to care for the sheep again today?
That's my daily duty.
I would, may I help you?
I've been taking care of Father's sheep for years. I can get along without any help.
Oh. Well, do you mind if I go along? You know, fresh air and well, you know.
You're our guest and have the privilege of doing whatever you wish.
Well, then I'll go with you. Rachel, are you... well, I'd like to talk to you if you're not too busy.
There's nothing to do until all the flocks get here and someone removes the stone from the well. Maybe you'd like to.
Yes, I would. But after I talk to you, well, you can guess what it's about. I think you're beautiful.
I heard you told my father that.
Shouldn't I have?
Oh, in this country, one doesn't talk to a girl's father unless he... Well, they just don't do it here, Jacob.
Well, would it be all right if I am...
If you are what?
What you said? In love with you?
I didn't say that.
You almost did. You started to, and it's what you meant. Rachel, I do. I do love you.
Oh, no, you mustn't,
Why
Jacob.
not? Why?
I'm the youngest. I mean, I'm younger than Leah, and she... Well, she has the first chance.
But I don't love her.
Oh, but she's really nice, Jacob.
I don't love her.
She'd make you a good wife.
But I don't want to. So I'll ask your father and let him...
Oh, no, don't ask him. I forbid you to.
Because you don't love me.
I just don't want you to.
All right. I won't ask him. I'll just tell him. If and when the proper opportunity presents itself.
Tell him what?
That I love you and you don't love me.
But I didn't say that.
Then you do love me.
Yes, and I mean, no. I don't know.
You do love me.
And Jacob abode in the house of Laban for the space of a month.
Well, Jacob. How do you like our eastern land and ways by this time?
I love it here, Uncle Laban.
Fine. And I'm glad you're here. The girls and servants tell me that you're a mighty fine worker.
I like to help where I can.
We're kin, Jacob, relatives. And I'm not going to allow you to keep on working for nothing. You just tell me what wages you expect, and I'll pay it.
Well, sir, you have two daughters, Leah and Rachel, and sir, I'll work 7 years for you for the hand of your younger daughter, Rachel.
Mm-hmm. Well, Jacob, it's better that she marry you than some other man. Abide with me 7 years.
Well, if it isn't Rachel, what are you doing out here?
I came to help you, even as you helped me when I took care of Father's sheep.
Your help and presence is always welcome. Yet I think I detect something besides the desire to help me in your presence. But what? That's the question. You care to tell me?
You spoke to Father.
I've been speaking to him for months, well over a year now, ever since the day I arrived from Canaan.
Oh, you know what I mean, Jacob.
I know that I love you very deeply, Rachel.
You must to work 7 long years for me. Am I worth it, Jacob?
Every second, minute, and day, every thought, act, and word during those 7 years.
Father's taking advantage of you, you know that. 7 years' labor is a pretty high dowry.
Not for you, Rachel. I'd work 7 years times 7.
I hope you know what you're doing.
I do. I act according to the dictates of my heart. The important question is, do you love me?
Am I supposed to?
Well, aren't you?
Well, in this day and age, a girl doesn't have a choice of whom she loves and marries. Her father makes the choice and does all the arranging.
Rachel, you didn't answer my question. Do you love me?
Perhaps. Perhaps not. Oh, Jacob. Oh, Jacob, I love you very much.
Leah,
Yes, Father?
do you like Jacob?
Of course, he's a fine young man.
How would you like to be his wife instead of Rachel?
Father, what are you talking about?
I've seen the look in your eyes. Jealousy of Rachel and love for Jacob.
Father!
Well, it's true, isn't it?
Jacob and Rachel are engaged to be married. In a few days now, the 7 years will be up, and they'll be married.
Now, you didn't answer my question. How would you like to be his wife?
But Yes, I am in love with him, but it's impossible. He loves Rachel.
It isn't impossible. I can arrange it so he will marry you.
How?
Are you interested?
I might be.
Yes or no?
Yes. Oh, now tell me how.
Brides are heavily veiled during the wedding feast and afterward. Well, under the veil will be you.
Don't you think Jacob is smart enough to recognize my voice?
Don't talk. Just listen. Enjoy the feast, and Jacob won't notice anything wrong.
How about Rachel? Where will she be during the feast? Do you think she'll sit quietly by and let you deceive Jacob?
Yes. She's an obedient daughter. She'll do exactly as I tell her.
And what about Jacob himself? He'll be angry. He'll cast me aside, and I'll be a disgraced woman.
He won't cast you aside. I've thought of a way to prevent that.
The whole thing is absurd.
Not at all. Jacob knows the custom of the East. The elder daughter must be married before the younger. Well, you're the eldest.
Father, are you going to try to get Jacob to believe that custom is binding?
Jacob's a nice boy. He'll believe anything I tell him.
Tell me, Father, what is your real reason in wanting to substitute me in place of Rachel?
You are my eldest daughter, and you...
Father, I am not Jacob. I don't believe everything I hear.
Well, Jacob is a good worker. Everything he does prospers, and I don't want to lose his services. When he discovers that it's you he's married instead of Rachel, he'll still want to marry her. And then I'll get his services for another 7 years.
You'd sacrifice Rachel's happiness and mine for 7 years free labor merely to add a few more sheep and cattle to your growing herds?
Cattle is wealth, and wealth is power.
I didn't realize my father was quite such a selfish, scheming, money-grabbing man. Your wicked father evil.
Yes, I guess I am, aren't I? But someday I shall be wealthy. Wealthy!
Oh, my darling Rachel, soon you will be my wife. 7 years have I waited for this moment. It seems but a few days now. And you, darling, are you happy?
Ah, my dear son-to-be, my daughter is happy. So happy she's lost her tongue. And now, my daughter, my son, it is time you departed for the marriage ratification. But first, friends, I wish to make an announcement. We are here to celebrate the wedding of my daughter to the man of her choice, Jacob. I am not losing a daughter. Rather, I gain a son. May I offer a toast to the newly married couple? May they prosper, have long life, and many children.
What is there to say more than I have already said, Rachel? My wife. I love you. I'm happy. And I'm sure God ordained this marriage, even as he ordained the marriage between my father, Isaac, and your aunt, Rebecca. We will obey God. We will be true to principle and to each other. Our happiness is as simple as that. Oh, Rachel, dear, as I remove your veil, I shall then and forever have the right to look upon your beautiful face. Never again will it be necessary to hide your lovely face from me and an admiring world.
Oh, Jacob, before you remove the veil, always remember I love you. Regardless of what happens, remember...
What could happen to cause me to forget that?
Just remember, will you? Please.
Of course. Now, Rachel, the veil.
All right, Jacob.
Leah! Leah! I can't believe it. You are Leah.
Yes.
You're supposed to be Rachel. Where is she? I married her.
No, Jacob, I am your wife.
Don't love you. I love Rachel.
I love you. Remember.
What is this all about? What's happened?
There was a wedding feast and ceremony. We married Jacob, you and I.
And I... Who is responsible for this deception? You? Your father? Yes, your father. Sounds just like him. Well, I'll have a little talk with him right now.
Remember, Jacob, I love you. You promised.
So your father did this to me. Well, he's going to have to answer to me, too.
Why be so upset about it, son?
Upset? I worked 7 years for Rachel and end up with Leah.
Leah's a good girl, tender-eyed, obedient, affectionate. She'll make an ideal wife.
Not for me.
I'm sorry, Jacob, but I had to do it. You knew it was the custom here in the East to marry the eldest daughter before the younger one can get married.
Then why did you promise I could have Rachel?
That was 7 years ago. I thought surely in 7 years Leah would get married, but she hasn't.
Well, I don't want Leah. I'll annul the marriage.
Don't do that, Jacob. You can't. It will disgrace Leah. It'll disgrace me, my family. No, Jacob. Please don't discard her.
Well, I don't know what to do.
Fulfill the week with Leah. Then I'll give you Rachel to wife for another 7 years of labor.
2 wives?
It's done all the time. It's an accepted custom of our civilization.
Yes, but 2 wives don't make for contentment and peace in the family.
All right then, Jacob. If you wish to bring disgrace down upon Rachel and me and the entire family, go ahead and discard Leah. Go on. It's all right with me. Well?
I've already waited 7 years for the hand of Rachel. Another 7 years. That's too long.
Oh, you won't have to wait 7 years to marry her. Just a week. Fulfill the week with Leah, and you can marry Rachel. You can work out the 7-year dowry after that. You see, Jacob, how much I trust you.
I trusted you, and look at the result.
I'm sorry, Jacob, but I just had to do it. And you will fulfill the week with Leah and marry Rachel for her sake and mine.
I'll think it over.
But, Jacob, think of the disgrace even in delay. Where the people...
I'll think it over. Let you know. Rachel. You've been crying.
I guess I'm just a silly woman, Jacob.
You're a beautiful woman. Wonderful. And I love you.
Oh, Jacob, I love you, too. But I guess I can't have you.
Who says so?
You're married to Leah.
I could annul the marriage.
You did marry her, Jacob, and you have a certain obligation, even though you were tricked into it. I guess I'm just doomed to lose you forever.
Maybe not. Your father made me an offer. If I'll fulfill the week with Leah, so the marriage can't be annulled, he'll let me marry you.
Really?
For 7 more years of labor.
Wait another 7 years?
Oh, no. I can marry you at the end of the week.
You're going to do it?
You'll be jealous of Leah. You'll fight and quarrel.
I don't care, Jacob.
You'll have but few really peaceful moments as a sister wife.
I don't care. I don't care. I'll have you.
Jacob, my son, I give you my most valued possession, my last and youngest daughter. Take her, provide for her, love her, cherish her, and God bless you. Friends, I would make an announcement. We are here to celebrate the wedding of my daughter Rachel to the man of her own choice, Jacob. I am not losing a daughter, I am gaining a son. I offer a toast to the newly married couple. May they prosper, have long life, and many children.
The Case of the Wrestling Twin.
Jacob and Esau are twin sons of Isaac. Jacob, the younger twin, cheated Esau out of his birthright blessings and had to flee for his life to the land of his fathers in Mesopotamia. After 20 years in Mesopotamia, Jacob starts back to his childhood home in Canaan. He is now rich with worldly goods and blessed with a large family of 11 sons and 1 daughter.
Jacob,
Yes, Rachel, dear?
you're not asleep?
No, I was thinking.
So was I. I was thinking how surprised Esau is going to be when he sees you returning home with your great wealth and big family.
Yes. Yes, he'll be surprised, all right. He'll be surprised to see me at all.
That sounds as if you don't think Esau will welcome you.
He won't.
You mean because of the birthright blessings he sold to you for a bowl of pottage?
I obtained the birthright by deception.
But he sold it to you.
I took advantage of his hunger. Then I deceived him and father to receive the blessing of the birthright.
You didn't do anything that anyone else wouldn't have done in like circumstances.
Perhaps, Rachel, yet just because others do something is no reason why I should do it. I sinned and must pay the consequences of that sin.
You've repented and been forgiven, haven't you?
I have faith to believe that God has forgiven me, yes. But Esau hasn't forgiven me.
How can you be sure after 20 years?
I know Esau. He'll still be angry. 20 years ago, when I left home, Esau undoubtedly thought that I disappeared for good, and that he was the sole heir to all father's wealth. When he hears that I'm returning, he'll think it's to claim my part of the inheritance, and he'll resort to anything to retain that wealth, and also to get revenge for the great wrong I did in stealing the birthright blessing.
Why don't you send word ahead that that's not why you're returning? You can tell Esau that you're now wealthy and that you come in peace and friendship. Surely under those circumstances he'll welcome you home.
He wouldn't believe me. I lied once and he'll think I'm lying again.
But you've repented, Jacob.
Esau doesn't know that.
What are you going to do?
I've done all I know what to do. I'm at my wit's end. So there's only one thing to do. Cast my burden upon God. Let him handle it in his own good time and way. God of heaven, Lord and Creator of all things, I come to Thee in supplication, realizing my utter worthlessness. I am black with sin. Let the robe of Thy light cover my sin, that I may approach Thy throne of grace and receive pardon for my transgression. As the mountains of my homeland come into view, so does the awfulness of my sins appear ever before me. I ponder my sin night and day. The reproach of my conscience makes my journey sad. With the memory of my sins comes also the memory of the many favors Thou hast shown me in the past, and Thy promises of divine help and guidance. Now, O Lord, I beseech thee, come to my help. Guide me, direct my path as I approach nearer and nearer to my homeland and to Esau. Give me the angels. 2 hosts of angels, one before and one behind. They are here to guide and protect me. Oh, God, thank thee for this visible evidence of thy love and care for me in my house. I remember, O Lord, the vision at Bethel long ago.
You saw the angels, Jacob?
Plainly, as plainly as I see you now. There were 2 groups almost encircling our camp as if to protect us.
Then we're safe from your brother Esau?
Yes. But I believe that I should do all I can to secure our safety. Grandfather Abraham often said that God will not do anything for us that we ourselves can do.
What do you have in mind to do about Esau?
You yourself gave me the idea. Send him a message of friendship and greeting. Do you have your traveling companions selected, Lotan?
Yes, master.
Young men?
Yes, master.
And you know exactly where to locate my brother Esau?
Yes, master.
He is a hunter, wary of strangers, even gruff and unfriendly.
I understand, master.
Good. Now then, as to the message I want you to give Esau. Address him as Lord, my Lord Esau. Then say unto him, Thy servant Jacob saith thus, I have sojourned with Laban and stayed there until now, and I have oxen and sheep and flocks and menservants and women servants, and I have sent to tell my Lord that I may find grace in thy sight.
Is that all, master?
Yes, and I want you to be sure to remember to call him Lord, and to refer to me as his servant.
Yes, master.
And return as quickly as possible. I'm anxious to know his reaction.
Yes, master.
Jacob, why is the exact wording of the message to Esau so important?
You remember my telling you that an angel told my mother before Esau and I were born that the younger twin, I am the younger, would rule over the older?
Yes.
Well, if I address him as my lord, and call myself his servant, and tell him that I am wealthy in my own right, he may realize that I am not returning home to lord it over him, or to get my share of the inheritance.
Meanwhile, during the years of Jacob's sojourn in Mesopotamia, Esau, living with his idol-worshipping wives in the land of Canaan, has become a man of wealth and power.
Ah, my darling wife. You look ravishingly beautiful today. Did you do something to your hair? What?
I think you're full of wine.
Oh, I haven't touched a drop.
Then you really do think I'm beautiful?
I always have, since the first day I saw you. And that was over 20 years ago. You're still beautiful. More so today than ever.
Oh, you're sure you're not drunk?
Absolutely sure.
Something's gotten into you.
Well, you like me this way, eh?
I love you, adore you. You're my daring, darling husband.
And I'm also rich. Don't forget that. Thanks to my twin, Jacob.
How rich are we, Esau, darling?
Rich enough to have anything we want. Everything.
It's nice to be rich. Will we always be rich?
Yes. Unless Jacob returns, claims his share of the inheritance.
He won't return, will he?
I don't know.
He's been gone 20 years.
Well, even so, he might come back someday.
But that wouldn't be fair. 20 years you remain here and take care of things. Then, for him to return and take part of what you have earned.
Fair or not, it's the law of our people. He'd get the lion's share of the inheritance, too. He has the birthright claim to it.
Oh, you wouldn't let him come and claim part of our wealth, would you, dear?
No, absolutely not.
That's my big, brave, daring, darling husband. Esau, wake up. It's late.
Oh, what time is it?
The sun is 6 hands high in the sky.
Oh, I better get up.
How are you this morning?
Oh, fine.
As daring as ever?
Yes, I guess so.
I hope so. I mean, There is news.
Good news.
Well, bad news. During the night, some messengers arrived. They're from the east, from a...
Yes?
Well, that is... They were sent by Jacob.
Jacob. My twin Jacob.
Yes.
Where is he?
Camped at the brook Jabbok.
I thought he was in Mesopotamia.
He's on his way here. Oh, Esau, don't let him take away any of our wealth.
Is that why he's coming here?
Why else would he come back after all these years?
What did the messengers have to say?
Nothing. They won't say anything until they have seen you.
Yeah, well, I'll get dressed. Tell them I'll be right there.
Yes, dear.
You may come forward.
Thank you, my lord.
Now then, I am told you come from the east.
Yes, my lord. We are come from thy brother and servant Jacob.
He sent you?
Yes, my lord.
With a message?
Yes, my lord. Jacob said unto us, Say unto my lord Esau, thy servant Jacob saith thus, I have sojourned with Laban, and stayed there until now. And I have oxen and sheep and flocks and manservants and womanservants. And I have sent to tell my lord that I may find grace in thy sight.
Well, that sounds like a rehearsed speech.
Oh, it is, my lord. It is word for word as Jacob told us to say.
He called me Lord, and himself my servant.
Yes, my lord.
He has oxen and sheep.
Oh, great herds of them, my lord.
He's wealthy.
Yes, my lord.
I don't believe it.
It's true, my lord.
None of it's true. Just another of his schemes to throw me off guard. He's coming back to claim his share of the inheritance left by our father. Well, you can just go back and tell that lying brother of mine that I didn't fall for it. And tell him that I'm coming to meet him with 400 men, soldiers, well armed. Now go.
Yes, my lord.
He must think I'm as gullible as I used to be.
Oh, you are very wise, my husband.
Wise enough not to let that lying brother of mine fool me the second time.
You're sure? Absolutely sure Esau sent no message to
None except that he was coming to meet you with 400 well-armed soldiers.
Didn't send any message of welcome?
No, master.
He seemed angry?
Yes, master.
Would you say that he's on his way here with those 400 men to seek revenge?
Definitely, master.
Yes. Oh, I'm sure you're right.
The master's brother Esau's on his way to meet us with 400 men. Revenge, that's what he's after.
400 soldiers. They're going to kill us.
We'll be murdered, all of us, by the master's own brother.
But Jacob, what are we going to do?
What can we do? We certainly can't go back to Laban, and it looks like it's not safe to go forward.
Well, we surely can't stay here and be massacred by your brother.
I'm sorry, Rachel, but right now I just don't know what is best to do.
Have we a chance to fight it out with Esau?
No, we are utterly unarmed, defenseless.
We'll have to do something, Jacob. The entire camp is in an uproar of terror.
I know. I must do all in my power to atone for the wrong I did to Esau, and to avert the danger of his avenging anger, but what?
Would it do any good to send generous gifts to Esau?
Yes, it might, at that. At least it would prove to him that I am wealthy in my own right and not seeking my share of father's inheritance. Yes, I will. I'll send many sheep and herds to Esau with another friendly message.
Quickly, Jacob organized a group of servants and herdsmen to start out to meet Esau, driving before them a great procession of livestock, all to be presented as gifts of goodwill to Esau. Leading the procession were 220 goats. Some distance behind came more servants, leading 20 donkeys and 10 fillies. Then came shepherds with a sizable flock of sheep. Still another company drove before them 50 head of cattle. Finally came the camel drivers with 30 camels in their colts. Next, Jacob laid plans for the morrow.
Reuben!
Yes, Father?
The first thing in the morning, the entire camp will move forward. Separate the people and herds into 2 groups. We'll travel separately. If by chance one group is attacked and destroyed, the other will have a chance to escape.
Wise strategy, Father.
Having done all these things to try to avert the threatened danger, Jacob retired to a quiet spot and, in humiliation and repentance, pleaded for divine protection and guidance.
O God of mercy and justice, God of all creation, Thou didst say unto me, Return to thy country and to thy kindred, and I will deal kindly with thee. I obeyed thy voice, O God, and now I am come face to face with danger to my wives and children and to all that I have. Lord of love, I am not worthy of the least of all thy mercies which thou hast showed me, but I plead with thee, deliver me from the hand of my brother Esau. I fear him, O God, lest he come and smite me, and my children and their mothers. Be with both our bands as we separate, and go forward on the morrow. Guide us, bless us, and thine shall be the power and the glory forever and ever. Amen. All right, Reuben. You're in charge of one group. I'll take the other, and do be careful. Keep in touch by messenger.
I will, Father.
Let's go then.
All right, folks, let's get started.
Levi, you get your men and lead the way. The women and children will come next, followed by the servants, with the flocks and herds.
Meanwhile, back in Canaan, Esau has plans of his own.
Captain is all in readiness.
Yes, sir.
Let's go then.
As evening came on, Jacob and his band approached the Jabbok River.
Levi.
Yes, Father?
You sent a scout forward to examine the Jabbok River.
I did, sir, and he's already back. Reports that the river at this point is only waist deep.
Good. Take the band across the river then and camp on the other side. I'll come across in the morning.
Yes, sir.
It sounds like you're going to stay on this side of the river.
I am.
Am I going to stay here with you, Jacob?
No, Rachel, you go on across. I've decided to spend the entire night in prayer, and I prefer to be alone with God.
The spot that Jacob chose for his prayer was in a lonely mountainous region, the haunt of wild beasts and the lurking place of robbers and murderers. Alone and unprotected, Jacob bowed in deep distress upon the earth.
O God of heaven, God of Abraham and Isaac, hear me now as I come to thee in my darkest hour of need. All that is dear to me is at a distance, across the river, exposed to danger and death. Bitterest of all to me, O God, is the thought that this peril upon my innocent family is the result of my sins. Forgive me, O God, forgive me. Protect my family and my servants and their families, for it is my sin, not theirs. Draw near unto Esau, my brother, and soften his heart.
Across the river to the west of where Jacob pours out his prayer is the camp of Esau and his 400 soldiers. Esau is asleep. Suddenly he awakens.
Guard! Guard!
Yes, sir?
Get me the captain immediately.
I'm right here, sir. I was talking to the guard.
Good. Now, sit down. Sit down. I want to tell you something.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I just had a dream, a very vivid dream.
Yes, sir.
In my dream, I saw my brother Jacob, 20 years in exile in Mesopotamia. He came home, was grief-stricken at finding his mother dead. And the most vivid thing of all was a host of angels that accompanied my brother and his band to protect them. Now, what you make of the dream, Captain?
I don't believe in dreams, sir.
Well, I do. I think it shows that the God of my fathers is with Jacob, and Oh, Captain, I want you to instruct your men not to harm Jacob.
I think it would be best, sir, if you yourself told them.
Well, can't you?
I can, yes, but their hatred of your brother Jacob is of such long duration that it would be hard to stop them, unless you tell them the dream like you've told me.
All right. In the morning, early assemble them. I'll relate the dream to them.
Jacob is still praying.
Oh, God, I plead with you to forgive my sins.
It is midnight.
And lay them not to the charge of my family.
Suddenly, a strong hand reaches out of the darkness and takes hold of Jacob.
And bless them to the everlasting glory of God.
Jacob thought surely an enemy was seeking his life, and he endeavored to wrest himself from the grasp of his assailant. In the darkness, the two struggled for mastery. Not a word was spoken. Jacob put forth his full strength, not relaxing his effort for one moment. While he was thus struggling for his life, the sense of his guilt pressed upon his soul. His sins rose up before him to shut him out from God. But in his terrible extremity, he remembered God's promises, and his whole heart went out in entreaty for God's mercy. The struggle continued until near the break of day. Then the stranger deliberately placed his finger on Jacob's thigh. Instantly, Jacob was in terrible pain.
Oh, my thigh! I'm crippled. I know who you are now. You're the heavenly messenger. That's why my best efforts could not gain victory over you. Oh, no, don't you try to get away. I won't let you go. I'll cling to you until you bless me. And I want the assurance that my sins are forgiven. I am unworthy. I'm sinful, yet I do have faith in a covenant-keeping God. So bless me, angel, please.
And the angel said unto Jacob,
Let me go, for the day breaketh.
I will not let thee go unless thou bless me.
What is thy name?
Jacob.
Thy name shall be no more Jacob, but Israel. For as a prince hast thou power with God and with men, and hast prevailed.
And the angel blessed Jacob. And Jacob called the name of the place Peniel, which means face of God. For, said he,
I have seen God face to face, and my life is preserved.
At long last, Jacob had received the blessing which he had so earnestly sought. His sins of deceitfulness and trickery were all forgiven. The crisis in his life was past. Peace filled his heart. No longer did he fear to meet his angry brother. Joyfully, Jacob leads his band onward, toward the inevitable meeting with Esau and his company of warriors. At last, in a valley, shielded by hills, they approach each other. Esau leading his men of war, Jacob leading his wives and children, attended by shepherds and handmaidens, followed by long lines of flocks and herds. All at once, both bands come to a halt. Slowly, with bated breath, Esau and Jacob approach each other. Jacob, still disabled from the recent encounter with the covenant angel, leans heavily on his staff, halting with pain at each step. Suddenly, Esau runs forward.
Jacob!
Esau!
Jacob, my
Esau,
brother and my twin!
my
I'm so
brother.
glad to see you.
At long
Welcome
last,
home,
after
Jacob.
all these years, how good to see your face again.
Holy Scripture says, And Esau ran to meet Jacob, and embraced him, and fell on his neck, and kissed him. And they wept.
Mrs. Potiphar and the Dungeon.
Slowly the Ishmaelite caravan, with its newly acquired slave, moved away from Dothan southward toward Egypt. As it passed through the vale of Hebron, Joseph could see in the distance the hills among which lay his father's tents. Bitterly he wept at the thought of the loving father in his loneliness and affliction. Joseph left Dothan, a loved but somewhat spoiled lad. Before nightfall, he had been transformed from a petted child to a man, thoughtful, courageous, and self-possessed.
Why did my brothers sell me as a slave? I've never done anything to them. Never. Yet they were angry at me. Why? And Father... Oh, Father. Father, it'll be worse on him than me. He loved me, yet this is partly his fault. He so tenderly cherished me. Too much. I'm not prepared for what may happen to me. I'm not trained to be anything but a spoiled son of an indulgent father. I was favored above my brothers. It's this very thing that angered them, provoked them to sell me as a slave.
Get a steak now.
How am I going to cope with the difficulties? Bitter, uncared for life of a stranger.
Keep going there.
And slave. I'm a mere lad, but I must change. I must now take care of myself. I must... Oh, no. No, I must now look to God for care, love, and help. Angels of God have always come to the help of man during hours of need. They will help me in my hour of need. They will instruct, comfort, and protect me. Oh God, oh God of my fathers, God of creation, be with me as I go to Egypt and become a slave. Help me to act under all circumstances as befits a subject of the King of Heaven, for thou art my King, O God. I shall serve thee with an undivided heart. I shall meet the trials of a slave with courage, perform every duty faithfully. I give myself fully to thee, O God. I will look to thee for all strength and help and comfort. Be with me in the land of Egypt, and thy name shall forever be honored and glorified. Thank you, O God.
All right, come on now. Anyone else bid on this healthy-looking lad? All right, going once. He's a right nice-looking slave. Young, handsome. Anyone else? Twice. Now, this young slave would be a welcome addition in any household. He's worth much more. Going 3 times and sold. To the gentleman with the... Oh, well, it's Captain Potiphar. You got yourself a bargain, Captain. All right, now, bring on the next slave. A female.
Your name?
Joseph, Master.
Your age?
17, Master.
You're from the east?
The north, Master, the Vale of Hebron.
You're a Canaanite?
No, Master. An Israelite.
An Israelite? I've never heard of that tribe.
We're descendants from Abraham, Master. The Abraham who migrated from Ur on the north shores of the Persian Gulf. My father is Jacob, renamed Israel by our God, so I am an Israelite, Master.
While you're here in Egypt, in my household, you will worship the gods of Egypt.
In my heart, Master, I shall always worship and reverence the God of my fathers, the only true and living God.
Well, I suppose that's right and reasonable. From you, then, all I want is hard work, loyalty,
and faithfulness.
Yes, master.
You don't appear to be trained for hard work.
My master need but command, and I shall do the very best I can to accomplish that command.
Well, if you mean that, you and I are going to get along. I am chief of His Majesty's executioners, captain of the guards. You will be my houseboy.
Yes, master.
Potiphar, dear, you really did it this time. That new houseboy, I like him.
Well, I'm glad to hear you say so. You're usually so critical of my selection of house servants and slaves.
Oh, this one is different.
Different? How?
I don't know. He's respectful, yet not overly so. He's obedient, yet he has a mind of his own. He's everywhere at once, doing the things that need to be done, and yet he's never in the way, underfoot, or bothersome. And I never have to tell him the same thing twice.
Right.
Extremely quick to catch on. Why, he's already running the household better than anyone else ever did.
Running the household? Oh, he's just a houseboy, not the house steward.
Oh, nevertheless, he's running the house completely.
Well, don't the other servants and slaves resent him?
Resent Joseph? Oh, they love him.
Well, I'll have to look into this matter more deeply. Perhaps I'm wasting Joseph's talents on a mere houseboy's job.
You sent for me, master?
Yes, Joseph. Sit down. I understand you're making quite a success of being a houseboy.
Oh, yes, master.
No, I'm not complaining or condemning you. No, quite the contrary. For the first time in history, my household has been run under the budget. And for the first time in my memory, the servants are all happy and contented. Not a whimper from the lot of them. And I suspect that you're the one responsible for it all. But what's your secret, Joseph?
Secret, master?
What's the secret of your success?
I merely do every job the very best I can, master.
Many people try to do that, but they don't succeed like you have.
The God of my fathers, master, the God I serve, He has blessed my efforts.
Yes, that could be. But why does He bless your efforts and say, not mine?
I honor, obey, and worship Him. He, in return, blesses me.
You're loyal to Him, and He rewards your faithfulness.
Yes, master.
Well, Joseph, you've been loyal to me, and I'm going to reward you. You've been houseboy. You are now promoted to house steward. Joseph, I'm amazed at your ability. I need your talents and your God's blessing in the affairs of my business. You're therefore promoted to steward of my entire possessions. Joseph, I've been called to appear before the Minister of Finance to explain a certain diplomatic and financial matter. You will accompany me. Joseph, you're a genius! The Minister of Finance and all his assistants listened with rapt attention to your explanation, and you know, I never fully understood it myself until I heard you explain it. Joseph, you've been with me a good many years. You've progressed from houseboy to steward of everything I have. All that I have is in your hands. I don't even know what I have except the bread I eat.
Thank you, master. God has blessed me.
Now, by the way, Joseph, I wish you wouldn't call me master any longer. I've come to look upon you more as a son than a slave. From now on, you are a respected member of my household.
And Potiphar left all that he had in Joseph's hand. And Joseph was a goodly person, well favored.
35, 40, 41, 42, 40... who is it?
It's me, Joseph.
Oh, come in, Mrs. Potiphar.
Hello, Joseph. Oh, no, keep your seat. Go right on working. I don't want to disturb you. I'll talk while you work. What are you doing, Joseph?
Straightening out one of the accounts.
You're smart, Joseph. My husband really appreciates the work you've done over the years. You've made him rich, you know.
Oh, thank you, ma'am.
And so do I appreciate what you've done, Joseph.
I've tried to do my best, mistress.
You're not one of the slaves any longer, Joseph. You're one of the family.
Well, I'm honored, ma'am.
Joseph, can't you let that work go for a while? I want someone to talk to. Someone who understands, and you're so understanding.
Thank you, ma'am.
Pay some attention to me, Joseph. I'm young and beautiful. Don't you think I'm beautiful, Joseph?
My mistress is very gracious and charming.
Oh, thank you, Joseph.
If you don't mind, mistress, I'd better go see if the new horses are properly cared for.
Joseph, come back here. Come back.
Yes, mistress.
Sit down, Joseph. That's better. My husband is away, Joseph.
I know, mistress.
Joseph. Kiss me, Joseph. Please.
Captain Potiphar trusts me, mistress. I cannot betray that trust.
But he won't know, Joseph. No one will know but you and me.
God will, mistress. He has angels who take a record of everything we say and do. No, mistress, I cannot do this sin against God and against your husband.
Or a slave. I could have you cast into prison for disobeying me.
Yes, mistress.
I could even have your head chopped off.
I know, mistress.
On the other hand, I could grant you favors and rewards if you'll do as I wish you to.
I must be true to the trust placed in me.
Please, Joseph. I'm so terribly lonesome.
I can't, mistress.
Refuse me, will you? Well, I'll show you it doesn't pay to cross the wife of Captain Potiphar.
I'd better go.
You can't escape me.
I'd better go and see about those horses.
I've got your coat, Joseph. That little upstart. Who does he think he is, anyway? Well, I have him right where I want him. I have his coat. Oh, he's in for plenty of trouble. Help! Help! Cross me, Willie. Help! Help! I've been attacked! Guard! Help me! Help me, someone!
Mistress? What's the matter, mistress? Are you hurt?
Oh, quick, guard, quick, catch him, catch him.
Catch you, mistress?
He attacked me. Don't let him get away. He attacked me.
Calm down, mistress, and tell me who did this to you.
He sneaked up behind me and grabbed me.
Who did, mistress?
I turned around and I saw him. Oh, it was Joseph.
Joseph?
He's insane. Don't let him escape. Oh, it was awful. Oh, catch him, guard. Catch
Joseph,
him.
mistress, I can't imagine Joseph doing such a thing.
He did. I saw him. I grabbed him, but he got away. I kept hold of his coat, though. See? Here it is. I still have it.
That is Joseph's coat, all right.
You see, the coat ripped when Joseph pulled away from me. Well, don't just stand there. Do something. Catch him before he escapes and attacks some other poor, helpless woman.
Yes, mistress.
Guard, come back here.
Yes, mistress.
On second thought, perhaps it would be better if we didn't do anything about it until my husband returns. Let him handle Joseph.
A wise decision, mistress.
And it came to pass, when Potiphar heard the words of his wife, which she spake unto him concerning Joseph, that his wrath was kindled.
Oh, Captain Potiphar, sir, I didn't know you were home.
I just got here.
Oh, glad to see you, sir. Have a good trip.
Get up, Joseph, to your feet.
Yes, sir.
What's this I hear about you?
I don't know, sir.
Betrayed my trust, didn't you?
No, sir.
Now take my wife, will you? How dare you? I take you into my home, a poor, helpless slave, and make you famous, and what do? As soon as my back's turned, you attack my wife.
I am innocent, sir, of any wrongdoing.
Innocent? My wife said that you... You calling my wife a liar?
No, sir.
Then you're guilty.
I am innocent, sir.
What is this in my hand, Joseph?
My coat, sir.
And you know where I got it?
Yes, sir. My mistress gave it to you.
And where did she get it?
From me, sir.
And just how did she get it from you?
She took it off my back, sir.
Exactly. And you say you're not guilty? I should kill you. I should kill you, Joseph. Perhaps I will later. Right now, though, I'll put you where you'll never attack another poor, helpless woman. Guard!
Yes, sir?
Come in here and take this man to the prison dungeon.
Yes, sir.
And tell the keeper of the prison that I'll be there shortly and give him complete instructions. Throw him in the inner dungeon, keeper, with chain on his hands and fetters on his feet. He's to get only a little bread and water.
He must be a traitor to the king for that kind of treatment.
He attacked my wife.
Attacked Mrs. Potiphar? Why don't you kill him with your own hands? You almost have to, don't you, to keep your own self-respect and the respect of others?
Well, keeper, to tell you the truth, I'm not sure he did attack my wife. She says so, but I just don't believe her. If I thought that Joseph actually had attacked my wife, I'd kill him.
But if he didn't attack Mrs. Potiphar, why are you committing him to the dungeon?
Keeper, are you married?
That I am, sir.
Then I think you can understand why I'm not letting on to Mrs. Potiphar that I don't believe her story.
Oh, I quite understand. How long am I to keep the woman-beater in the dungeon?
Forever.
Forever?
In chains and fetters. That's an order. Understand?
Yes, sir, Captain Potiphar. Forever it is. There, Joseph, you woman attacker. Try to escape from these chains and fetters. There you are, Joseph. Half a slice of stale bread and a little water. Fit food for a woman attacker.
Even though falsely accused and suffering hardship and pain, Joseph remained calm and patient, holding fast his faith and trust in God.
Dear God of all creation, I'm in trouble. Through no fault of my own, I am here in the dungeon. Even so, dear God, help me to forget self and think only of others. Help me to be cheerful and cooperative, to forgive those who are bringing these things upon me. And please, forgive Captain and Mrs. Potiphar for what they've done. And remember too, dear God, my father and brothers back in Canaan. Keep me always faithful to thee. Thank you, O God.
What's going on here, woman beater? Whom are you talking to?
Oh, I was talking to God, sir. Praying.
Do you think any god can hear you and get you out of here? Such nonsense is for fools.
The God of heaven can and does hear me, keeper.
Then why doesn't he get you out of this dungeon?
He will, if he wants me out.
Captain Potiphar wants you in, and his word is law around here.
Captain Potiphar is a good man.
Oh, coming from you, that's a laugh.
Captain Potiphar was always very kind to me.
Kind to you? Evidently, you don't realize that he had you put in here, even though he doesn't believe you attacked his wife.
Certainly I realize it.
You do?
The captain would have had me beheaded on the spot had he really believed I attacked his wife.
You, know all that, and yet you say he was kind to you.
I came to Egypt as a slave. Yet after serving him for a time, he treated me as a son.
You're the most unusual prisoner I've ever seen. You never complain. You're always cheerful here in this vile, smelly dungeon. I don't understand it.
Well, I found out, Keeper, that as I keep cheerful, my troubles seem to melt away and disappear.
Yeah. I get it. I get it. You're trying to win my sympathy. It won't work, Joseph. The captain's orders were to keep you right here, locked in chains and fetters, and that's just what I'm going to do. So your winning ways and smiles won't work with me.
Through it all, Joseph continued to pray daily.
I noticed, Joseph, that you still pray a lot to your God.
Yes, sir.
You're still in here.
God will remove me from this dungeon
if it is his will.
You'll never get out. The captain's orders were to keep you here forever. And as I said, his word is law. Good morning, Joseph.
Good morning, Keeper.
I see you're still here. Is your God falling down on the job of getting you out? I see you're still here, Joseph. And your ankles are swollen, too. Maybe I should tighten the fetters up a bit.
Seem to get to sleep myself tonight. Oh, if I could just get some relief from these tight chains and fetters, maybe... what was that? Someone there? Who is it?
It's me, the keeper.
Oh, well, it isn't morning yet, is it, sir?
No, but I thought I'd sort of loosen your chains and fetters a bit.
Oh, I don't want you to get into trouble with Captain Potiphar on my account.
Oh, I won't. I run this prison, not Captain Potiphar. Now, here, let me at those chains.
Oh, you're very kind, sir.
Well, I guess I'm getting soft, huh? Oh, your cheerfulness got under my skin, Joseph. There you are. Now they're not too tight.
But you didn't loosen them, sir. You took them off.
Well, I'm the boss here, and I'll do as I please. Captain Potiphar or no Captain Potiphar.
You're very kind, sir. Thank you. And God bless you.
I'll be back in the morning with a decent meal. Good morning, Joseph.
Good morning, sir.
Here's your breakfast.
Oh, thank you, Keeper. Oh, surely smells good. Looks good, too.
And how are the ankles this morning?
Well, they feel much better, thanks to you.
Good. You feel like chatting for a while?
Well, yes, sir, I surely do.
Well, I want to talk about a new prisoner up in cell 6. I'd like your opinion as to the proper way to get him. Say, Joseph, there's a prisoner in cell 18 that's to be hung. I wonder if you'd see if you can comfort him. By the way, Joseph, I'm going to be gone for several hours. Will you sort of keep an eye on things? Joseph, I want you to take charge of all the prisoners in Hangman's Row. You seem to be able to do more with them than I can. Come on, Joseph. You're leaving this dungeon never again to return.
But the king has pardoned me?
No, Joseph. I'm going to make you my assistant. You will help me in caring for the prisoners' needs. Come on. You'll stay in a room right off the prison office.
Well, what do we have here? Cut. It's bleeding quite badly, too.
Oh, what do you care?
Those wounds need to be washed and dressed.
Yeah, why don't you have the king's personal physician take care of him? Oh, I'm sure he would. He'd be happy to.
This wound is bad. It's got to be tended to immediately.
Oh, yeah, send out an emergency call for the king's... Oh, be careful, that hurts.
Easy.
What does that mean? Oh, be careful, that's as sore as a boil.
Oh, just a little more. We'll have it cleaned up. There. Well, now to do it up.
Say, that feels better already.
Yes, it relieved the pressure. It'll start healing now.
What are you, a physician?
May I talk to you for a few minutes?
Huh?
Yeah, if you make it short and snappy. I got an appointment with the King's Prime Minister in 3 minutes.
I hear you're going to try to break out of here.
Yeah? Who's been squealing?
No one. I just happen to know.
Well, what's it to you if I break out or not?
Well, I want to talk you out of it.
Talk me out of breaking out? Oh, not a chance. I'm going to get out of this prison if I have to kill a dozen guards in the process.
You claim to be innocent of any crime, don't you?
Yeah, sure. I was framed.
If you make an attempt to break out, you will be guilty of a crime, and you'll be assumed to be guilty of the original crime. Then you'll never get out of here.
I won't anyway.
Oh, yes, you will. Justice has a way of finally coming to everyone.
In your case?
In my case, in your case, in every case. Justice, whatever it is, reward, punishment, guilt, freedom, whatever it is, will in the final end be meted out to every person. If you make this attempt to break out, you will fail. And you will have lost all chances of ever being pardoned by the king and becoming free.
Yes, I think I see. What are you, Joseph? A miracle man?
Joseph, step forward.
Yes, God.
The keeper wishes to see you.
Joseph, I have it. I have just the reward for your faithful services as a prisoner. I'm going to make you my assistant. You will have charge of the prisoners, complete charge. Oh, now, not officially, of course. The king wouldn't permit that. But you will have charge of every prisoner. In time, I might even hint to the king that you are in charge. It may start a new trend in prisons, self-rule of the prisoners. There may even be... No prison except this one has a Joseph to be in charge. Oh, well. Anyway, from this moment on, Joseph, you are in charge of every prisoner in this prison. So be it.
He did it! He did it just like I knew he would!
Who did what?
Joseph! He interpreted the king's dreams!
Joseph? Who's he?
Well, he's the one in prison who interpreted my dream. Remember, I told you about him.
Oh, yes. You say he did interpret the king's dream?
Oh, he surely did. And all the court is talking about it. Oh,
well,
they're amazed. A lowly slave and a foreigner at that, doing what our own wise men and magicians could not do.
Well, is the king happy about it?
Happy? Woo-hoo. He's beside himself with joy. And all because of me. I was the one who told the king about Joseph.
What did the dreams, what did they mean?
Well, it was very simple, really. The 7 cattle and 7 ears of corn were 7 years. Now, the 7 fat cattle and plump ears of corn were 7 years of plenty.
Oh.
The 7 lean cattle and thin ears of corn were 7 years of famine. Now, Egypt is going to have 7 good years, followed by 7 years of famine.
The King and the Slave.
The chief of the royal magicians to see his majesty Pharaoh, mighty king of all Egypt.
You may come forward, magician.
Long live the king! Long live the king!
You were present, were you not, when the slave interpreted my dreams?
Oh, yes, your majesty.
Did you concur in the interpretations?
It sounded reasonable, your majesty.
Then you believe we will have 7 years of plenty, followed by 7 years of famine?
Yes, sir.
What do you think of the slave's solution to the survival of Egypt during the 7 years of famine?
Oh, to store up food during the 7 years of plenty, for use during the 7 years of famine, is the only solution, your majesty.
And his idea of appointing a wise and discreet man over the land of Egypt to control and gather the food. What do you think of that idea?
Oh, a fine idea, your majesty. Clever, wise.
Do you have any ideas about such a man who would qualify for the position?
Oh, well, sir, I have had a little experience in administrative duties, and I know a little about farming and storing crops.
Fine. Fine, magician. You're just the one I'm looking for.
Oh.
You are now in charge of a committee to look for and find such a man, wise and discreet, to be my prime minister.
Yes, your majesty.
Find the man immediately. Right away. Now. You may withdraw.
Long live the king. Long live the king.
The chief butler to see His Majesty Pharaoh, mighty king of all Egypt.
Did I send for you, butler?
No, Your Majesty.
Then what are you doing here?
Well, I came to see you, sir, about a very important matter.
Well?
I wish to speak with His Majesty about the appointment of a wise and discreet man as Prime Minister.
You? Well, you're just a butler, my cupbearer. What do you know about affairs of state?
Well, I know nothing about those things, Your Majesty. But I know a wise and discreet man.
Yes?
Joseph, Your Majesty.
Joseph?
Well, he's the one who interpreted your dreams.
Oh, yes, the slave from Canaan. Well, what about him?
He is wise and discreet, Your Majesty.
A slave wise and discreet.
Well, he is, Your Majesty. When Joseph first came to Egypt, he was but a lad, only 17 years old. Potiphar, captain of your guard, bought Joseph on the slave market, and soon Joseph, though he was only a mere lad, was in charge of all that Captain Potiphar owned. Well, under Joseph's guidance, Potiphar soon became a wealthy man. Everything that Joseph did prospered.
But if this be true, why was he cast in the dungeon?
Well, he was falsely accused by Potiphar's wife of a crime he did not commit. Oh, Your Majesty, even in prison Joseph proved his wisdom and discreetness. Not long after being cast into prison, he was given charge of all the prisoners, and soon they had...
Charge of the prisoners? But he himself was a prisoner.
Oh, yes, Your Majesty. Even so, Joseph used such good judgment and skill in all that he did that the prison keeper put Joseph in charge of the entire prison. And never has a prison been run so smoothly and well.
You're suggesting that I appoint Joseph, this slave, as a prime minister of Egypt? Put him in charge of the affairs of the nation at this time of crisis?
He is wise and discreet, Your Majesty.
But he's also a slave.
Well, if he's capable of saving Egypt during the coming 7 years of famine... Well, it seems wise to overlook his past, wouldn't you say so, Your Majesty?
Yes. Well, yes, of course. All right, butler. I look further into the matter and see what I can learn about this slave. Magician, have you yet found a man wise and discreet to become my prime minister?
Well, Your Majesty, frankly, sir, we haven't. Unless it be one of your own council, such as, I.
I have found one, even if you haven't.
Oh, yes, Your Majesty?
The man who interpreted my dreams.
Oh, but he's just a slave, Your Majesty.
He was wise and discreet enough to interpret my dreams and suggest a way to save Egypt during the 7 years of famine. That's something none of you magicians or wise men have done.
Yes, Your Majesty.
His name is Joseph. He's just a young fellow. Only 17 when he came here as a slave to Potiphar, the captain of my guards. In no time he was steward of all that Potiphar had. Even in prison he was soon given charge of all the prisoners. Oh, he must have something. Qualifications that I need in my prime minister. Investigate him. Find out all you can about him and report back to me right away. Right away, understand?
Oh, yes, Your Majesty.
Be gone. Be gone with you. Well, magician, you're back.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Well?
Your Majesty, Joseph is a good boy.
Joseph is a good boy. You found that out. Well. Hooray for our side.
But, Your Majesty, well, Joseph is scarcely the man you'd want to trust with the affairs of state.
And why isn't he?
Well, he's a young man and a slave.
Go on.
Well, Your Majesty, a slave. Well, a prime minister with the background of a slave would bring disgrace to His Majesty's court. People would talk, gossip. Soon the entire world would know that a mere slave of no reputation had become Prime Minister of Egypt. Egypt would lose prestige. We would hang our heads in shame and disgrace.
I've got to find a Prime Minister to handle the situation during the coming crisis. If I don't, I won't have a court. People will die. They'll be too weak from hunger to gossip. I don't care if Joseph is a slave. The question is he wise and discreet enough to govern Egypt through the famine crisis? If so, he will be Prime Minister. Soon the entire world will know that we have food. Food! People will flock to our gates begging for food. Egypt will become the savior of all men. We will be proud of our Prime Minister, even though he was a mere slave. Now, let's be honest and fair with Joseph. In your investigation, did you find anything against him? Has he ever been disloyal, dishonest?
No, those who know him, Your Majesty, report that he would rather die than be disloyal or dishonest.
Trustworthy?
Oh, completely, Your Majesty.
Do people like him? Well, that's important to be a successful Prime Minister.
Well, I didn't find a single person who disliked Joseph. Even Captain Potiphar likes Joseph, Your Majesty.
Amazing.
Well, I have come to the conclusion that Joseph is a remarkable man, Your Majesty. Other than being a slave, he has all the qualities that should make him a powerful, effective, and wise Prime Minister for Egypt during these next 14 years of emergency.
Then you endorse Joseph as Prime Minister?
Except that he is a slave, yes, Your Majesty.
And we must not let the fact that he is a slave influence our thinking in choosing the right man for such a position, must we?
Oh, indeed, we must not, Your Majesty.
My mind is made up. Lackey!
Yes, Your Majesty.
I'm scheduling a meeting of all the members of my court. All of them. There will be no exceptions for the day after tomorrow. See that they're all notified?
Yes, Your Majesty. Princes, ladies, lords, governors, wise men, magicians, all members of the Royal Egyptian Court. His Majesty Pharaoh, great and mighty monarch of all Egypt, requests your attention. His Majesty, King Pharaoh.
Long live the King! I'm sure that all members of my court are familiar with the fact that Egypt is about to come face to face with a dire emergency in the occasion of a coming 7-year famine. As your king and provider of your every substance, it is my duty and pleasure to make provision for your comfort and livelihood during the famine. As all of you know, it was a lowly slave, a prisoner in the royal dungeon, who made known unto me the coming of this 7-year famine. All the wise men, sorcerers, magicians, all in my court were unable to reveal this secret to me. Is there then such a man as this in all the land? A man in whom the Spirit of God is? Members of my court! I take great pleasure in introducing to you this lowly man in whom the Spirit of God dwells. Lackey, bring him forth. Joseph, come forward near my throne.
Long live the king.
You are Joseph, a Hebrew from Canaan?
I am he, Your Majesty.
You predicted that Egypt would have 7 years of famine.
All the world will have 7 years of famine, Your Majesty, preceded by 7 years of plenty.
Your counsel to me was to choose a wise and discreet man and set him over the land of Egypt to gather together food during the 7 good years and store it for use during the 7 famine years.
The God of heaven, him who I worship, has revealed these things to me, Your Majesty. I am merely his servant.
For as much as your God has shown you these things, Joseph, there's none so discreet and wise as thou art. I am placing you over my house, Joseph, and according to thy wishes and thy word shall all the people of Egypt be ruled. Only on the throne shall I be greater than thou. Members of my court, witness this. I remove from my finger the royal signet ring. I put it upon your hand, Joseph. With this signet ring, your word becomes law. I am Pharaoh, king of all Egypt. Without Joseph shall no man lift up his hand or his foot in all the land of Egypt. Joseph, henceforth you shall be known as Zaphenath-Paneah, Prime Minister of Egypt.
And Pharaoh made Joseph to ride in the second chariot which he had, and they cried before him,
Bow the knee! His Royal Highness Joseph, Governor of all Egypt, passes by. Bow the knee!
And Joseph went out from the presence of Pharaoh, and went throughout all the land of Egypt.
The main storehouse will be built here. Roads and trails leading to it must be hard-surfaced for the constant train of carts and wagons bringing grain from the fields. Additional and smaller storage places will be built in a line from that large tree to the base of that. We'll collect from each farmer all the grain and corn above a certain percentage of the yield. You will be notified exactly how much. You will be held accountable for an accurate record of the measures of corn and grain in each. Members of this city council, I've called you together to outline plans for the storage of foods during the coming 7 years of plenty. I've made plans for the taxing and gathering of grains and food. It is up to you to provide storage places for this food. It will be no small task. So you must plan immediately for the construction of huge, waterproof storage places. They must be centrally located and of easy access. As representative of His Majesty King Pharaoh, I order that these instructions...
And Pharaoh, king of Egypt, gave Joseph to wife Asenath, daughter of the high priest of On.
You're very beautiful, Asenath.
Oh, Joseph, my husband. You always say the right thing at the right time.
Well, you are beautiful.
No wonder you're such a success everywhere, with everyone. You know exactly what to say and how to say it. Joseph, I love you very much.
Well, what brought all this on?
You're going away. You're never home for very long at a time, and I was depressed and sad, but you know just how to cheer me up and make life worthwhile even when you're away.
I'm going away on business for the king, you know.
It's more than that, Joseph, dear. You're in the business of saving Egypt. The whole world from hunger and starvation.
Oh, now you're on my team, so you're prejudiced.
Everyone who knows you is on your team. I used to wonder about that. Before I knew you, I marveled that a young man from another country could come to Egypt as a slave, and in a few years be cast into prison, then in another few years be elevated to the highest position in the land, next to the king himself. But now that I know you, it's no mystery. It's really quite simple. Want me to tell you?
Well, it would be interesting to hear your version, yes.
It's your personality. You. You're true, loyal, friendly. You have all the qualities that people admire in others. You're just you. That's my version. It's true, too, isn't it?
No, dear. God has given me success. He's made me what I am.
Oh, in a sense, yes, of course. But if that's absolutely true, how come all people aren't as successful as you? After all, God loves everyone, and He's just as willing to help others as He is to help you. Now, tell me the real reason you're so successful.
God gives opportunities. Success depends upon the use we make of them.
What do you mean?
As a child, my father not only taught me to love and obey God, but also to be faithful in doing little things, the little everyday tasks, and to remember the claims of duty above the claims of pleasure and inclination.
I can understand that.
By learning to be faithful in smaller things, we acquire strength to be faithful in greater matters.
Yes, I just never thought of it that way before.
Well, as I grew into young manhood, God tested me by permitting me to be sold as a slave. Then, to be successful under Potiphar, only to be falsely accused, cast into prison. The discipline, trial of these experiences have all been part of my training to prepare me to fill a greater position of responsibility. Now, do you see?
I see one thing very clearly. You're a wonderful man and husband. And I love you very dearly.
During the 7 years of plenty, the land of Egypt brought forth in great abundance. And Joseph gathered up the grain during the 7 good years, and laid up food in the cities. And it was as the sands of the sea, for it was without number.
As the sands of the sea, eh? None of our people are going to starve during the next 7 years of famine. Thanks to you, Joseph.
And unto Joseph and Asenath were born 2 sons before the years of famine were come. And Joseph called the name of the firstborn Manasseh.
Oh, God has caused me to forget my trials of the past and the intense longing I've had for my father's home. So, his name shall be Manasseh. Manasseh.
And the name of the second son Joseph called Ephraim.
Ephraim, fruitful in a strange land. That shall be this son's name. Ephraim.
And the 7 years of plenty that was in the land of Egypt ended.
Hear ye, hear ye! Be it known throughout the land of Egypt that beginning with sunrise tomorrow morning, it shall be unlawful to destroy or in any manner waste a single morsel of food. His Majesty Pharaoh, King of Egypt, does hereby order that all matters relative to food shall be referred directly to Zaphenath-Paneah, the royal prime minister. Whatsoever he tells you to do, that's do. His word is law. Signed, Pharaoh, King of Egypt.
And Joseph opened up all the storehouses, and sold bread unto the Egyptians. And all countries came into Egypt to Joseph for to buy corn, because there was famine over all the face of the earth. The famine was severely felt in Canaan, where Jacob dwelt with his families and his flocks and herds.
The food, is there much left?
Scarcely any, Father. Only enough for several more weeks. And the children are hungry, crying most of the time.
We just can't keep this up much longer, Father. We've got to have food.
The crops, can anything be salvaged at all?
No, they're completely withered and gone.
I have heard that there is corn in Egypt. Perhaps we can go there and buy some.
Yes, I heard that too. But I don't believe it. A traveler was telling Judah and me that the king of Egypt has been storing up grain and corn for the last 7 years, so they'd have enough to carry them over this famine. But that's impossible. How would he know there was going to be a famine?
God would know.
Yes, Father, but those Egyptians worship idols. They know nothing about the true and living God. The tale of food stored in Egypt is just a fantasy, nothing to it.
It is our only chance of survival. We have to take the chance. Reuben, my son, you and your 9 brothers take money, and with your donkeys go to Egypt, buy corn and bring it back here, as much as they'll let you buy.
But what if there is none at all to buy?
Come back, and we shall all perish together.
I don't know, Reuben. I'm fearful of what'll happen.
What do you think will happen?
I don't know. I wish I did. But I have a feeling that all isn't going to go well with us when we go to Egypt. For some reason, my mind keeps conjuring up visions of disaster.
Like what?
Nothing definite. It's just a feeling.
Does it have anything to do with Joseph?
No, I don't think so. Yet, it could be, I suppose. My memory never forgets that moment I saw Joseph disappear over the hill with those merchantmen on his way to oblivion and slavery. And I, Simeon, I was chiefly responsible. No, I'll never forget it.
I think you could, Simeon. I think all of us could forget it. If we went to Father and confessed the whole thing.
We've discussed this before, Reuben, many times. And I'm still of the opinion that it would be cruel to confess to Father. He would feel much worse about it than he does now. I would rather go on feeling guilty and badly than to bring any additional grief to Father.
Yes, I suppose you're right.
Reuben! Reuben! Don't you think it's about time we made camp for the night? The donkeys are about done in.
So am I. All right, Levi. Make camp at the first likely spot.
So this is Egypt.
This is Egypt.
What is that up ahead, Reuben?
I thought it was a village. No, I'm not sure.
I never saw a village like that. One large, huge building, flanked by other buildings almost as large. And there are no tents nor people.
I see one person. A man. Standing in front of that biggest building. He looks like a soldier.
He is a soldier.
Must be guarding whatever's inside that building. Wonder what?
Let's find out. Stop and ask him. We need a rest anyway.
All right, when we get closer.
I don't think it's wise to go too close, all of us. Perhaps we'd better stop here and just the two of us approach that guard.
Probably so. All right. Levi, stop the caravan.
Halt! Who goes there?
Strangers. On our way to the capital city.
Approach and be identified.
Thank you, God. We are from Canaan, sons of Jacob.
What do you want?
Directions on how to get to the capital city.
Keep going south.
We've heard that there's food here in Egypt for sale. Can you tell us who we should see about it?
Zaphaneth-Paneah.
Zaphaneth-Paneah? Who's he?
The Prime Minister.
Oh.
Is there much food to be purchased from this the Prime Minister?
Plenty.
Where does all this food come from?
Zaphaneth-Paneah.
Yes, but where does he get the food?
Storehouses.
Storehouses? Well, who stored the food in these storehouses?
Zaphaneth-Paneah.
Zaphaneth-Paneah?
It's obvious, my dear brother Reuben, that this Zaphaneth-Paneah is quite a fellow.
This building, this big building is a storehouse, and it's full of food?
All of these buildings are storehouses, filled with food.
All of these buildings are... Oh, my, there must be enough food in these buildings to last a lifetime, the whole world.
There are many other store places like these. Egypt is dotted with them.
Others, like these, as big as these.
Some are bigger. Zaphaneth-Paneah is a big man.
I see what you mean.
And Zaphaneth-Paneah is also a good man.
He must be.
Come, Simeon. Let's be on our way to the capital city.
Yes, and get our fair share of all this food that what's his name has so kindly stored up.
You feel better, huh?
But yes, it's a great morning, a wonderful world. Thanks to that long-named Prime Minister's foresight, we can buy all the food we can carry. Soon we'll be back home with food for our loved ones. Life once again will be worth living. Feel better. I'm on top of the world. La, 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 la.
All right, fellows, we'll stop here for the night.
Oh, I'm about all in. I wonder how far we've come today.
We're not even out of Egypt yet.
All right, you two, get to work. Unload the sacks of grain. Stack them over there by that tree. Hurry now, it's getting late and we want to make camp and eat before dark.
Don't get so excited.
Asher, you gather wood and build a fire. Dan and Zebulun, you help me fix supper. And the rest of you get the donkeys tethered for the night.
Reuben, something's wrong.
Why, Levi, you're as white as a ghost. What's happened?
Something terrible.
What is it?
We will be called thieves. The governor of Egypt will have us all thrown in the dungeon.
Have you lost your mind? We're not thieves.
Levi, tell us. What happened?
When I opened my sack of corn, the money I paid for the food, the silver, the very same silver, it was all there in the sack.
You found the money in your sack?
Now we're really in trouble.
What is this that God hath done unto us?
The governor's mysterious feast.
Now the famine was sore in the land, and Jacob and his families anxiously await the return of the 10 brothers who have journeyed into Egypt to buy food.
But, Dinah, my daughter, your brothers will be back from Egypt any day now, and then we'll have food.
Why aren't they back now? They've had time enough.
Well, it takes longer for such things than we might think.
Longer for what? We know exactly how many days the traveling takes. What else is there that takes time?
You must remember, Dinah, my daughter, that all the world beats a path to Egypt's door, seeking for food. Perhaps it is taking your brothers days of waiting before they can see the proper official.
In the meantime, our children must starve.
In the meantime, we must be patient. Trust God. He will direct your brothers. They're probably on their way back at this very moment, happy in the thought that soon they will be home. O God of love and mercy, of understanding, hear my plea. Heed the crying of my families and their little ones. Bring my sons back from Egypt, that they may have food and live. Guide the steps of my sons as thou didst guide the steps of Abraham, as he journeyed into Egypt and returned. Let thy face shine upon my 10 sons as they...
Grandfather!
You should be more careful, my child, how you interrupt. I was communing with God.
But, Grandfather, my father and all my uncles are coming home.
Of course they are, my child. God is taking care of them, and they will return.
But, Grandfather, I mean they're coming right now. They're almost here.
What? Say that again.
My father and all my uncles are almost home from Egypt.
Where are they?
They're coming.
Yes, but where?
They're coming down the East Lane.
Oh, quick, help me outside. We must welcome my sons as befits their mission and triumphant return. Here, hold my arm. That's it. I knew they'd be here. Careful now, careful. I'm not as young as I was. Oh, gather round, my sons, my daughters, my grandchildren, gather round. We have finished eating a good meal. The threat of starvation is past, at least temporarily. And now we are all anxious to hear about the adventures of my 10 sons in the strange land of Egypt. But before we listen to them, we are going to thank God again for his loving and watchful care. O merciful God, God of creation, we thank thee for bringing to us a measure of the blessings of this world's goods. We thank thee especially for the food that thou hast brought to us from Egypt. we thank thee for bringing back to us, safe and sound, my sons. Keep us all. Bless us in doing thy will. Amen. Now, my children, we have long awaited this event, the return of my 10 sons from Egypt with food, and we are anxious to hear of their adventures. And yet, perhaps we had better wait a moment longer until Simeon finishes taking care of the animals and comes in. What say you? So shall it be.
Father, may I say something?
Why, of course, Reuben, my eldest son, of course.
Simeon, I mean, he isn't taking care of the animals.
Well, no mind. We'll wait for him anyway.
But, Father, Simeon isn't here.
Well, I can see that. That's why we're waiting.
No, he isn't here at all. He's in Egypt.
What did you say?
Simeon isn't here. He's still back there in Egypt.
Still in Egypt? Simeon? My son? Simeon?
Yes, Father.
But why? Why didn't he come home with the rest of you?
He couldn't.
He couldn't? Is he sick?
No, Father. He's in prison.
Simeon? In prison?
Yes, Father. He's in the royal dungeon.
Oh, tell me, Reuben, is my son Simeon bad? Evil?
No, sir. Simeon's a good man.
But he's in the dungeon. What did he do? Steal, kill, or what?
He did nothing, Father, to deserve to be cast into prison.
But he was cast into prison, and he is there. Why?
I don't know. None of us do. It's a mystery we've been trying to solve. For some reason or other, the governor of Egypt, from the moment we arrived in Egypt, treated us unkindly. He cast us all into prison. He accused us of being spies.
Spies? My sons? Spies?
He really thought we were spies. Still does, I guess.
Well, you'll go straight back to Egypt and tell the governor the truth. And you'll get Simeon out of the dungeon and bring him home.
Father, we can't.
Well, of course you can and will. Immediately.
No, Father. The governor... Well, he gave us instructions what to do. We can never go to Egypt again. If we do, we will be executed as spies. Unless... Well, we just can't go back, that's all.
Unless what?
Nothing, Father.
Reuben, what instructions did that governor give you? You cannot go back to Egypt unless what?
It just won't work, Father.
Reuben, tell me this instant...
We can't do it, so there's no use to even talk about it.
I'll be the judge of that.
Well, the governor, he said, if ever we do go back to Egypt, he will know we are spies and execute us unless we take to Egypt with us Benjamin.
Benjamin? My beloved son, Benjamin? Oh, Joseph is gone. Disappeared, devoured by a wild beast. Simeon is in Egypt in a dungeon, and now you would take Benjamin from me. No, never. I would go down to my grave in sorrow. Benjamin cannot go down to Egypt.
Grandfather, they found money, lots of money.
And who found money?
All my uncles. It was in their sacks of corn.
Yes, it's true, Father.
What's true, Judah?
The money we paid for the food in Egypt. It's in our sacks, all of it.
You mean all the money we paid the clerk in Egypt is in our sacks?
Yes.
The same money?
We just opened the rest of our sacks to store the food, and there it was. The same money down inside the sacks.
Judah, Reuben, what does all this mean?
It's just another one of those mysterious things I was telling you about, Father. We don't know what it means, what any of it means. We don't know what or why or how.
I am afraid, my sons, afraid that all this betokens evil things to come.
I think we better go right back to Egypt and return the money.
We'd have to take Benjamin with us.
We'll just have to take him, that's all.
No. Me have ye bereaved of my children. Joseph is not, Simeon is not, and now ye would take Benjamin from me.
Father, I have 2 sons. I give them in security for the safe return of Benjamin.
Benjamin shall not go down to Egypt with you. His brother is dead, and he alone is left. If mischief befall him on your way to Egypt, then shall ye bring down my grey hairs in sorrow to the grave.
And the famine was sore in the land. And it came to pass, when Jacob and his families had eaten up the corn which they had brought out of Egypt, Jacob said unto his sons,
My sons, we are about out of food. It's time to go to Egypt again and buy food.
But, Father, the governor did solemnly forbid us to look upon his face again, except we have Benjamin with us.
Well, certainly the governor will relent. Now go to Egypt and buy food.
Send Benjamin with us, Father, and we will go at once, that we and our families may eat and live.
I can't let Benjamin go. I would fear for his safety.
Send him with me. I will be surety for his safe return. In the sight of God, I shall forever be blamed if I fail to restore Benjamin to you.
Oh, no.
But we need food, Father. We've got to have food, or we die.
Joseph is gone. Simeon is in prison. Benjamin? No, I can't.
We will all die, Father, including Benjamin, if we do not go to Egypt.
Very well, Judah. You and your brothers prepare for the journey to Egypt. I will let Benjamin go. If I be bereaved of my children, I am bereaved. Everything ready for the journey, my son?
Yes, Father.
You have spices and myrrh, nuts and almonds, a little balm, and a little honey for the governor of Egypt?
Yes, Father, a little of each.
And your money, double the amount needed, including the money that was found in your sacks when you returned before?
Yes, Father, we have all that.
All right. Take Benjamin, and be gone ere I change my mind.
Yes, Father.
One moment, Reuben.
Yes, Father?
I would invoke God's blessing on your trip.
Quiet, everyone.
May God give you mercy before the governor of Egypt, that he may send away your other brother, Simeon, and return also Benjamin unto me. May God be with you and bless you.
Goodbye, Father. We'll be back before long. Goodbye.
Oh, Benjamin.
Yes, Father?
Oh, nothing. Just be a good boy. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Father.
Goodbye.
Be with them, O Lord, and soften the heart of the governor.
Grandfather,
Yes, my child?
hold me on your lap.
Of course. There you are, my child.
Grandfather, when will my father and all my uncles get back from Egypt?
Well, whenever God sees fit to bring them back.
Is that man, that mean governor of Egypt, going to put my father and my uncles in prison like he did Uncle Simeon and kill them as spies?
We must believe that he won't. We must have faith and believe.
Your Highness?
Yes.
There's another group outside seeking food.
And where are they from?
Canaan.
Oh.
They've been here before, Your Highness. 10 of them. Brothers.
Oh, yes. Yes, I remember. Spies, weren't they?
We're holding one of them in prison as hostage until the others prove they are not spies.
They brought proof.
Yes, Your Highness. They have with them a younger brother, as requested. Shall I issue them a certificate for food?
I'll see them personally.
Yes, Your Highness. Should I have them wait?
Yes, I'll be along in a few minutes.
Yes, Your Highness.
Your brothers, Joseph?
Yes, and it appears they've brought Benjamin with them.
You didn't expect they would?
Well, I expected Father wouldn't let them bring... Unless that is, Father's dead.
Your father dead?
Well, I can hardly believe he would permit them to bring Benjamin.
Oh, I'm sorry, dear. Are you still going in there and see your brothers?
Yes. I want to see if they're still cruel, hard, selfish, wicked men. I must find out. Somehow, I must put them to a test. They hated me because I was their half-brother. Benjamin is also their half-brother. They may hate him. Yes, I'll use Benjamin to test them. See if they're really changed or still the same evil, jealous men they used to be.
Bow the knee. His Highness Governor Zapanath Paneah, Prime Minister of Egypt, enters. You may arise. Long live the governor!
The governor's conferring with the guard.
The governor can't understand our language, remember?
Oh, yes.
And he's probably instructing the guard what to say to us. Look, the governor's leaving.
Follow me. The governor's instructions.
Where are we going?
Just follow me.
Are we being taken to prison?
Follow me.
Yes, sir.
Remain here until instructed to do otherwise.
What is this place, guard?
This is the governor's apartments in the royal palace.
Royal palace? Just a minute, fellows. Why were we brought here to the governor's home?
His Highness so ordered.
But why?
His Highness ordered me to bring you here and have you wait until further orders. That's all I can tell you. Goodbye.
I wonder what the governor's going to do now.
I know.
You do?
Yes, and we're in trouble. Serious trouble. It's about that money we found in our sacks. You don't think it got there accidentally, do you? Of course not. It was put there purposely by someone with a motive. The governor. And he has brought us here to account for the money. He'll say we're thieves, and that's legal reason to make us slaves, regardless of the country we're from.
Slaves?
Don't worry, Benjamin. You will not become a slave. Somehow we will prevent that, even by death if necessary.
I must say, Judah, that's a long cry from the time another boy, another lad, begged us not to sell him into slavery.
Reuben, what are you talking about? Anyway, such things are not for the innocent ears of Benjamin. Be careful what you say.
His Highness the Governor instructed me to see that you are refreshed. Perhaps you would have water?
Why, no thanks.
Anything at all?
No, thank you. What is your position with His Highness? Your official title and position?
I am steward to His Highness and all that he has.
Then perhaps you can help us.
I am here to serve.
Well, we're deeply concerned. On our way home the last time we were here, we found our money in our sacks, and we don't know how it got there. We didn't put it there. We're innocent of any wrongdoing, and as proof that we are innocent, we've brought a double amount of money to pay what we owe and buy more food. We wish we knew how that money got in our sacks.
Peace be to you. Fear not. For your God and the God of your father hath given you treasure in your sacks. I had the money. I put it in your sack.
I can't understand that.
Simeon!
Simeon, it is you. Yes, out of the dungeon at last. And how is... There's Benjamin. Benjamin, how are you?
Well and happy, Simeon. You don't look bad.
For having been in the dungeon.
No, not too bad. But, Father, how is he?
Oh, he's fine.
And he let you come to Egypt?
He had no choice. It was either that or let our family starve.
And how did they treat you in prison?
Like a spy.
Did they apologize when they released you?
No, they just came and got me and brought me here, without a word of explanation. And I find you here. Oh, it's good to see you all again.
God is good and gracious to us. I feel relieved.
Pardon me, gentlemen, but it's time to go.
Go where, steward?
His Highness the Governor hath invited you to a feast.
A feast? The Governor? Well, why invite us to a feast?
You will follow me, please, into the banquet chamber.
Banquet
Bow the knee. His Highness Governor Zapanath Paneah, Prime Minister of Egypt, together with high officials and dignitaries of His Majesty's court, enters. Arise.
Long live the Governor!
Sir, may I have a word with the Governor?
Since you do not speak the language of His Highness, I shall pass along your message to the Governor.
We are 11 men from Canaan, sons of one man. Though our land is famine-wasted, we bring a little balm and a little honey, spices and myrrh, and nuts and almonds, as gifts of peace to His Highness Governor Zapanath Paneah, Prime Minister of Egypt.
He's interpreting what you said to the governor. If he, the governor, accepts our gifts, does it mean that everything's all right?
Well, I hope so.
His Highness accepts the gifts from the men of Canaan, and he wishes to know if your father, the old man of whom you spoke, is still alive.
Thy servant, our father, is in good health. He is yet alive.
Is this the younger brother you were to bring back with you?
It is our younger brother, and he... Well, what's wrong with the governor? For some reason, he suddenly left the room.
I saw tears in his eyes.
The governor weeping? Shedding tears? Never.
But I saw tears. He did that once before, remember?
Excuse me, gentlemen, but it is time you are seated at the banquet table.
Which table, steward?
Yes, which table? Well, there are 3 of them.
That table at the head of the room is for the governor himself. Because of his high rank, he must eat alone. And that table is for the officers of His Majesty's court. This table is for you. By law, Egyptians are forbidden to eat with people of any other nation. However, as you are honored guests of Egypt, you will be supplied with food directly from the Prime Minister's table. Please be seated. You will sit here.
Thank you, steward.
You will sit next here.
And when the 11 brothers were seated, the governor returned to the banquet hall, and the feast began.
Reuben, have you noticed anything peculiar about this feast?
Peculiar? What do you mean?
The way we're seated at this table. You first, then me, then on down by age to Benjamin, the youngest.
Why, yes. We are seated according to our ages, aren't we?
How did that steward know our ages?
Yes, how did he?
It's a mystery. An evil omen.
I wonder.
There's something wrong about this whole thing. We're seated at the table according to our ages. How? Why? Why are we being treated like this in the first place? First we're spies. Now we're honored guests. It just doesn't make sense. There's something wrong. Radically wrong.
But what?
I haven't the slightest idea. And another thing. Look at Benjamin. Servers are around him like bees around honey. They're stumbling over each other to serve him. Why? And look at the food they bring him from the governor's table. 5 times more than they're serving to any of the rest of us.
Well, I'm glad to see Benjamin treated special. He is special.
Oh, yes, I agree. I'd do anything to protect and serve Benjamin myself. I love him and all that, but why are these Egyptians treating him better than the rest of us? It's almost as if they're testing us to see if we're jealous of Benjamin. And we're not.
But we were jealous men at one time. We were jealous of Joseph. We were even jealous of his dreams, remember? We said we'd never bow down and pay homage to him.
Arise from the table and bow the knee. His Highness Governor Zapanath Paneah, Prime Minister of Egypt, arises to officially welcome to Egypt his honored guest from Canaan.
And all the brothers feasted and were merry. In the morning, the sons of Jacob, with their mounts laden with sacks of food, joyfully set out and returned to Canaan. Simeon and Benjamin were with them, and all felt that they had safely escaped the perils that had seemed to surround them in Egypt.
A deliverer is born.
Everyone knows the story of Joseph, how he was sold as a slave into Egypt and then became governor of the land of the Nile, all because he was true and loyal to the principles he was taught at his parents' knees. This is the story of what happened to the descendants of Joseph as they dwelt in the land of Egypt.
Rowan of the house of Gale, Thebes, to see the king, the great and mighty king of all Egypt. Long live the king.
Audience granted. You may come forward.
Long live the king.
So, you are Rowan.
I am Rowan.
I understand that you are making quite a stir in Thebes.
I don't understand, Your Majesty.
And it seems you don't approve of the way I'm running the country.
Oh, live forever, O king. I am an Egyptian. My fathers have been Egyptians since the beginning of time. As a loyal Egyptian, I am glad and happy to pay taxes to support my government. And
You complain of high taxes?
No, Your Majesty. I realize that I must pay for the 7 years of famine we have just gone through.
Then, what is your complaint?
Your Majesty, there is a group of people here in our great land who do not pay taxes. They are not Egyptians, they are foreigners. They live on the fat of the land and are not required to pay any taxes. I do, yet I am an Egyptian. They are not.
You refer to the descendants of Joseph?
Yes, Your Majesty. They have been given the land of Goshen, the best land in Egypt, tax-free.
There is a reason, Rowan.
I do not doubt that, Your Majesty. Yet your subjects, your loyal Egyptian subjects, are not acquainted with that reason.
Then I must acquaint them with the reason. I must see that they know the truth. Scribe, bring quill and scroll. I must issue a proclamation at once. Now I want you to hear this, Rowan of the house of Gale, Thebes. Therefore you may remain.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Put this in the proclamation, scribe, and see that it goes to every city and crossroad in Egypt. I am Pharaoh. I am great and just and mighty, but there is one even more mighty and just and great than I am. He is the God of Joseph. He saved our land and our people from starvation during the 7 years of famine. Because of this, we owe him an everlasting debt of gratitude. A law has therefore been made that Joseph and his family shall live in Goshen tax-free for as long as they remain in Egypt. Royal favor has been extended to them because of the benefit.
Time passed. Joseph and his brothers died. But their descendants, the Israelites, continued to grow in numbers until there were many thousands of them living happily and contented in the land of Egypt. About this time, there was a great civil war in Egypt. The noblemen of the south arose and overthrew the kings of the north, who had been so kind to Joseph and his people. And there arose a new king who didn't respect the Israelites, nor the provisions made for them. He was a very wicked king.
Lackey, I will see the Minister of Finance now.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Minister of Finance, you may come forward.
Long live Pharaoh, great and mighty ruler of all Egypt.
Minister of Finance, I would like a report on the progress you're making raising money for the Syrian campaign.
Your Majesty, the progress is very slow.
Ah.
The people are already taxed to the limit. And furthermore, the crops have done very poorly this year.
I don't want excuses, Minister. Either you raise more money for the treasury or you'll be beheaded. I don't care how you do it. Just do it.
Oh, Pharaoh, live forever. May I, your humble servant, make a suggestion?
Get me more money and I don't care what you do.
His Majesty's treasury will be bulging with money if His Majesty will do just one thing.
Me?
If His Majesty will lift the royal favor from the Israelites, there will be more than sufficient money.
Royal favor from the Israelites?
By law, Your Majesty, the Israelites are not required to pay taxes.
What's that? The Israelites don't pay taxes?
Not one penny, Your Majesty.
Everyone pays taxes, except me.
The descendants of Joseph don't.
Well, tax them, and see that they pay.
But that will require changing the law, Your Majesty.
I am the law. Tax the Israelites.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Just why don't the Israelites pay taxes?
Well, they never have, Your Majesty. It's because Joseph is supposed to have saved Egypt during the last famine. And...
Minister, tax those Israelites twice as much as anyone else. But first, take everything they have. Everything. For back taxes.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Money. A gold mine, these foreign Israelites. You are my Minister of Finance, aren't you?
Yes, Your Majesty.
All right, then get me more money.
But how, Your Majesty?
Tax the Israelites heavier.
But, Your Majesty, they're already taxed.
They're foreigners. Well, tax them. Tax them. Tax them. Minister, make a note of the following decree.
Yes, Your Majesty.
From this date, the people known as the Israelites will forfeit all rights as an independent people and will henceforth become the property of the state. They are to be considered slaves and treated as such. An army of Egyptian taskmasters shall be appointed by the state to work the Israelites to the limit of their strength.
Hey, you Israelites there! Lay those bricks faster.
What business is it of yours what I do?
I'm a special taskmaster appointed by royal decree to see that you Israelites do not loiter on the job. You see this whip? I am authorized.
Long live the king! Long live the king!
Yes, Minister of State?
Oh, King, there is a group of people in the land who are likely at any moment to rebel and try to overthrow your government.
Oh, there is there? Who are they?
Israelites, Your Majesty. And they...
No, them. You mean our slave labor. You say they're about to rebel?
Oh, they might at any time, Your Majesty. They're discontented, unhappy... And there are so many of them that they might be able to actually overthrow our government and way of life.
I take it that you didn't come before me unprepared. You have some idea? Some scheme to correct the situation?
I have a suggestion, Your Majesty, if His Majesty will be so kind as to permit me to voice it.
I will listen.
The Israelites, Your Majesty, are a great boon to Egyptian domestic welfare, if they are properly handled. They help us build, they help us in many ways, and with little, if any, cost to us. So, Your Majesty, we do not want to be rid of them, entirely rid of them. Otherwise, we could just kill them off.
Oh, no. That would be most unwise.
Exactly, Your Majesty. Therefore, I suggest that we merely keep their number down. Don't let them increase.
Yes, but my Minister of Public Welfare tells me that the more we suppress them, the stronger they become. So how do you propose to keep them from increasing?
Slay them as fast as they are born.
It's cold-blooded, but it would work.
I propose to slay all the male babies that are born to Israelite mothers.
Just the male babies?
Women hold no danger to our country, Your Majesty. It's the male Israelite that holds a menace to the country.
Yes, your suggestion has merit. In fact, it's a brilliant idea. Yet I think perhaps it might be wiser to slay the male Israelites as they arrive At a certain old age, they can no longer work efficiently anyway. If we do away with all the male babies, soon we won't have any male Israelites to do the work.
It's a very wise observation, Your Majesty. Nevertheless, there is one good reason why we should slay the male babies.
Oh?
The Israelites are looking for and expecting a savior to be born.
A savior?
Someone who can and will deliver them from our bondage.
Ah.
They're expecting this savior to be born as a babe. Something in their religion, I believe. But if we kill off all the male babies, their savior will never be a reality. They will remain in bondage to us forever. And the danger of them increasing to a danger point is also reduced to a minimum.
Yes. Well, it's your idea, so I'll place you in charge.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
And remember, have every Israelite male baby slain.
Not far from the palace of the king lives a devout, God-fearing Israelite named Amram. With him live his wife Jochebed, a daughter named Miriam, and a small son Aaron. It wasn't long after the king had announced the cruel decree that this Israelite home was blessed with the arrival of a beautiful baby boy.
Poor little Moses. What's to become of him?
If he'd just been a girl.
The king's soldiers will throw him in the river.
Don't say such a thing, Miriam.
But they will. They throw all Israelite baby boys in the river.
Miriam's right, Mother. The soldiers are bound to find Moses eventually and slay him.
But we've kept him hidden for 3 months, haven't we?
Yes, but I'm afraid we can't expect to keep him safe at home here much longer.
Why don't we try to hide him somewhere away from home where the soldiers will never think to look for him?
Hide a baby? How and where?
I know. I'll make a little basket boat for him. We'll hide him on the river.
And lose him when he floats down the river with the current?
We'll fasten it in the bulrushes near the bank.
Now, who will take care of him, watch him, feed him?
I will, Mother. May I?
That's the answer, Miriam. You can make believe you're playing with your dolls on the bank of the river, and actually you'll be keeping a watch over little Moses.
Maybe it will work at that.
Of course it will.
Anyway, it's worth a try. Miriam, you run and get some river grass so your mother can weave a basket boat. I'll mix some clay and pitch to make the basket watertight. And we'd better hurry. Every moment we lose brings death that much closer to little Moses. There. The basket's fastened securely.
You're sure it won't float down the river?
Positive.
Should I start making believe I'm playing with my dolls now?
In just a minute, Miriam. Right now, let's all bow our heads in a moment of prayer. God of our fathers, we thank Thee for giving us a son. Help us now to preserve him, so that he may grow up and serve Thee faithfully. Keep watch over him now, as we leave him in Thy care and keeping. Amen.
Oh, Amram, I can't. I just can't leave my son all alone on the river like this.
But we have to, if we want him to live and grow into a man. All right, Miriam. You go over there under that tree and play with your dolls. But be sure to watch little Moses.
I will. I'll watch him awfully close.
Meanwhile, not very far away, the royal princess of Egypt and her maids are walking along the bank of the river, looking for a place for the princess to take her daily bath.
How is this spot, Princess? The bottom is nice and sandy, and the water is just about waist deep.
Yes, this is a nice spot. Let's do stop here. No, let's go on around that bend.
But why, Princess? This place is perfect.
I don't know why. For some reason, I just think we should go on.
All right, Princess.
And so the princess and her maids continue on down the river, toward the very spot where Miriam is watching over baby Moses.
Hi, it's a beautiful day. It's almost time to go and feed Moses. I guess I'll... Someone's coming down the path. Oh, no. It's the princess and her maids. What'll I do? mustn't get excited. I'll just go on playing with my dolls as if I don't even see the princess. And I'll pray, and God will hear me and answer my prayer. I know he will. Oh, dear God, please protect little Moses. Please don't let the princess find him and hurt him and...
Minette, out there in the bulrushes. What is it? It looks like something floating on the river caught in the bulrushes.
I can't tell what it is from here, Your Highness.
Well, wade out there and find out what it is.
Yes, Your Highness.
What is it?
A basket of some sort.
What's in the basket?
I don't know. The basket's got a cover on it.
Well, bring the basket here. We'll open it and see what it is.
Yes, Your Highness.
I put it here. Take the cover off. Well, go ahead, unfasten it.
Yes, Your Highness. A baby.
A baby. Oh, beautiful little thing, isn't he?
All babies look alike to me.
Oh, there, little man. Come to me. Now, there's nothing to cry about.
Wonder who he is, where he came from.
He's an Israelite baby. See, there's no band around his ankle.
Some mother he must have, trying to get rid of her baby like this.
A wonderful mother, smart and wise, hiding her little son on the river to save him from father's soldiers. Oh, he's cute. Aren't you, little man? I think I'll keep him.
Keep him? But, Your Highness, surely you're not serious.
But I am. He's so beautiful.
But your father ordered all Israelite male babies killed.
Not this one. This one's mine.
Oh, your father, long live the king, he'll be very angry.
Is any wish of mine to be denied?
Her Highness's least wish is law.
I wish this baby is my own. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Highness.
And see that you tell no one about this incident.
Yes, Your Highness.
Hello, Princess.
Be gone, little girl. I'm about to take my daily bath.
Excuse me, Princess, but I noticed that you found a little baby.
I don't have time to talk.
May I see the baby, Princess? I love babies.
All right. Here he is. Look at him.
Oh, he's asleep.
Do you know who he is, little girl?
May I hold your baby, Princess?
He isn't mine, I told you. I found him in the... All right. You may hold him.
He's a sweet baby, isn't he?
Why, you hold him just as if you were used to holding him.
Are you going to adopt him, Princess?
Yes. Yes, I think I will.
Will that make him a prince?
Yes, little girl. He will be a prince the second I adopt him. And I adopt him this very minute.
And I'm holding him. I'm holding a prince.
Well, give him to me now. I'll take him to the palace and feed him. Minette, take the baby. I mean, Prince. And hold him while I finish bathing.
Yes, Your Highness. He doesn't like me.
Well, let me have him again. I'll make him stop crying. See?
He seems to like you, little girl. Perhaps I should take you to the palace with me to take care of him.
Well, why don't you leave him here with me?
Here? With you?
I mean with my mother. She's a good nurse, and if this baby isn't yours, you need a nurse for him. I'm sure Mother would like the job.
Little girl, I think your mother would make a good nurse. Perhaps I should hire her to take care of the baby until he gets to be about 12 years old. Do you think your mother would do that?
Oh, yes, Princess. And she's home right now. I could run get her. Want me to?
Yes, do, little girl.
I'll run real fast. I'll be right back, Princess. Here she is, Princess, my mother.
Greetings and salutations, Princess Hatshepsut, Princess of all the land of Egypt. Miriam said you wished to engage a nursemaid for your son.
My adopted son.
Your adopted son.
I wish to engage a wise mother to act as a nursemaid for the baby, yes.
I am but a humble servant, a lowly Israelite.
but I shall obey Your Highness in whatever task she commands me to perform. I wish my son, my adopted son, brought up as a gentleman and a prince.
I shall try to the very best of my ability, Your Highness.
You will love this baby as your own son?
I realize, Your Highness, that motherly love is one of the very essentials in the bringing up of children.
Your name?
Jochebed, wife of Amram, a bricklayer.
You will be furnished with ample means for the boy's clothing and upkeep, and for your wages. At your knee, and by your wisdom, shall the boy be taught and trained until he is 12 years old. See to it that he is taught and trained beyond reproach.
Yes, Your Highness.
So Moses was returned to his home, this time as a royal charge, instead of an Israelite boy-baby hunted by the soldiers of the king. And there was much rejoicing in Amram's home.
God of our fathers, we thank Thee for saving our son Moses from death in the river. We thank Thee for making it possible for us to keep him until he is 12 years old. Help us to have the wisdom and knowledge to train him according to Thy precepts. And at last, save us all in Thy kingdom. Amen.
The years pass. As Moses grew into a boy, his mother taught him of the true God of heaven. She instilled in him principles of truth and honesty.
Moses, my son, soon now you'll have to leave our home and become the crown prince of Egypt. You'll have wealth and power. You'll have everything your heart desires. But Moses, my son, don't let these things spoil you or cause you to forget God. Many times I've told you about how God saved you as a baby. It must be that God has a great purpose for you to fulfill. So, Moses, you must continue to worship the true God at the palace, whatever the cost. Live a pure and clean life, my son, so that when you are grown, God can use you. Use you to deliver our people from the bondage of Egypt. Yes?
Are you the woman who's taking care of Prince Moses, adopted son of the princess?
I am.
The princess sends word to have Moses ready to leave for the palace tomorrow at noon.
I've been expecting this. All right, officer. Moses will be ready.
Long live the prince!
Moses is getting in the carriage.
What?
He's leaving.
Yay! Yay!
Long live the prince and king of Egypt.
And our brother.
Oh, God in heaven, be with our son as he begins his new life as the crown prince of Egypt. Guide his footsteps as he grows into manhood, that he'll not be influenced by the pomp and pleasure of the palace. May he never forget to worship Thee and prepare himself for the work of delivering us from bondage.
No, Moses didn't forget God. He did not forget his people, the Israelites, either. In fact, Moses grew into one of the greatest men of God this world has ever known. And after many years of preparation, God used Moses to deliver the Israelite slaves from their Egyptian masters. And Israel became a free nation under God.
The king with a heart of stone.
Egypt, several centuries before Christ, was the greatest nation on earth. Her kings were rich and renowned throughout the world as monarchs ruling with ruthlessness and absolute power. Glittering adornments, rich paintings, and sculptured images of Egyptian gods lined the lordly halls and lofty columns of the king's palace. Amid all this beauty and splendor sat the cruel king Amenhotep, ruling from his golden throne an industrious, ambitious people. In his egotistical mind, the king was certain that he was favored of the gods and that his rule would never end.
Baker, bring more cakes or I'll get a new baker. Butler, butler, more meat. This is living. Good things to eat. Endless entertainment. The gods are good to me.
Were you addressing me, Your Majesty?
I was merely observing how great a king I am. The greatest king ever to rule over the greatest nation on earth.
Long live the king.
Long live the king. Back to your feasting, everyone. Yes, Lackey, don't just stand there. What do you want?
Ambassadors seek an audience with His Majesty.
Ambassadors?
2 of them, Your Majesty.
Whom do they represent?
The King of Kings.
King of Kings? Never heard of him. What country does he rule over?
The ambassadors didn't say, Your Majesty.
That's odd. A king about whom I've never heard.
I'll tell them to go away.
You'll do nothing of the sort?
Yes, Your Majesty.
It'll be interesting talking to them, finding out just who this King of Kings is. Audience granted. Show them in.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Quiet! Quiet! This is not a banquet room. This is my throne room. Clear this room. I am about to give audience.
Two ambassadors from the King of Kings to see His Majesty, great and mighty monarch of all Egypt.
You may come forward.
Long live the king.
Arise. You are ambassadors from the King of Kings? Yes, Your Majesty. And the King of Kings rules where?
The universe, Your Majesty.
The universe?
By right of creation. He rules the entire universe, Your Majesty. By his might, all things exist.
He doesn't rule Egypt. I do.
As ambassadors of the King of Kings, in his name, in the name of Jehovah, we request that you let the Israelites go to the wilderness, that they may hold a feast unto him.
Who is Jehovah that I should obey him? I know not Jehovah. Neither will I let Israel go.
The God of Israel met with us and requested that we come into thy presence, O king, to seek permission for the Israelites to go 3 days' journey into the desert and there sacrifice unto the Lord our God. If perchance, O king, you refuse to let Israel go, the Lord will bring disaster upon you and upon your people. All the firstborn of the land will die.
I know who you really are. You're Moses, and you're his brother Aaron. You can't scare me. I've heard how you're exciting my slaves and hindering them in their work. You've caused them to cease their labors and rest 1 day out of every 7. I forbid you to ever interfere in my affairs again. Lackey, show these men out. Out, do you hear?
Long live the king. Live the king.
General! General, come here, General.
Yes, Your Majesty. At your service, Your Majesty.
You know the 2 men who were just here?
Moses and Aaron. Yes, Your Majesty.
I think that they're trying to arouse the Israelites to revolt from my service. What do you think?
That could very well be, Your Majesty.
This affection is the result of idleness. I'll see that they have no more time for dangerous scheming. I'll tighten their bond and crush out their independent spirit. Scribe, issue orders yet today to the taskmasters that the Israelite slaves are not to be furnished any more straw to make bricks. They will gather the straw themselves wherever they can find it. Yet they are to make as many bricks as before.
This order brought much distress among the Israelites. And because they were unable to produce as many bricks as before, the Israelite officers were cruelly beaten. At the command of God, Aaron and Moses once again entered the lordly halls of the king.
O king, great and mighty monarch of all Egypt, Jehovah, the Lord of hosts, requests that you permit his people to journey 3 days into the wilderness to worship and sacrifice unto him.
You claim that the King of Kings, the God of Israel, is an all-powerful God and rules by right of creation?
Yes, your majesty.
Prove it. Prove that he is all-powerful. Prove it by some miracle.
Your Majesty, you see the rod Moses carries, a common shepherd's rod?
Of course I see it.
Watch it closely. I take it in my hand and drop it to the floor, like this.
A snake.
Yes. Moses' rod has turned into a snake. A live, wriggling snake.
My wise men and sorcerers can do that. My magicians are just as powerful as you. You claim to be ambassadors of an all-powerful God. Bah! You're imposters. You're not ambassadors of a superior being. Get you out of my sight. I will not let Israel go into the wilderness and worship their God.
The overflowing of the river Nile was the source of food and wealth for the Egyptians, and the river was therefore worshipped as a god. As usual, the king went to the banks of the Nile the next morning for his daily worship and devotions.
Greetings, your majesty.
How'd you two get here? Know you not that this is the time of my private devotion?
Our king sent us, your majesty. We are to repeat the request that you grant permission for the Israelites to go into the wilderness to worship and sacrifice to their God.
No!
Our God will bring a plague upon his majesty and upon Egypt.
I will never let Israel go from their labors.
Then at the command of God, I stretch out my rod and turn all the waters of Egypt into blood.
Moses stretched out the rod, and immediately the sacred river Nile ran blood. The fish died, and the river became offensive to the sense of smell. For 7 days this plague continued, and still Pharaoh's heart was like stone. He would not let Israel go. Again Moses stretched the rod over the river. This time frogs came up from the river and spread over the land. Frogs overran the houses, took possession of the bedchambers and the baking ovens. Frogs swarmed even the palace of the king.
Frogs! Frogs! I can't stand them! Get rid of them!
But how, your majesty? They're considered sacred. We dare not kill them.
Send for my magicians! Get rid of these frogs! That's an order! Your Majesty, we can produce frogs, but we cannot get rid of them. You claim to be all-powerful. We are, but these frogs, Your Majesty, being sacred, are beyond our power. Send for Aaron and Moses. I'll humble myself and beg them to remove the frogs. I beg of you, Moses, get rid of these frogs, and I will let your people go, that they may do sacrifice unto the Lord their God.
At the command of Moses and Aaron, God caused the offensive frogs to die, but their putrid bodies remained, polluting the atmosphere. But when Pharaoh saw there was respite from the frogs, he hardened his heart.
Let the Israelites go? Never!
Again at the command of God, Aaron and Moses lifted up the rod, and the dust of the earth turned into lice.
Magicians, I command you, duplicate this trick of Moses. Turn dust into lice as he did.
We will try, Your Majesty.
Well?
It's impossible, Your Majesty. We cannot turn dust into lice. Only the God of creation can do that.
Your magicians are right, Your Majesty. Only the God of creation can produce life. It is this God that the Israelites wish to worship in the wilderness.
No, they cannot go.
Another judgment will be visited upon you, O king, unless you let Israel go into the wilderness.
Appeal all you wish. Make threats.
My slaves cannot leave. Then, O king, I pronounce the next judgment upon you and upon Egypt. At exactly noon tomorrow, large and venomous flies, whose bite will be painful to man and beast, shall swarm over Egypt, except that they shall not come nigh unto Goshen, where God's people dwell.
At the exact appointed time the next day.
Lackey, close that window.
It is closed, Your Majesty.
Hold all these flies. Get in here.
It's the curse pronounced upon us by Moses and his brother Aaron.
What time is it?
Noon, Your Majesty. Exactly noon.
Just as he said it'd be. How do you account for it, magician?
Only a god could do such a thing, Your Majesty.
You suggest that perhaps Moses and Aaron actually do represent a god? A god who creates and controls things?
There is no other explanation, Your Majesty.
If that actually be true, I'll have to let the Israelites go, else sooner or later their God, through Moses and Aaron, will do all manner of things, perhaps even destroy Egypt. And me!
Exactly, Your Majesty.
Lackey, find Moses and Aaron. Ask them to come here as soon as possible. Arise. I sent for you, Moses, you and Aaron, to... These flies are unbearable, and if I permit you and your people to worship your God, you can and will get rid of these flies?
God can and will. Yes, Your Majesty.
All right. I give permission for my slaves to worship and sacrifice to their God right here in Egypt. No need for them to go 3 days' journey into the wilderness.
Were we to sacrifice here in Egypt, sacrifice the animals you and your people consider sacred, we would be stoned to death. According to your law, to slay even one sacred animal is a crime punishable by death. No, Your Majesty, we cannot accept such an offer. We must be permitted to go into the wilderness, and there worship and sacrifice.
All right. Permission is granted. You may take my slaves 3 days' journey into the wilderness. Only I beg of you, get rid of these flies!
God will remove the plague of flies. However, Your Majesty, I must warn you against dealing deceitfully with us.
Remove these flies, and the Israelites may go and worship their God. I promise.
The plague of flies was removed, but the king, whose heart had become hardened by persistent rebellion, refused to keep his promise.
It doesn't make any difference what I promised. My slaves cannot leave. That is final.
When Aaron and Moses were informed that the king had changed his mind and would not let the children of Israel go into the wilderness to worship God, they brought yet another plague upon Egypt. All the sacred animals and beasts of burden of Egypt were destroyed. Still the king was obstinate.
No, they cannot go.
Has my king considered the effect of all this on his land and his people?
I refuse to be persuaded.
I understand, Your Majesty.
A wise ruler has to harden his heart against what people will think. He has to do what he knows is best.
My king is a very wise ruler.
Of course I am.
Moses was next instructed to sprinkle ashes toward heaven in the sight of Pharaoh. The fine particles of ashes spread over all the land of Egypt, and wherever they settled, boils broke forth with blains upon man and beast. The priests and magicians were unable to stem this loathsome pestilence, and the nation, realizing that the priests and magicians could not protect even their own bodies, began to see the folly in trusting anyone representing lifeless gods of stone and wood. Still the heart of Pharaoh grew harder.
I will not let him go. Never.
A plague of hail, accompanied by rain and fire, was next threatened upon Pharaoh.
An empty threat. Rain and hail are unusual here in Egypt, and never have we had fire from heaven.
But the storm came as predicted.
Aaron and Moses, I have sinned. The Lord is righteous, and I and my people are wicked. Entreat your God to stop the mighty thundering and hail, and I will let you go, even into the wilderness, to worship and sacrifice unto your God.
As soon as I have gone out of your city, O king, I shall raise my arms, and the thunder and hail shall cease, so that all may know that the earth and all that in it is belongs to the Lord God of heaven. But as for you, O king, I know that you will harden your heart, for you care not what happens to your people. You will not let Israel go into the wilderness.
Moses and Aaron went forth from the palace, out into the storm, unheeding the fury of the tempest. And Pharaoh and all his court witnessed the power of Jehovah to preserve his messengers. Later, the king was warned that there would be another plague unless he softened his heart and permitted Israel to worship their God.
I cannot let the Israelites go. I will not.
Your Majesty, we are your counselors. We beg of you to reconsider, to soften your heart before it is too late.
No!
All our cattle are dead. Many of our people were killed by the hail. Forests are broken down, crops destroyed. We are fast losing all that has been gained by the labor of these Israelites. The whole land is threatened with starvation.
I am king. I shall do as pleases me.
How long, O king, shall Aaron and Moses be a snare unto us? Let the men go. Let them serve their God. Know you not that Egypt is already destroyed?
All right. Send for Aaron and Moses. I will talk to them. If I let you go to serve your God, just who do you plan to take with you?
We will all go, your Majesty. Our little ones, our old people, our sons, our daughters, our flocks and herds. For we must hold a feast unto the Lord God of heaven.
Have you no love or regard for your women and children? It would be folly to take them to the wilderness. Let your men go and serve your God, but leave your women and children here, where they are safe.
His Majesty pretends deep interest in the welfare of our women and children, but his real object is to keep them here as surety for the return of the men.
How dare you talk to me like that? Get out! Get out!
Yet another plague, that of the locust, was visited upon the king and his people. Locusts filled the sky till the land was darkened, and they devoured every living green thing. Again Pharaoh sent for Aaron and Moses, and again he promised to let the Israelites go into the wilderness. But once again, when the locusts had been taken away, Pharaoh hardened his heart and refused to keep his promise. The people of Egypt were ready to despair. The plagues that had already fallen upon them seemed almost beyond endurance, and they were filled with fear for the future. The nation had worshipped Pharaoh as a representative of their God, but many were now convinced that the God of Israel was the one and only true God. The Israelite slaves, so miraculously preserved during the plagues, were becoming confident of deliverance. Their taskmasters no longer dared oppress them. Throughout Egypt, There was a secret fear that the enslaved race would rise and avenge their wrongs. Everywhere, men were asking with bated breath,
"What will come next?"
Suddenly, a darkness settled over the land, a darkness so thick that it could almost be felt. Fear wrung from Pharaoh a further concession.
Go into the wilderness. Remove the darkness, and you may even take your women and children with you.
We will not go, O king, unless we take with us every head of cattle and sheep and everything that is ours.
You refuse to accept my offer?
Yes, your majesty.
Get out! Get out of my sight, and never let me see you again, lest I order your immediate execution.
Thou hast spoken well, O king. We shall see your face no more.
Get out! Get out!
The king dared not actually harm Moses, for Moses was considered a great man by the Egyptians. They desired that the Israelites be permitted to leave Egypt. It was the king and the priests who opposed to the last the demands of Aaron and Moses. Moses and Aaron had been forbidden on pain of death to appear again before Pharaoh, but a last message from God was to be delivered to the hard-hearted monarch. So again Aaron and Moses came before Pharaoh, this time with a terrible announcement.
Thus saith the Lord, about midnight will I go out into the midst of Egypt, and all the firstborn of the land of Egypt shall die, from the firstborn of Pharaoh that sitteth upon his throne, even unto the firstborn of the maidservant that is behind the mill, and all the firstborn of the beasts. And there shall be a great cry throughout all the land of Egypt, such as there was none like it, nor shall be like it any more. But none of the children of Israel shall die. That ye may know that the Lord doth put a difference between the Egyptians and the Israelites.
Suddenly, just at midnight, there was a great cry in Egypt, for there was not one home where the firstborn did not die. Even the firstborn of King Pharaoh died.
Oh, my son. Would that I had not hardened my heart. You would still be alive.
The shrieks and wails of mourners filled the air. All Egypt stood aghast at the overmastering horror. King Pharaoh was reminded how he had once exclaimed,
"Who is Jehovah that I should obey his voice and let Israel go? I know not Jehovah, neither will I let Israel go."
Jehovah must be the one and only true God. He has proved it by these miracles and plagues. I should have listened to Aaron and Moses. Oh, my son, I am humbled before the God of heaven. Lackey, send for Aaron and Moses. Ask them to please come here. Thank you for coming, Aaron and Moses. I have sinned before your God and before you, and I plead with you. Rise up and get you forth from among my people. Take your women and children, your herds and flocks, as you have requested. Go and serve the Lord your God before we are all dead men.
And thus it was that the king's heart of stone was melted. Before the break of day that morning, about 1 million men, women, and children, together with their herds and flocks, marched triumphantly out of Egypt on their way to freedom from slavery, free to serve and worship God according to the dictates of their conscience.
Dangers in the desert.
Back in the days when mighty kings called Pharaohs ruled Egypt, there lived a race of slaves called Israelites. They won their freedom through the efforts of a man named Moses. He persuaded Pharaoh to let the Israelites leave Egypt to worship God. But Pharaoh did not keep his promise and took after the Israelites. Through mighty miracles of God, the Israelites were able to elude the pursuing Egyptian army. The great multitude of Israelites now stand on the eastern shores of the Red Sea, having just crossed on dry land. Triumphantly they stand ready to march on toward the promised land, the land of Canaan. Moses raises his ever-present shepherd's rod, gives a command, and once again the freed slaves are on the march, guided by the pillar of cloud. The scene about them was mostly dreary, desolate mountains, barren plains, and the sea stretching far away, its shores strewn with the bodies of their Egyptian enemies. Yet they were full of joy in the consciousness of freedom.
I will sing unto Jehovah, for he hath triumphed gloriously. The horse and his rider hath he thrown into the sea. The Lord is my strength and my song, and he is become my salvation.
For 3 days they marched without finding any drinking water. As the supply they had brought with them was exhausted, there was nothing to quench their burning thirst.
I want a drink, Mommy.
You poor child. It's a crime, that's what it is. Moses bringing us out here in the wilderness to die of thirst.
Don't blame Moses. He's following the pillar of cloud the same as we are.
Well, it's his fault. I wish I'd stayed in Egypt. At least my children wouldn't be crying for water.
Just have faith. Everything will turn out all right.
I want a drink of water, Mommy.
Just be patient, my darling. Somehow your mother will get you a drink.
Here, listen. Listen to the people. There's water. Springs of water up ahead. At last we can quench our thirst.
Men, women, and children in joyous haste crowded to the springs. Suddenly a cry went up.
Stand back! Stand back! The water's bitter. It's not fit for drinking. Stand back, all of you! Stand back!
The water's bitter.
We can't drink it.
I'll die of thirst.
Just be patient, sister. Moses will find a way.
Moses! Oh, he brought us here purposely to kill us. See? Everyone blames Moses for bringing us here in the wilderness to die.
In his grief at the distress of his people, Moses did what they had forgotten to do. He prayed earnestly to God for help. In answer to Moses' prayer, God showed him a tree, which, when Moses had cast into the springs, the water became sweet, and the people drank. Next, the Israelites camped at Elim on the border of the wilderness. They camped here several days before venturing into that hot, dry, sandy wasteland. When they had been absent exactly 1 month from Egypt, they made their first encampment in this wilderness.
Mommy, I'm hungry.
So am I. When do we eat?
Right now. Everything's ready, so gather round.
All right, quiet now. Quiet. God of our fathers, we thank thee for the blessings of this food. We thank thee for thy love and care and protection. Amen. Be seated. All right, Mother, start the lentils, please. Odessa, you may start the hominy.
There is no hominy.
What? Why, I thought it was understood that hominy was to be a regular evening meal dish.
It's all gone.
Why don't you replenish your stock?
I tried to, but there's none in the general storehouse. In fact, they're just about out of everything.
What are we going to do for food? We'll get hungry.
I'm not as much worried about us as I am the cattle. There's no grass or herbage in this wilderness. How can we possibly feed our huge flocks and herds?
We can't. They'll die.
And when they die, we'll be that much shorter of food.
We'll die, too.
I wonder if any of you realize how much food it takes every day to feed 1 million people. Over 1 million.
Don't make it sound worse than it is, Ulam.
How much, Ulam?
I don't know, but tons and tons of it.
And the storehouse is about empty?
There's very little left. Nothing of some food, so they told me.
It's very serious, all right.
Eliab, why don't you say something? Don't you realize the seriousness of this situation?
Of course I do. But what is there to say?
How are we going to eat once all the food is gone?
Well, I don't know. It's a serious problem, all right. I didn't complain too much when we were faced with the pursuing Egyptian army, or even when we ran out of water. But this food situation is different. I don't like to see our children go hungry. And I simply cannot understand how Moses expects to feed this vast multitude traveling through a wilderness.
Well, I think he's brought us out here to die of starvation.
Aren't we forgetting the mighty miracles God performed in our behalf on the shores of the Red Sea?
Even God can't supply food when there is none, Ulam.
Nothing is impossible with God. Anyway, we haven't yet suffered from hunger. Our wants so far have been supplied.
Yes, but it's a future, son, that I'm worried about. I simply can't understand how Moses expects to feed this multitude traveling through the wilderness where there's no food.
Doubts began to fill Israel's hearts. Even the rulers and elders joined in complaining against Aaron and Moses.
I speak for all the people when I say, Moses, that it would have been better had we all died as slaves in Egypt. There, at least, we had plenty of good things to eat. Here, we starve. Our women and children suffer. You have brought us forth into this wilderness to kill us with hunger.
Moses' reply to this accusation and complaint was simple and to the point.
People of Israel, you have forgotten to trust in God.
No, we haven't.
You've forgotten your bitter service in Egypt.
Moses, how?
You have forgotten the goodness and power of God in your behalf when he delivered you from bondage.
We realize
You
that,
have forgotten how God spared your firstborn when the destroying angels slew all the firstborn of Egypt. You have forgotten the grand exhibition of divine power at the Red Sea. You see and feel only your present trials and inconveniences. You think about and talk only of the hardness of the way, and wonder when your pilgrimage will be over. But the Lord has heard your murmurings, and he still loves you. He shall give you in the evening flesh to eat, and in the morning bread to the full.
At nightfall, the camp was surrounded by a vast flock of quail, enough to supply the entire company. In the morning, the ground was covered with a small, white, seed-like substance.
What is it?
Looks almost like snow.
Perhaps it's the bread Moses promised us.
He did say that in the morning we'd have bread to the full. I'll taste it and see if it's bread.
No, before we even touch it, we'd better ask Moses. I noticed lots of other people headed for Moses' tent, probably for the same reason. Come along.
People of Israel, the substance on the ground is manna, food put there by God's angels. It will be there every morning except the Sabbath day. You will gather each day about 3 quarts for each person. On Friday mornings, you will gather twice as much to last you over the Sabbath day. Prepare manna as you would wheat, and the taste of it will be as wafers made with honey.
From that day onward, for 40 years, Israel never lacked for food. The manna was always there every morning, except on the morning of the Sabbath. After leaving the wilderness of sin, the Israelites encamped in Rephidim. Here there was no water, and again the people distrusted the providence of God. Again they came before Moses, complaining and demanding water. At the command of God, and before the assembled multitude, Moses smote a rock with his rod, and immediately there gushed forth from the rock a stream of water. And the children of Israel did drink, and their thirst was quenched. A new and unexpected danger suddenly confronted the Israelites. The land through which they were now traveling was inhabited by a strong and warlike people called Amalekites. The king of Amalek was not ignorant of God or of his sovereignty and power, yet he chose to defy God and to fight against him.
Long live King Amalek, great and mighty king of the Amalekites!
Arise, gentlemen. You are all trusted officers in my court. You know as well as I that our nation has never been considered one of the great nations of earth. We are scarcely even known beyond the borders of Egypt. That, gentlemen, will soon be a fact of the past. Soon Amalek will be the most powerful and greatest nation on earth, a position now occupied by Egypt.
Long live the king! Long live the king!
How are we going to accomplish this? By a very simple process. We are going to defeat the Israelites, former slaves of the Egyptians. Do any of you have an idea why defeating the Israelite slaves will make us great?
If we can destroy Israel, it will prove that our God is stronger than their God. People fear and respect Israel because of their God. Once we prove our gods are even greater, then people will fear and respect us.
Even Egypt will. Our positions will be reversed. We will become great. Egypt will become weak.
Long live King Amalek, great and mighty king of all Amalek. Long live the king!
General, I want you to formulate a plan of attack against the Israelites. Report to me in the morning. And you, Prince Galeam, I want you to assemble all the people. They will take an oath to our gods to destroy the Israelites, so that not even one of them remains.
With our God so solidly behind us, Israel's God will be powerless to resist us.
Arise. Yes, General?
I have formulated a plan of attack against the Israelites, Your Majesty.
Yes?
I deem it wise, Your Majesty, to take it a little easy at first.
What do you mean, easy?
Well, Your Majesty, we've heard many things about the Israelites and their God. We know not what is true and what are lies. We have never had contact on the field of battle or off the field of battle with these slaves. So I suggest, Your Majesty, that we try to incur their anger. Try to get them to attack us in our strongholds, or at least in places of our own choosing. Otherwise, we'll have to attack them in the open, along their line of march. Once we feel them out, know their strength and weaknesses, we can attack and destroy them at will.
Do you know how to incur their anger?
Yes, Your Majesty. We will attack and kill their old men and women, and those who are faint and weary. Nothing will make their leaders more angry than that.
They keep the women and children and old people segregated from the others?
No, Your Majesty. Just those who can't keep up with the others. They bring up the rear, taking their time, catching up with the main body of marchers after camp is made in the evening.
You plan on nibbling away at the enemy?
At first, yes, Your Majesty, with your permission.
Brilliant plan, General. Permission granted.
It is through this territory occupied by these fierce and warlike Amalekites, that the Israelites are now passing. At the rear are those who are old and lame, and all others unable to keep up with the main body of marchers. Moses, of course, is at the head of the long column, leading his people. Suddenly, Joshua, a young man high in the council of Moses, pushes his way through the marchers and excitedly greets Moses.
Greetings, Moses, sir.
Joshua!
Moses, sir, the most terrible thing has happened, sir.
What is it, son?
The old and weary people in the rear have been pounced upon.
What?
It just happened, sir. I rushed to tell you the minute I heard about it.
Who did this?
The Amalekites, sir.
All those in the rear were killed?
Some of them may have survived, sir. I haven't checked yet.
We must get to them quickly. Aaron, stop the people! Make camp right here! Miriam, get your young women and their bandages and go to the rear immediately. Joshua, you come along with me. Your young women are very efficient, Miriam.
Thank you. What are we to do with the injured?
They'll have to be carried until they recover enough to walk by themselves.
Yes, sir. I'll have litters made.
Joshua, what do you think of all this?
We should avenge these dead and wounded, sir.
Well, I wasn't referring to that, but since you mentioned it, you do believe we should take measures against the Amalekites.
Most definitely, sir.
But we aren't prepared for battle. Our people are just a group of men, women, and children with no training whatsoever for war.
But, sir, we're on the right side, and right always prevails.
Does it, Joshua?
Yes, sir.
You're sure about that?
Doesn't it, sir?
Well, sometimes evil and wickedness seem to prevail, and perhaps it does for a time, but in the final end, right and justice prevail.
Then we will make war on these Amalekites?
Well, have you thought it over? Thought of an actual plan of attack?
Yes, sir. Robust and healthy, ambitious and fearless young men should be chosen from each tribe and led against the Amalekites.
But Joshua, fearlessness and brawn don't win battles, you know.
No, sir, but... Sir, you are one of the greatest military geniuses of all time. And you must know that the enthusiasm and energy generated from belief in the cause for which one fights is a substitute for training and experience, and frequently does bring victory.
Sometimes.
Well, then, too, sir, God is on our side. And with God on our side, we cannot lose.
Joshua, my son, choose as many young men from each of the tribes as you deem necessary. Tomorrow you will lead them in battle against the Amalekites.
But, sir, I'm not a military leader. I have no training or experience whatsoever.
But you do have faith in God, my son, and you rely completely upon Him. There is nothing that better qualifies you for any position or task in the world than that.
Early the next morning.
Everything's in readiness, sir.
You know where the enemy is camped?
Yes, sir. The scouts reported back with complete information. And, sir, there is a hill nearby from which you can watch the battle.
I'll take Aaron and her with me. We will pray while you and your men fight.
Yes, sir.
So Moses, Aaron, and Hur stood on the hill nearby, with arms outstretched toward heaven and holding the rod of God in his right hand. Moses prayed for the success of the armies of Israel.
O God in heaven, I beseech thee to give Joshua and his brave young men success. Avenge the wrong done to our old men and women and the weary. The Amalekites sinned a great sin against thee, O God. They have desecrated thy
Tiring,
holy precepts.
Moses lowered his right hand, and immediately Joshua and his men began to lose. It was soon discovered that as long as Moses kept his arms outstretched, Israel won. But when they were lowered, the Amalekites won. Aaron and Hur supported the arms of Moses until the going down of the sun, when the enemy was put to flight. The terrible thing that the Amalekites had done was avenged. Not far distant from where Israel was now camped was the home of Jethro, the father-in-law of Moses. Jethro had heard about the marvelous things that had happened to Israel on their way from Egypt, and now he set out to visit them and to restore to Moses his wife and 2 sons.
How soon will we see Father?
It won't be long now, son. Just be patient.
Moses was informed by messenger of their approach, and he went out with joy to meet them. He had sent back his family when on his way to the perils of leading Israel out of Egypt, but now he could once again enjoy the relief and comfort of their society.
There's nothing quite so comforting in this world as a wife, a good wife, and children, and home, the proper kind of home, is a spot of heaven right here on earth.
I love you, Moses.
And that very thing, love, is the ingredient from which a real home is made.
From what we've heard, you love the Israelites, every one of them.
Yes, Zipporah, I do.
How have you been getting along with them, Moses?
Fine, Zipporah. They're wonderful people.
We heard that they've complained, that they even rose up in rebellion against you.
Oh, they have, I guess, but they didn't mean it. They're like little children, easily discouraged and hurt. But they forget quickly, and they forgive quickly, too.
You know what I think, Moses.
What?
I think you're the greatest leader, the greatest teacher, the greatest and most loved man that God ever created.
From Rephidim, the people continue their journey, following the leading of the pillar of cloud. Often, as they had traversed the sandy wastes, they had seen before them rugged mountains, like huge bulwarks, piled up directly across their course, seeming to form a solid wall against further progress. But now, as they approached, openings here and there appeared in the mountain wall, and beyond, another plain opened to view. Through one of these deep, gravelly passes, the cloud now led them. It was a grand and impressive sight. Between the rocky cliffs, rising hundreds of feet on either side, flowed a living tide as far as the eye could see. The host of Israel with their flocks and herds.
It's a beautiful view. Mountains, valleys.
But mainly people. People as far as one can see. People on their way to freedom, to the land of promise.
Before them now appeared a majestic mountain.
What mountain is it?
I don't know, but it's the most impressive and beautiful mountain I've ever seen.
Why, it's Mount Sinai. Sinai, the mountain of God.
The pillar of cloud came to rest on the summit of Mount Sinai, and the people spread their tents upon the plain below. Here, at the foot of Mount Sinai, was to be Israel's home for nearly a year. The dawn next morning gilded the dark ridges of the surrounding mountains, and the sun's golden rays pierced the deep gorges, seeming to the weary Israelites like beams of mercy from the very throne of God. On every hand, vast, rugged heights seemed in their solitary grandeur to speak of eternal endurance and majesty. Here the mind was impressed with solemnity and awe. Here man felt his ignorance and weakness, acknowledging the might and justice of God.
I will praise thee, O Lord, with my whole heart. I will be glad and rejoice in thee, for thou hast maintained my right and my cause. Thou hast destroyed the wicked, but thou hast not forsaken them that seek thee, nor forgotten them that love thee. I will sing praises unto thee, O God, Lord of heaven and earth.
Here, at the foot of Mount Sinai, Israel was to receive the most wonderful revelation ever made by God to man. Here at Mount Sinai, man was to receive the law that was forever to be the basis of human conduct and the foundation of all civil laws and behaviors.
Here God was to make manifest his character. Here, by his finger on tablets of stone, God was to write the 10 Commandments.
Miriam the Great.
This is the story of a great woman, a woman who had strength of character, a woman who had had all the advantages of life, a woman who knew power and honor, a respected woman, yet she yielded to temptation and sin. The Israelites, under the leadership of Moses, had escaped Egypt, and by miracles of the Most High God, had made their way to Mount Sinai, where they remained for nearly a year. Here their worship had taken definite form, and a more efficient organization had been effected, preparatory to their entrance into the land of Canaan. God himself directed the Israelites in all their travels. The place of their encampment was indicated by the descent of the pillar of cloud, and so long as they were to remain in camp, the cloud rested over the sacred tabernacle. When they were to break camp and continue their journey, the pillar of cloud lifted high above the tabernacle. At last, after almost a year at Mount Sinai, the cloud lifted high in the heavens.
Aaron, the cloud above the tabernacle is lifting.
Oh, at last we're to move on towards the promised land. It's only 11 days' march to Kadesh on the borders of Canaan. Then home to the land of promise.
Why, you sound happy about it.
I am. Soon we will be home in the land of milk and honey. Aren't you happy, I mean?
Well, we've been here so long, it seems almost like home. Look out there at Mount Sinai. Oh, it's a beautiful sight, Aaron.
Well, I'll admit that I love to look at the peaks and barren ridges of Mount Sinai, where divine glory has so often been displayed. The scene reminds me that this place is closely associated with God and holy angels. I don't think we should leave with thoughtlessness and gladness, yet we should be happy that God is leading us on to the promised land.
Well, I still say this seems like home to me.
Oh, you women, sentimental and emotional. But I mustn't linger. I must see that everything is prepared to move on.
At last, everything was in readiness to march forward. At the head were Moses and Aaron, accompanied by priests bearing silver trumpets. Next came the 12 tribes, each marching in order under its own banner. The marchers stood still, all eyes turned anxiously to see in which direction the pillar of cloud would move. As usual, a solemn invocation by Moses marked the occasion.
Rise up, Lord, and let thine enemies be scattered, and let them that hate thee flee before thee. Amen.
I wonder which direction the pillar of cloud will lead us.
To the north, toward Canaan, of course.
It's moving.
Moses is signaling the trumpeters. We're on our way to the promised land, home.
Facing ugly mountain passes and stony paths, the people experienced a feeling of sadness and doubt. As they advanced farther and farther, the way became more and more difficult. Soon the rocky gorges far and near were thronged with men, women, and children, with beasts and wagons, and long lines of flocks and herds. Their progress was slow and toilsome, hard. The people, after their long encampment at Mount Sinai, were unprepared to endure the perils and hardships of the way. After 3 days of hard, wearisome travel, they arrived at Tabersh. Many of them cross, dissatisfied and complaining. As usual, when Israel stopped to camp, Moses pronounced his solemn invocation.
Return now, O Lord, unto these many thousands of Israelites, thy chosen people.
By this time, the dissatisfaction and complaining had spread to the entire multitude. When Moses heard of it, he was sore distressed and went to the Lord in prayer.
O Lord of the Most High, God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, wherefore hast thou afflicted me? Wherefore have I not found favor in thy sight, that thou layest upon me the burden of all these complaining people? Alone, it is too heavy for me. Grant unto me help, O Lord, that thy people may be led into the paths of righteousness, according to thy holy will.
The Lord hearkened to Moses' prayer, and directed him to choose 70 men of the elders of Israel as counselors and helpers.
You men, standing before me, have been chosen for a special task. You are advanced in years. You possess dignity, sound judgment, and experience. I myself have chosen you by permission of God. You will share with me the responsibility of governing Israel.
There was at least one person in that great multitude who was not happy about Moses selecting those 70 elders. It was a woman, a jealous, envious woman. 2 brothers and a sister, Moses, Aaron, and Miriam, had been given high honor by God. They were the leaders of Israel. Aaron and Miriam, along with Moses, had been endowed with the prophetic gift, and all 3 had been closely associated in delivering Israel from Egypt. Richly endowed with the gifts of poetry and music, Miriam had led Israel in song and praise on the shore of the Red Sea. Far over the sea and desert had rung the joyous refrain,
Sing ye to Jehovah, for he hath triumphed gloriously. Egypt's horse and rider hath he thrown into the sea. The deeps cover them. The Lord is my strength and my song, and he is become my salvation. This is my God, and I will exalt him. I will praise him.
There came a time, however, when the same evil that brought discord in heaven sprang up in the heart of Miriam. It happened during Israel's encampment at Rephidim, before they had reached Mount Sinai. It was the first evidence of a jealous, envious Miriam.
Aaron, did you hear what Moses just did?
No, Miriam. What did Moses just do?
He appointed rulers over the people. A chief ruler or prince over each of the 12 tribes, and lesser rulers over thousands, hundreds, and even down to tens.
I don't see anything wrong with that. They can help in minor matters. It'll relieve a lot of responsibility from Moses, and you and me.
I don't mind the rulers being appointed. It's the way they were appointed.
How were they appointed?
Why, without our counsel and help.
Why, Miriam, I believe you're jealous.
I am not. Will you and I share the responsibility equally with Moses of governing Israel? He should have consulted us, that's all.
He probably sought counsel from God.
Oh, no, he didn't. It was all Zipporah's doings.
Zipporah? Moses' wife?
Oh, you needn't act so shocked, Aaron. In spite of her so-called gentle and timid disposition, She's really a troublemaker, a busybody.
Why, Miriam.
These new rulers are her idea. She's trying to take away some of my power and discredit me with Moses.
That's hard to believe, Miriam.
Well, it's true, Aaron. She went to her father.
Jethro.
Jethro's her father, isn't he? Well, she went to him with her idea, and he went to Moses, and Moses appointed those rulers. So there you have it.
But Jethro's a priest and prince of Midian. He wouldn't do anything dishonest.
Oh, Zipporah's clever. Her father didn't realize the whole thing was a plan to discredit me.
Miriam, you're jealous of Zipporah.
I am not jealous of her.
Well, whether you are or not, your attitude is unhealthy. You should get it out of your mind. I'm your brother, Miriam, and I know what you're thinking about Zipporah isn't true. Now, I insist that you stop saying such things, even thinking them.
All right, Aaron, if you say so.
And so the jealousy and envy in Miriam's heart was brought under control by the strength of Aaron's advice. But that same envy was brought back into being again when Moses chose the council of elders at Tabersh.
Did you know, Aaron, that Moses just got through appointing 70 elders as his council?
Yes, Miriam, I know all about it.
Well, certainly you don't approve.
Well, why not? They can be lots of help to Moses in administrating the law and judging the people.
You're not really happy about it, I can tell.
Well, I'll admit that I do think Moses should have consulted us in the appointment. On the other hand, we must remember that Moses has an important and great work to do. A greater work than any other man has ever been called upon to endure.
Oh, yes, I know all that, Aaron. I also know that you have been called to do a great work. You have the right to expect consideration by Moses in all things, especially such important things as the appointment of 70 elders to a council.
I wonder why Moses didn't consult me, us.
Moses is ignoring us, Aaron.
Yes, but why?
He wants all the glory to himself. That's why. He and Zipporah.
Well, I don't think Zipporah had anything to do with this.
Well, I do. She's a Cushite woman, that...
Zipporah?
Yes, Zipporah.
Why, she's not a Cushite. She's a Midianite, a descendant of Abraham.
Well, she's not an Israelite. And Moses had no business marrying a foreigner. Well, he's the leader of Israel. He should have had enough national and family pride to have taken a wife from among the Israelites.
Zipporah's a nice woman, gentle, affectionate, long-suffering, and a good wife to Moses.
A good wife. Do you call deserting Moses when he most needed her being a good wife?
When did she desert him?
When he was on his way to Egypt. She turned around and went back to her mother, afraid to face the hardships of Egypt.
Well, I think that was Moses' doing. I think he wanted to spare her the horror of witnessing the judgments that were to fall on the Egyptians.
Well, I have nothing but contempt for her.
Now, Miriam...
Well, why shouldn't I? She hates me. She influenced Moses to neglect me. And you too, Aaron.
Oh, I doubt that.
Since she joined us, Moses hasn't taken you and me into his confidence as he did before. Now, has he?
Well, it doesn't seem like it.
Well, what are we going to do about it, dear brother?
Do?
We're certainly going to do something.
What?
Well, we have a right to share and share equally with Moses all the responsibilities and honor of governing Israel, don't we?
We were given that position, yes.
Well, don't you think that you're as efficient and capable as Moses?
I don't want to say.
Well, I'm your sister, Aaron. Don't be so modest. You can speak plainly to me.
Well, frankly, I think I have more natural ability than Moses ever had. He has to rely on God for his strength. I don't, and But I failed once, Miriam. I was weak. Had I been stronger and held firmly to the right, I could have dissuaded the people from making the golden calf at the foot of Mount Sinai.
Everyone's entitled to at least one mistake, Aaron.
Well, yes, I guess you're right.
You agree with me, then, that Moses has neglected and ignored us?
Yes, he has.
And that his wife, that Cushite woman, should be banished from our midst.
Yes, Miriam, I share your jealousy.
Oh, it isn't jealousy, Aaron.
Well, whatever it is.
It's just plain common sense, that's what it is.
I think we should have it out with Moses.
Two minds with the same thought. Come on, let's go.
Good afternoon, Miriam. Aaron?
We want to talk to you, Moses.
I'm glad you do. The three of us seldom get a chance to talk.
You have got to get rid of that woman, Moses.
What woman?
She means Zipporah.
My wife?
She's a troublemaker, Moses. As long as she's in camp, God will not bless us.
And you neglect us, ignore us, because of her.
We were chosen to lead our people out of Egypt and into the promised land.
We were given the gift of prophecy. We talk to God, and he to us the same as he does to you.
We were all three chosen, Moses, on an equal basis to lead Israel.
But do you consider us your equal? You do not. You appoint elders. You judge the people. You do lots of things without even consulting either Miriam or myself.
It's an insult to our abilities and God-appointed responsibilities.
Well?
Disloyalty to me is disloyalty also to God.
Disloyal? Oh, Moses, it's you who are disloyal.
Get rid of Zipporah, and all this evil will cease.
You had no business marrying a Cushite woman in the first place, Moses.
Wrath is cruel, and anger is outrageous, but who is able to stand before envy?
Oh, you mistake our motives, Moses. We're not envious.
Not a bit. It's just that Zipporah's a troublemaker. Get rid of her.
Where
and
envy and jealousy are, there is confusion and every evil work.
I can see that there's no use to even talk to you.
Of course not, Aaron. His wife has him wound around her little finger. Oh, she's a vicious one. And she certainly knows how to use all
Aaron,
her...
Miriam, I bid you look toward the tabernacle at the pillar of cloud above the tabernacle.
Why, it's moving.
What does it mean?
The cloud is disappearing.
Moses, what does it mean?
It's gone. Completely disappeared.
God is displeased with you, Aaron. You and Miriam. Especially with you, Miriam.
What have I done?
You are a strong-willed woman, my sister. You have been richly endowed by God with many fine gifts and abilities. You stand high in the affections of our people. Yet dissatisfaction, envy, and pride have found their way into your heart. The pillar of cloud has disappeared from the tabernacle as a token of God's displeasure.
But I haven't done anything, Moses.
And you, Aaron, had you stood firmly for the right, you might have checked the evil in Miriam's heart, but instead you sympathized with her, listened to her words of complaint until you shared her jealousy.
Miriam, you're white as snow.
God is punishing her. He has smitten her with leprosy.
No.
Leprosy?
No, no.
The wages of sin is death.
Oh, Moses, we have sinned. We have sinned against God and against you. I confess my sin and plead for forgiveness. In Miriam's punishment, I am severely rebuked. My pride is humbled, Moses, and I plead with you. Take away this leprosy from Miriam.
God brought it upon her, and only God can take it away.
Isn't there something you can do?
I can seek God in prayer and plead for clemency. O God of love and mercy, my sister and brother have sinned against thee, yet lay it not to their charge. If it please thee, O God, let me pay the penalty. Let me be cast from thy sight, and thy love banish me from the mercies of thy long suffering. For am I not their keeper? I have failed them. Do unto me what pleases thee, O God, only forgive Aaron and Miriam. Take from her this terrible scourge, restore her to health. Bless her and keep her forever in the paths of righteousness.
And the Lord God of Israel heard the pleas of Moses, and cleansed Miriam from leprosy.
It's a wonderful feeling, Moses, to be cleansed from a vile disease like leprosy.
It's even more wonderful, Miriam, to be cleansed from the loathsome disease of sin.
God has forgiven me?
Of course he has, Miriam. He's forgiven both of us.
Yes, God has forgiven you. Yet the penalty of sin must be paid. Miriam, you are the chief offender, so you must pay the penalty.
Death?
No. You confessed your sin and God forgave you. That erased the penalty of death. Eternal death.
Then why must she pay at all?
Had she cut off a finger, all the confession, sorrow, and forgiving in the world would not bring back that finger. So it is with sin. Once the sin is done, nothing can undo it. The penalty must be paid. Miriam brought suffering and dissatisfaction to many people by her complaining and jealousy.
Is there no way out, Moses? Anything I can do to erase the penalty?
True repentance of a sin should bring with it a willingness to pay the penalty.
All right, Moses. What is the penalty?
You are to be banished from the camp.
Banished from camp?
No, Moses. I'll die out there in the wilderness.
Look toward the tabernacle. The pillar of cloud is still absent. Until you have been banished from camp, Miriam, the symbol of God's favor will not again rest upon the tabernacle.
But Moses, banishment is a sentence of death.
I sinned, Aaron, and I must pay the penalty.
You will be banished from camp for 7 days, at the end of which...
7 days? Only 7 days?
You may return to camp on the 8th day.
Yes, but Moses, even 7 days in that wilderness for a woman is dangerous. There are wild beasts, all kinds of wild beasts, even lions.
I'll be all right, Aaron.
The nights, Miriam, where will you sleep? What will you eat? How will you protect yourself? What will...
Don't worry about it, Aaron. God will take care of me.
But you're a woman, and I... Yes, Miriam, you're right. God will take care of you, if you trust him.
I trust him implicitly. I know that whatever happens to me out there in the wilderness will be God's will. And if I perish, I perish.
I'm sorry, Miriam, but you must go now. God be with you.
Goodbye, Moses. Goodbye, Aaron. Goodbye.
May I have your attention, please? Please! My dear people of Israel, I have called you together to discuss a very important and vital item, and to confess a grievous sin. As you know, Miriam has been banished from camp, but her sin is mostly mine. I could have prevented it, but I did not. I confess to that sin and ask your forgiveness. Now I want an expression from you. We can move on toward the promised land, or we can remain here, awaiting Miriam's return. What is your wish?
Let's wait for Miriam. She's a great woman, and I want to wait for her.
What about the pillar of cloud, Aaron? If it moves on, we have to move on too, don't we?
In this instance, the Lord God of Israel is awaiting your decision and will abide by it.
Then, by all means, let us remain here.
But, Aaron, have we any assurance that Miriam will return?
No.
After all, she is a woman, and the wilderness out there is a dangerous place, even for a man.
We can only hope and pray and wait. If she does not return on the 8th day, we must believe that it is God's will, and we will move on toward Canaan without her.
7 days passed. Very early on the 8th day, before it was yet light, Aaron arose from his bed and went outside.
Dawn is just breaking.
Good morning, Aaron.
You here too, Moses?
Yes, I too am anxious about Miriam. In fact, almost the entire camp is facing toward the wilderness, watching, waiting for the first sight of Miriam.
Do they really think that much of her?
Yes, she has won their sympathy and respect. They love her, Aaron.
Will she come back? Or will the wilderness claim her?
We can only wait, Aaron.
It's Miriam!
What was that? Listen.
Miriam, she's coming back!
It's Miriam! She's alive! She's coming back! Did you hear that, Moses? Miriam's coming into camp!
Yes, I heard, Aaron. I will sing unto Jehovah, for he is my God. Praise be unto God. Our God has guided Miriam and kept her. Who is like unto him? Praise be unto God. Glory unto his name. He is my God. He will watch over and protect me. Jehovah is his name.
The unfaithful prophet.
After having wandered in the wilderness for 40 years, the children of Israel are preparing to enter the promised land of Canaan. Under the leadership of Moses, the Israelites now leave the wilderness and are encamped in the plains of Moab. Now the people of Moab are afraid and tremble at the presence of the Israelites. Balak, their king, however, is a shrewd and fearless monarch.
But I don't fear the Israelites.
Then why did you send a message to the Midianites that we are in danger of being consumed by the Israelites?
Because it's true. Moses and his followers have already conquered the Ammonites, and I...
His Majesty laughs at the humiliation and defeat of our neighbors.
Why not? The land they lost to the Israelites they wrested from me in the first place. They should lose it. Serves them right.
Well, the officers of your court are saying that you are afraid of a similar destiny.
At the hands of the Israelites?
That's what's being whispered, Your Majesty.
I do not fear what I understand. And I understand the Israelites. I know how to deal with them.
There are persistent reports that the Israelites use supernatural agencies in winning battles.
It is true. It is the Israelite God who exercises supernatural power in their behalf.
Well, certainly His Majesty does not contemplate using arms against supernatural power.
I know that arms are helpless against supernatural agencies. I intend to follow the example of Pharaoh of Egypt. Like him, I shall enlist sorcery to counteract the power of the Israelite God.
But Pharaoh failed. He and his entire army were drowned in the Red Sea.
I shall not fail. I shall not use an army. I shall use only one man. He shall bring a curse upon Israel.
Curse by sorcery?
Israel shall be cursed by sorcery and defeated. Welcome to Moab, messengers from Midian. May your sojourn here be filled with sunshine and laughter, and success.
Greetings to Balak, king of Moab. Hail to his majesty, may the gods smile upon him.
Hail, Balak, king of Moab! Long live the king!
We are come, your majesty, because we wish
You are come because I sent for you. Danger of extinction by the Israelites threatens your land as well as mine. We must join forces, work together, and forever stamp out the threat.
Oh, His Majesty speaks with a wise tongue and a knowing heart.
Your country is prepared to cooperate?
Our king has authorized us to do whatever seems necessary to secure the safety of our country as well as yours, Your Majesty.
Well spoken.
His Majesty has a plan.
Ordinary weapons and methods are useless against the supernatural power of the Israelites.
Granted, Your Majesty.
Therefore, I propose to use their own power against them. Supernatural power.
Brilliant. If it can be done.
I know of a man who has the power to pronounce a curse upon Israel.
A man?
A man living in Mesopotamia. His fame and power as a sorcerer and magician has long since reached my ears.
But it is the Israelite God who wins battles for the Israelites, and a man of Mesopotamia against a God?
Your doubts and misgivings are well-founded. However, this man, Balaam, is the man Balaam. You've heard of him, too?
Oh, his fame and abilities are well known in Midian.
Then you agree that he is the one man who can successfully curse Israel?
Well, I reserve judgment until I've heard your plan, sir.
It is simplicity itself. At one time, Balaam worshipped the God of Israel. He was God's prophet, his representative. Naturally, then, Balaam is well acquainted with the rites and ceremonies of the Israelite God. He knows the nature and source of their God's power. Now, this knowledge, coupled with his powers of divination and sorcery, can bring about the end of Israel's supernatural power.
You say that this Balaam used to be God's prophet and representative?
That is exactly what I said.
Well, why isn't he now? What happened? Did Israel's God reject him? Desert him?
Balaam still claims to be God's chosen prophet. But my spies report otherwise. Balaam has apostatized. Contrary to God's commandment, Balaam covets. Greed and unholy ambition have caught up with him.
Greed. Oh, it's a marvelous agent of evil. It shall work to our advantage.
Exactly. Balaam loves money. For a price, he will do anything.
Even curse Israel?
Even curse Israel.
A very wise and clever solution to our dilemma.
Yes.
Yes.
So a delegation of the elders and princes of Moab and Midian were chosen to journey to Mesopotamia and offer Balaam personal gain in exchange for his services. Upon finding Balaam, the delegation lost no time in delivering to him the message of their king.
We are messengers from Moab and Midian.
Our King Balak sends his personal greetings.
Oh, well, I am duly impressed, yet entirely mystified. I lay claim to no renown. I have no abilities of worth. I am merely a lowly man living in peace. Why does the great Balak, king of Moab, send ambassadors to see me?
Balaam, sir, your fame as a sorcerer and magician has reached the four corners of the earth. We have need of your divinations and enchantments.
What he's trying to say, Balaam, is simply this. A great multitude of people have come up out of Egypt, and they're camped on our borders. They are potentially dangerous.
You speak of the Israelites.
Yes, the great hordes of Israelites, too numerous to count. Oh, they're dangerous, crafty, powerful.
And King Balak said to us, Go find Balaam, and say unto him, These Israelites are too mighty for me. Come therefore, I pray you, and curse these people for me.
Curse them? Curse Israel, me?
Well, they fight with supernatural powers. Why not us?
And Balaam, sir, my king realizes that he whom you bless is blessed, and he whom you curse is cursed. You have that power, and that's why we're here.
And that's why we have chosen you to deliver us from the Israelites.
You flatter me.
Yet it is true, isn't it? You do have the power of divination and the ability to cast a curse on whomsoever you choose.
Well, I don't wish to brag, but I do have a certain pride in my, shall we say, talents. And I can do certain things that other people find useful and valuable.
Exactly.
Very discreet and well stated, Balaam.
Slave! Open that bag there and pour the contents out upon the table. You shall see, Balaam, just how valuable we consider your special talents. Beautiful, aren't they, Balaam? Diamonds, rubies, emeralds.
They're very costly. They were the king's ransom.
You're trying to bribe me?
Bribe you, Balaam? Why, such a thought is entirely foreign to our intention.
Oh, it didn't even enter our minds.
These jewels are yours, Balaam, as a gift.
No strings attached?
Why, of course not.
They're a gift, an outright gift from our king.
All right, I'll accept them. Thanks.
Slave, put the jewels back in the pouch.
I'll do it myself.
Oh, careful.
And, Balaam, you haven't heard the half. You think those jewels are valuable, and they are. But King Balak has something much more valuable and more satisfying than mere jewels. Yours for the asking.
All I have to do is curse the Israelites.
Why, my dear Balaam, you do my king an injustice. Just come to Moab. That's all the king asks. Come as a friend and an ally, and he will heap reward and honor upon you.
You will be exalted above all the princes and elders of Moab.
If I curse the Israelites.
Why, of course, Balaam, as a friend and ally, you would certainly want to do all in your power, wouldn't you, to protect your fellow Moabites from the invasions of a strange and foreign people?
I don't know.
You accepted the jewels.
You can have them back.
Now, Balaam, he didn't mean it. Did you, Prince Maybeck?
Oh, no. I'm sorry.
The jewels are yours, Balaam, as a gift from King Balak. All my king wishes to know is, will you or will you not come to Moab as a friend and ally?
I can't curse Israel. I mean that I can't give you a definite answer until I have communicated with God and received his approval.
My king bade us get your answer and return immediately. Israel is even now camped on our borders, a constant threat to our... How long will it take to communicate with your God?
Tarry overnight. In the morning, I shall give you a definite reply.
You know very well, Balaam, that the Israelites are blessed by God. Anything you do or say will not change that, not in the slightest.
But, dear, those ambassadors...
God is on Israel's side, and as long as they remain true to him, he will remain on their side, and no adverse power on earth can prevail against them.
I didn't promise them that
You profess obedience to the will of God, and at the same time, you hope to comply with the desires of Balak.
Now, you have no right
You're
to...
flirting with temptation, Balaam. You have visions of grandeur. You're greedy. Those costly gifts and the prospect of honor in Moab have excited your greed to the point where you...
Now, you listen to me. I am the man in this household. I will do as I please without interference from you.
Yeah.
For your information, I accepted those gifts on the basis that there were no strings attached, none whatsoever. And as for going to Moab and cursing the Israelites, I told the ambassadors that I would communicate with God and comply strictly with his instructions.
You don't think that God will...
I think nothing. Only that I shall seek God's instructions and obey them.
Not if you can satisfy your mad desire for gain and honor without obeying
Now,
him.
woman, that's enough. Go and prepare food for our guests. They are princes and royalty, worthy of our best hospitality.
Yes, master.
During the night, a message from God came to Balaam.
Balaam, thou shalt not return to Moab with the ambassadors, neither shalt thou curse the Israelites, for they are blessed.
But I have already accepted the... He's gone. What'll I tell the ambassadors? I'm not going to admit that God refuses to let me curse Israel. There goes wealth and honor right out the window.
Disappointed and angry that his visions of gain and honor had been suddenly dispelled, Balaam was unable to sleep for the rest of the night.
All the wealth of Moab and Midian could be at my command. I could have honor above all men. Might even be next to the king himself.
In the morning, Balaam reluctantly dismissed the ambassadors. But he did not tell them exactly what the message was that he had received from God. Angry that his visions of gain and honor had suddenly vanished, he exclaimed,
"Get back to your own land, for the Lord refused to give me permission to go with you."
But what about cursing Israel? Did your God say anything about what
Get back to your own land. I have spoken.
I wonder if Balaam is merely holding out for a higher price.
Probably. He's a greedy one.
I suggest we don't even tell the king that Balaam said his God wouldn't let him come back with us.
Why not?
Because I doubt if it's true. I mean, I really believe that Balaam is holding out for a higher price. I doubt if he even asked his God for permission.
Balaam refused to come? Absolutely refused?
Yes, Your Majesty.
Why?
Who can say?
He's a greedy man, Your Majesty.
You think he is expecting a greater reward for his services?
Could be, Your Majesty.
We have no choice. We'll concede to whatever terms he demands. Now go once again to Mesopotamia. Take with you more princes, court officers, more valuable gifts. We must secure Balaam's help.
So once again ambassadors from Moab and Midian set out over the mountains and across deserts for Mesopotamia.
I have a suspicion that Balaam will accept these gifts and curse Israel.
No, I think he'll do anything for the high price we offer.
Greetings, salutations to the great sorcerer Balaam. King Balak sends his personal greetings and well wishes.
And what brings you to Mesopotamia a second time?
We come bearing gifts from our king. See?
Beautiful.
They are the most beautiful jewels in all of Moab.
And the most valuable.
They're yours, Balaam. Take them.
Such beauty and wealth as a gift to one so humble as I is unthinkable. Your king's price? Cursing the Israelites?
My king sends an urgent message.
I thought so.
As a friend and ally, you understand?
The message?
My king commanded me to say to Balaam, "Let nothing, I pray you, hinder you from coming to me. I will promote you to very great honor and glory, and I will do whatsoever you say. Only come and curse these Israelites for me."
That's what I thought. I've already told you that I can't go to Moab. God won't permit it.
You may have anything you wish.
Though Balak were to give me his house full of silver and gold, I could not go beyond the command of the Lord my God to do less or more. But I do wish I could go, but I can't. I can't. I just can't.
Perhaps you can persuade God to change his mind.
Who do you think God is? A man? That he can be persuaded to change and... well, all right. I'll try. Remain until morning. I'll communicate with God during the night. Perhaps he will let me go.
Again, in the night season, a message from God came to Balaam.
If the ambassadors come and call you in the morning, you may rise up and go with them. But you shall say to the Israelites only that which I shall give you permission to say.
Oh, thank you. Oh, now I can go to Moab. I'll become rich and famous, powerful.
Balaam, wake up. Wake up.
What?
It's daylight. Time to get up.
Daylight. The break of a new day. A new life.
What?
A new day has dawned for us, my dear. A day of wealth and power, fame.
Are you awake?
Awake? Oh, yes, awake and sound of mind and body.
This is all beyond me.
No, it's simple, my dear. Last night the Lord appeared to me and gave me permission to go to Moab with the ambassadors. Just think, I will be next to the king himself. I will command respect. Honor and glory shall be mine.
You are greedy, aren't you?
Oh, not at all. When opportunity knocks, I answer, that's all. Yeah, well, my dear, I'll arise and dress. You prepare breakfast, a breakfast fit for a king's right-hand man, me, and the ambassadors who shall attend me.
Ambassadors? What ambassadors?
Oh, the ones from Moab, of course. Now, woman, away with you. Get breakfast.
They aren't here.
Hail to Balaam, second in power only to the king. Yeah, who isn't here?
They've gone back to Moab.
The ambassadors?
They left before daylight.
Well, you shouldn't have let them go.
I had nothing to do with it. They left without consulting me.
Oh, do you realize what you've done to me? You've spoiled everything. The Lord said that I could go with them only if they called me this morning. Now, they've gone and can't call me. Oh, and I've lost my chance to be wealthy and honored. All because of you. Why did you let them go?
I didn't. I told you.
Well, I'm not going to give up. I will get that rich reward anyway.
Balaam, I wish you'd stop and reconsider.
Reconsider? Opportunity knocks but once.
Balaam, please, listen.
I don't have time. I'm going to take off and catch up with those ambassadors.
Please.
All right, I'll listen, but hurry up or I won't be able to catch up with them.
Now, you used to be a faithful servant of the living God. You still claim to be. You profess great conscientiousness and integrity to the will of God.
Yes.
On the other hand, you're human, and to want riches and fame is natural. Now, it's awfully hard to turn your back on the rich rewards Balak offers. But with the ambassadors on their way back to Moab, every excuse for complying with the request of Balak has been removed. Temptation is gone. You're free.
Oh, you argue like a woman. I am going to Moab. Goodbye.
Balaam!
Expect me when you see me.
Taking the donkey upon which he was accustomed to ride, Balaam hastily set out on the journey to Moab.
Now get up there, get up, or we'll be late for the reward. Oh, maybe even now God has withdrawn his permission for me to go to Moab. Get up. Oh, just think, I'll have everything that I've ever dreamed of. Riches, power, fame. Get up.
Suddenly, and without warning, the donkey turned aside from the highway into a field.
You stupid donkey, get back on the path.
With cruel blows, Balaam beat the donkey.
Get back on the path, you dumb beast. Now get back there. Oh, you won't, eh? Well, I'll show you. Take that. And that.
Finally, the donkey was brought back onto the path, and once again they continue on their journey toward Moab. The way became rough and strewn with rocks. Finally, the way led through a narrow pathway between two stony walls. Again, the donkey veered to the side, as if to avoid an obstacle in the pathway, crushing Balaam's foot against the stony wall.
Oh, you stupid beast! Crushing my foot against the stone. Now, what's the matter with you anyway? Oh, you act as if there's someone in the way stopping you. Well, I'll stop you with this.
Beating the donkey unmercifully, Balaam forced the donkey to proceed.
Yeah, now that's better. And don't stop again, or I'll beat you even more. And hurry along now, get up. Must catch those ambassadors. Seems like everybody and everything is conspiring to keep me from getting to Moab. Get up. But I won't be cheated out of my reward. Get up.
Once again, in a narrow place, where there was no way to turn, either to the right or the left, the donkey suddenly stopped and fell trembling to the ground. Balaam's rage was unbounded, and with a staff he beat the donkey more cruelly than before.
3 times you've delayed me. I've had enough. I'll beat you to death.
What have I done to you? Why have you struck me these 3 times?
Because you made sport of me. I wish I had a sword. I'd kill you.
Am I not your donkey? Have you not ridden me ever since I was a young donkey, until this very day? Have I ever made sport of you before?
No, and well, you're talking. You can't talk. You're just a dumb animal.
The Lord has opened the mouth of the donkey, that she should talk with the voice of a man.
The donkey? And now you, an angel?
Why have you struck your donkey these 3 times?
An angel, standing in the pathway,
with a drawn sword.
Behold, I have come forth to withstand you, because your way is perverse before the Lord. And the donkey saw me and turned aside before me these 3 times. If she had not turned aside from me, surely just now I would have slain you and let her live.
Oh, angel, I have sinned, for I did not know that thou didst stand in the road against me. Oh, now, therefore, if it is evil in thy sight, I will go back again.
Go with the ambassadors from Moab, but know that you shall speak only the word which I bid you.
Balaam had had a mad desire to slay the donkey upon which he rode. He claimed to be a magician. He was on his way to pronounce a curse upon a whole people with the intent to paralyze their strength. Yet he had not had enough power to slay even a poor, dumb animal, his donkey. Continuing on toward Moab, Balaam's thoughts raced through his mind.
I owe my life to this donkey, and I beat her unmercifully. I claimed to be a prophet with the ability to see the future, yet I was so blinded by covetousness and ambition that I couldn't see an angel in the pathway, plainly visible to my donkey. Greed and covetousness blinds a person to the truth of life, to the beauties of mercy, love, benevolence.
So Balaam continued on to Moab. The king of Moab, being informed of the approach of Balaam, went out with a large retinue to the borders of his kingdom to receive him.
What took you so long to get here? Did I not offer you rich rewards? Did you think that I am unable to fulfill my promise to promote you to high honor?
O king, now that I am here, I have not the power of myself to say anything against Israel. The word that God puts in my mouth, that must I speak.
I have every confidence in you, my man. Come, let us be on our way, Prophet Balaam.
Make way for His Majesty Balak, mighty king of Moab, and his guest, Prophet Balaam. Bow the knee.
With great pomp, the king, with chief dignitaries of his kingdom, escort Balaam to the place of the heathen god Baal, from which the prophet can view the orderly camp of the Israelites spread out in the plains below. How little do the Israelites know of what is taking place so near them. How little do they know of the care of God extended over them by day and by night. Now Balaam speaks to Balak.
Build for me here 7 altars, and provide for me here 7 bulls and 7 rams.
Carefully Balak follows the instructions given him. When at last all has been made ready.
Now, King Balak, you stand beside your burnt offering, and I will go to one of the high places. Perhaps the Lord will come to meet me. Whatever he shows me, I will tell you.
The nobles and princes of Moab stand with the king beside the sacrifice. All around them is the eager multitude, watching for the return of the prophet. At last he is coming. The people await almost breathlessly for the words that will paralyze forever that strange power that protects the Israelites.
The king of Moab hath brought me from Aram out of the mountains of the east, saying, Come, curse me, Jacob, and come, defy Israel. How shall I curse whom God hath not cursed? Or how shall I defy whom the Lord hath not defied? For from the tops of the rocks I see him, and from the hills I behold him. Lo, the people shall dwell alone, and shall not be reckoned among the nations. Who can count the dust of Jacob, and the number of the 4th part of Israel? Let me die the death of the righteous, and let my last end be like his.
Balaam, Balaam, what have you done to me? I have gone to all this trouble to bring you to Moab to curse my enemies, and behold, you have done nothing but bless them.
And Balaam confessed to Balak that he came with the purpose of cursing Israel. But the words he had uttered were directly contrary to the sentiments of his heart. He was constrained to pronounce blessings, while his soul was filled with cursing. The thief who defeated an army. Once upon a time, the land of Canaan was occupied by evil and wicked people who worshipped idols. One of their principal cities was Jericho, situated on the banks of a small river near where it emptied into the Jordan River. Jericho was a large and wealthy city. Its palaces and temples were the abode of vice and luxury. It was protected by a huge wall fenced up to heaven. The priests of the city were its leaders and dictators. Their special deity was Ashtaroth, goddess of the moon.
O Ashtaroth, great and beautiful goddess of the moon, we seek thy protection. Guide us, O goddess of the moon, in our dealings with the children of Israel, who are camped at our doorstep, even now.
Arise, Dogem, come with me.
But, your grace, I'm not finished with my prayer to her lordship, goddess Ashtaroth.
We have more important things to do this morning.
More important than morning devotions to
Yes,
Ashtaroth.
come with me and I'll show you.
Well, after I have finished with Ashtaroth, your grace. Oh, beautiful Ashtaroth, it is with the...
Dogem, who is the high priest of Jericho?
You are, your grace.
Who rules Jericho?
You do, your grace.
Yes, and who are you?
One of the lower priests, your grace.
And who stands between goddess Ashtaroth and the people?
You do, your grace, and I am sworn to obey you, your grace. Yet I have a certain duty and loyalty to the goddess Ashtaroth, too.
You actually believe there is an actual god? A goddess of the moon who can hear your prayer and do things for you?
No, your grace.
Well, then why do you insist on this foolishness?
We have to keep up a front, a pretense. Your grace.
Before the people, yes, but not when you're alone or with another priest.
As you wish, your grace.
Always remember that, Dogem. Someday you'll make a good priest. Remember that gods and goddesses have no power at all. They're wood and stone. Their influence upon the people depends entirely upon how you, as the priest, keep the people fooled.
Yes, your grace.
Now, come along with me, and I'll show you something to really get excited about.
Yes, your grace.
Knock louder. She's in there somewhere.
Yes, your grace.
Just a minute.
Oh, she sounds perturbed, your grace.
What if she is? She'll calm down soon enough.
Can't you fellows Oh, good morning, your grace. I'm sorry it took me so long to answer the door, but I didn't realize it was you.
That's quite all right, Rahab.
Won't you come in, your grace, you and your companion?
Yes, thank you, Rahab.
Perhaps you wish to go upstairs?
Yes, Rahab, we do.
This way, please. Have a seat, your grace. Refreshments will be served in just
No, Rahab. Never mind. We didn't come for that. We'd like to be taken to your courtyard, the one on top of the city wall.
As you wish, your grace. This way, please.
Rahab, do you mind leaving us alone?
Not at all, your grace. Just call when you want me.
Just a minute, Rahab.
Yes, your grace?
I haven't noticed you at temple services of late.
No, sir.
Been too busy to attend, perhaps,
No, your grace. No longer do I worship Ashtaroth. goddess of the moon, or any of the other idols of Canaan.
What?
I'm now a worshipper of the true God, the God of heaven.
The God of heaven? Who's he?
Your Grace, he's the God of the Israelites.
Oh, the Israelite God? The Israelites who are even now camped on our doorstep?
Yes, Your Grace. If you'll excuse me, I'll leave you two gentlemen alone. Just...
No, Rahab. Stay here with us. You're just the one I want to talk to.
At your service, Your Grace.
Dorgim, look over the wall to the southeast of us. Do you know what lies in that direction?
Yes, Your Grace. Gilgal. The Israelites are camped at Gilgal.
Yes, they were camped at Gilgal.
They're not now?
They're on their way here. Watchers report that the entire Israelite army is marching directly towards Jericho. They'll be here any second now.
Oh, well, there's nothing to fear, Your Grace. The Israelites won't attack us. We're too strong. They'll detour around our city.
I don't believe it. Oh, there's something uncanny about these Israelites. I don't trust them.
Well, have our armed forces been notified?
No, everything's readiness for an attack.
Well, then there's nothing to worry about.
Rahab, you said that you worship this Israelite God. Now, what do you know about them attacking us?
Your Grace, believe me, they will attack, and they will defeat our army and destroy this entire city.
Yeah, how do you know they will?
Their spies told me.
Spies?
2 spies visited my home here a few days ago. I hid them, and they told me of their plans to attack.
That's treason, punishable by death.
I'm not afraid, Your Grace. The God of Israel will take care of me and protect me.
Nonsense.
The 2 spies promised to spare me and my house when they destroy Jericho.
And you believed them.
Their word is sure. That's why at this very minute my father and mother, my brothers and sisters, and all my relatives are in this very house, awaiting the Israelite army, waiting to be saved from the destruction that will fall upon all the rest of Jericho.
Gullible, that's what you are. Believe everything anyone tells you.
She is right, Your Grace.
What? You too?
The God of heaven performs wonders, miracles for his people, the Israelites.
He can't penetrate our thick walls. They are impregnable.
Well, he parted the Red Sea so the Israelites could go across on dry land.
And he preserved them 40 years in the wilderness.
And just a few days ago, he parted the waters of the Jordan River.
Well, yes, I know all these things, but, how can they possibly destroy our strong city? Now look at this wall. And our army is second to none. We have horses by the 1,000. And iron chariots. No enemy could possibly do...
Your Grace, look! The Israelite army, they're coming!
Quick, Dorgim, go to headquarters. Be sure the general has checked our entire defense. Have him check again.
Yes, Your Grace.
Hurry!
Yes, Your Grace.
Rahab, you really do believe that the Israelites will destroy our city, hmm?
Yes, Your Grace.
But how? How?
Their God will do it, Your Grace. How? No one can answer that.
But gods can't do anything. They're wood and stone. They're lifeless.
Oh, not the Israelite God. He's alive. He created the heavens and all that in them is, and everything exists and has order at his command.
That's not true. It can't be.
Look out there at the Israelites now. Look how orderly they march, in perfect step. Look at those soldiers leading the way. Warriors, every one of them. 7 priests, each with a trumpet, come next.
Yes, what is that thing? The thing these men next in line are carrying?
Those aren't men. They're special priests with the sacred duty of carrying the ark.
Oh, the ark. That's what that brilliantly lighted thing is, hmm?
The ark. Visible evidence of God's presence.
I don't believe it. It's just a hoax. Thought up to impress the people and to frighten us.
Oh, it's all very real, Your Grace. As truly as those thousands of soldiers following that ark are real. And, Your Grace, do you notice how quietly they march? Not a single sound they make except the sound of their feet.
Yes, I noticed. And it frightens me. But why? Why?
We'll soon see. Just be patient, Your Grace.
That's very strange.
They're marching around the city, Your Grace.
Yeah, so it appears. I wonder what they're up to.
They've stopped marching.
Priests are blowing trumpets. I wish I knew what this was all about.
Their God is going to deliver Jericho into their hands, Your Grace.
I don't believe it. Yes, Dogheb, what do you want?
Your Grace, the Israelites are coming again.
Yes, marching like they did yesterday.
In the same order, everything just like they did yesterday.
Well, get my chariot on the double. I must get to Army headquarters immediately.
Yes, Your Grace.
The very same thing happened again the third day, the fourth, the fifth, and the sixth. Then on the seventh day, very early in the morning.
Your Grace, wake up. Wake up, Your Grace. Your Grace.
What time is it?
It's just barely daylight, Your Grace.
Oh, go away. Leave me.
Your Grace, the Israelites are on the march again.
Well, I don't care what... What? The Israelites are marching again,
Yes, Your Grace.
So early in the morning?
Yes, Your Grace.
Around Jericho?
Yes, Your Grace.
For 6 days. They're earlier today. Well, maybe today's the day. Quick, Dogheb, my clothes. Hand them to me. Then get me my chariot on the double.
Here you are, Your Grace.
Hurry!
Yes, Your Grace.
Yes, the Israelites expect something to happen today. Well, whatever it is, I must stop them. My general must get to the wall. General!
Yes, Your Grace.
What's the meaning of this?
Meaning of what, Your
The
Grace?
Israelites marching around our city so early in the morning.
Oh, maybe they couldn't sleep. Who knows?
What's that?
Trumpets, Your Grace. The Israelites are blowing them, just like they have for the past 6 days, remember?
Oh, well, now they'll go back to the camp where they belong, huh?
Well, who cares what they do? I surely don't.
Oh, you aren't worried?
Not the slightest, Your Grace. Our defenses are airtight. A mouse couldn't get through, much less an Israelite soldier.
Their God seems to be able to do just about as he pleases. No one can stop him.
Why, shame on you, Your Grace. What is the beautiful Ashtaroth, goddess of the moon, going to think? You talking like that. And you, her high priest, too.
Your Grace.
You again. You're always interrupting. What do you want this time?
The Israelites are marching around the city again, Your Grace.
General, did you hear that? Marching around our city 2 times in one day. Now, something's going to happen, I tell you.
Oh, have no fear, Your Grace. Everything is under control. Our soldiers are prepared for any eventuality. The Israelites are not going to conquer our city. They can't. It's impossible.
Well, I hope you know what you're talking about.
Grace, the Israelites have started around for the 3rd time.
Huh? General! General, stop them! Stop these Israelites!
Now, Your Grace.
They've started the 4th trip around, Your Grace.
4 times! General, you must do something! These Israelites are up to no good! For the 5th time, you say?
Yes, Your Grace.
General, stop these Israelites! That's an order! General, did you hear that? 6 times! For the 6th time today, the Israelites are marching around Jericho.
Oh, calm down, Your Grace. For 6 days they've been marching around our city. 6 times today. And nothing's happened yet, has it?
No.
And it won't either, Your Grace.
Well, then why are they marching around Jericho?
To mystify us. To get on our nerves. No doubt hoping we will do something foolish. Maybe go outside the city walls to engage them in battle. Then they might defeat us. As long as we remain calm and collected, we're in no danger.
Oh, well, yes, General, I believe you're right.
Your Grace, the Israelites...
Yes, Dogheb, I know. The Israelites are marching around Jericho again for the 7th time today. Well, let them march. Who cares?
But, Your Grace, they...
Dogheb, you worry for nothing. Be calm and collected like I am.
But, Your Grace, there is something to worry about.
What, Dogheb?
The Israelite God. He promised that he would deliver us into the hands of the Israelites, and their God always keeps his word.
Impossible, Dogheb, impossible.
Rahab, my daughter, I believe you.
you, of course, yet I do not understand.
Neither do I, Father. But I do have confidence and faith in the God of heaven. And somehow he will deliver us from these evil and wicked people.
I know, Rahab, yet I do not see...
Father, look. Listen. The marching stops. Oh, something wonderful, terrible is about to happen. I know it, Father. I can feel it. The trumpets.
This time they holler and make noise as well as blow the trumpets. I wonder why.
The time has come, Father. Watch.
The walls of Jericho are falling.
But no harm shall come to us, Father.
Yes, the great walls of Jericho fell to the ground.
Rahab!
Solomon!
Come quickly, Rahab. Joshua says that...
Solomon, I want you to meet my father.
How do you do, sir?
Father, this is the young spy I told you about. One of the two that I hid in the stalks of flax.
Oh, glad to meet you, Solomon.
Joshua intends to have Jericho burned immediately. He instructed me to get you out of the city before it's set afire.
We're ready, Solomon.
Yes, young man, we're ready. We've been looking for you and waiting. Now here you are to save us.
My mother's here, my brothers and sisters, all my relatives, too.
Everyone in this house is to be saved. Get them all. We must go.
They're waiting at the back steps. Come along, Solomon.
The flames of the burning city of Jericho lit up the sky for miles around. Finally, they faded and died. There was nothing more to burn. There was much rejoicing in the camp of Israel.
Fellow Israelites, silence! Silence before the Lord! We have just experienced a great victory. Jericho is ours. Soon all the land of Canaan will be ours.
Hooray for Joshua, our leader!
Our next conquest will be Ai. I will send spies to Ai immediately. As soon as we have their report, we will march against Ai.
Everything appears to be in order. Complete harmony seems to reign in the camp of Israel. But such is not the case. In one tent...
Look, dear.
Garment. It's beautiful.
It's for you, dear.
For me? This beautiful garment? Oh, Achan, where did you get this garment?
That isn't all. Look at this.
Gold, silver. Achan, how did you come by all this?
Does it matter how I got them?
Achan, did you steal these things?
Steal them? Me?
You took them from Jericho, didn't you?
What if I did?
What if you did? Joshua expressly forbid anything to be taken. Achan, you'll be punished for this.
Punished?
You're a thief, Achan, a common, ordinary thief. Well, listen to my advice and take them back. Give them to Joshua.
Give them to Joshua? Not on your life.
You'll be caught and punished.
Oh, nothing of the sort. I'm going to hide them. No one will even know I stole them. I know. I'll dig a hole right here in the tent and hide them there.
People of Israel, the spies brought back a good report. Ai is a very small village with scarcely any defenses. I will take 3,000 men and march against Ai tomorrow morning. People, quiet. Please, silence before the Lord. People of Israel, as you know, our army of 3,000 was utterly defeated by the small Ai army. What you do not know is why we were defeated. I shall tell you. In the first place, We went into this battle without first seeking God's sanction and blessing. In the second place, there is a sin in our midst. A thief defeated us. Because of a thief, 36 of our valiant warriors now lay dead on the field of battle. I do not know who the thief is. He is one of you. Whoever he is, if he will come forward now, if he will confess now, there is still hope for his salvation. Very well. If the thief will not confess of himself, we will find out who he is. We will draw lots. The thief will be discovered.
Achan, hadn't you better confess?
No, they'll never discover it was me.
People of Israel, the casting of lots discloses that the guilty man is a member of the tribe of Judah.
I plead with you, Achan. Confess your sin before it's too late.
No, why should I? I tell you, they'll never discover it was me. Even if the lots should point to me, how are they ever going to prove it? They'll have to produce the evidence, and it's safely hidden under the tent.
People of Israel, once again we have drawn lots. The evidence this time indicates the guilty person is a member of the Zerites family.
I think you're making a great mistake, Achan.
You worry too much.
But you are guilty, and you know the penalty of guilt, don't you?
They'll forgive me. After all, I only stole a garment and a few pieces of silver and gold.
The amount doesn't matter. You did steal. The penalty for stealing a little is as great as stealing a lot. Why don't you confess?
No.
People, my heart is sad. We are drawing close to the thief, yet he, whoever he is, does not confess. This time the lot points a finger at the household of Zabdi.
It's getting closer and closer to you, Achan.
The next drawing will reveal the guilty man himself. Will the guilty one not yet come forward and confess? Very well. We will proceed with the drawing.
Achan, I plead with you, confess.
No.
You'll be punished.
Joshua will have mercy upon me.
Joshua will obey the law, and you know what the law says. Anyone found guilty of stealing is to be stoned to death.
Oh. Maybe I had better confess.
It's too late now. Joshua has already made the drawing.
People of Israel, I hold in my hand the name of the guilty person. Achan, son of Zerah, come stand before the Lord.
Here I am, Joshua, sir.
Achan, my son, do you realize that your sin, that your theft has caused much grief and suffering in Israel?
Yes, sir.
Do you realize that you, because you coveted and stole, caused the utter defeat of our army?
Indeed, I have sinned against the Lord God of Israel. I saw among the spoils of Jericho a goodly garment, and 200 shekels of silver, and a wedge of gold. I coveted them, and I took them. They are now under the earth in the midst of my tent.
Achan, my son, you have confessed your sin, but you have delayed too long in doing it. You must be punished. It is my unpleasant duty to pronounce the judgment of God upon you. You, your wife and family, your household, everything that belongs to you, even your tents and flocks, everything, will this day be removed far from camp. You will be taken to Achor, the valley of trouble. The wages of sin must be paid.
Conquering Canaan.
The northern part of Canaan was occupied by many and strong peoples, who became terrified at the success which had attended Israel in South Canaan. In the north, on the shores of Lake Merom, was the city of Hazor. Now Hazor was a very strongly fortified city, reigned over by King Jabin. And King Jabin called together all the kings of northern Canaan and suggested a confederacy to protect their lands against the onslaught of the Israelite hosts.
But Joshua and his army seem to win battles regardless of the odds against them.
I doubt that we can do anything against him either.
No, gentlemen, let us be calm, keep our wits about us, and plan intelligently.
Calm? When our very lives are threatened?
Oh, no, I doubt if things are quite that bad.
Has anyone at all, won a single battle from Joshua?
Well, no.
I think we should surrender to Joshua.
Now, gentlemen. Aren't you forgetting one important fact? We are a long way from Joshua's headquarters. We are almost inaccessible to him and to his army. Also, we are practically impregnable to an attack.
Impregnable? That's what Jericho thought, too, with their strong walls and fortified position. But Joshua conquered them anyway.
No. This is the wrong attitude, gentlemen, the wrong approach. If we don't think we can win, we can't.
How can we win against the strength of Joshua and his mighty men?
No, we certainly can't by a defeatist attitude. We're doomed. Our countries are in real danger. We will be defeated unless we band together, fight together, stick together, and do the very best we can together to defeat Joshua. At least we'll have an outside chance to win.
You're right, of course, Jabin. And I'm sure that all of us agree that we must stick together against the common enemy. I herewith pledge my country and my fighting force to the common good.
So do Yes, now we're getting somewhere. In unity there is strength. Hurrah for the Confederacy of Northern Canaan!
Hurrah, the Confederacy!
Now, our first order of business is to decide upon a Confederate leader and the place to establish headquarters.
Now, we are all kings of Northern Canaan, and as kings are qualified to lead armies to battle. Yet I, for one, am in favor of King Jabin being the leader of our combined forces. He has displayed calmness, a strength of purpose, and unflinching courage in all this.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. I shall certainly do all in my power to turn the tide of battle against Joshua. But now let's get down to cases. With your permission, I should like to establish headquarters right here in Hazor. Certainly there's no better fortified city in all Canaan than Hazor. It is also my suggestion that we let Joshua bring the war to us. We will let him attack us. Then we will have a definite advantage. Are we all agreed on this? Now, unless my information is in error, our combined forces will far outnumber the forces of Joshua.
I think that is correct, Your Majesty.
And we will have well-armed and trained soldiers, while Joshua's army is made up mostly of citizens, untrained, poorly armed.
Your Majesty, I think that would have been completely true a few months ago, even weeks. But Joshua has conquered all the nations of southern Canaan, which means that they have probably confiscated many weapons of war, which they are now armed with.
Yes, that's true. However, our main advantage will be in our horses and our chariots, the greatest weapon of war ever invented. I understand Israel has no horses and chariots at all.
Well, they certainly have captured horses and chariots from the southern Canaan nations.
Yes, but do you know what they've done with those horses and chariots?
Put them to good use, probably.
No, they burned the chariots and lamed the horses.
Whatever for? Are they crazy?
They did it at the command of their God, supposedly so that they wouldn't put their trust in horses or chariots, but in the Lord their God.
The more I hear about those Israelites, the more sure I am that properly organized and led, our combined forces can whip them.
Down with the Israelites!
Yes, and now, gentlemen, let's get down to specific plans for the protection of our respective countries. To start with, our headquarters here in Hazor must be...
Meanwhile, at Gilgal, the camp headquarters of Israel, Joshua was addressing his great army of mighty men and warriors.
Mighty men of Israel, in your hands rests the final conquering of Canaan. Although most of Canaan is now in our possession, there remains northern Canaan and some of the western nations to yet depossess. By far the most formidable enemy yet to cope with is the confederacy of northern Canaan under the leadership of Jabin, king of Hazor. They are now camped by Lake Merom beside the fortified city of Hazor. They form by far the largest army we have yet faced. Their soldiers are in number as the sands of the sea. But the Lord God of Israel said unto me, Be not afraid because of them, for tomorrow about this time will I deliver them up, all slain before thee.
And Joshua and all the mighty men of Israel marched against King Jabin of Hazor, and all the allied kings with him. And God delivered Hazor into the hand of Joshua, and one by one the mighty cities of the kings of the north fell to Israel, and Joshua became master of Canaan. Then the land rested from war. Even though the power of Canaan had been broken, there remained on the west coast the Philistines and the Sidonians, dangerous and continuous enemies of Israel. And scattered throughout all the land were bands of peoples who were still to be subdued. It was the duty of each tribe to fully subdue the people in its own inheritance. Moses, before his death upon Mount Nebo, had fixed the outer boundary of the land. Now it became Joshua's lot to divide the land among the 12 tribes of Israel. He was to be assisted in this duty by Eleazar the high priest, and one prince from each tribe, formally appointed by Moses. Joshua himself, of the tribe of Ephraim, was one of these princes. Also Caleb, of the tribe of Judah. 2 of the tribes, Gad and Reuben, with half the tribe of Manasseh, had received their inheritance before crossing the Jordan River. They had, however, furnished their portion of armed men for the conquest of Canaan. For years they had fought bravely by the side of their brethren. Now the time had come for them to get back unto the land of their inheritance, where they had left their families, loved ones, and possessions. As they had united with their brethren in the conflicts, so they had shared the spoils. Consequently, they returned home with much gold, riches, cattle, and with brass, iron, and much raiment.
It is with anxious heart that I witness your departure for the land beyond the Jordan. You will be far from the sanctuary. Strong will be the temptations in your isolated and wandering life to fall into the customs of the heathen tribes that dwell on your borders. I plead with you, be of strong courage, and remain true to the precepts of God's immortal law.
Caleb, of the tribe of Judah, was one of the princes appointed by Moses to aid Joshua in making proper and fair distribution of the land of promise. Now, before the actual distribution began, Caleb came forward with a special claim.
Greetings, Caleb.
Salutations, Joshua.
Have a seat and visit a while.
I don't wish to bother you, Joshua. You're a busy man.
No more busy than you, I'm sure. And I think we're due a short reprieve from duty to reminisce, don't you? After all, Caleb, we are the 2 oldest men in Israel. You and I are the only ones yet alive who actually came out of Egypt.
I don't feel old.
How old are you, Caleb?
85, Joshua.
Well, you're still a young man, compared to me.
You're only a few years older than 85.
Well, a few years can make a great deal of difference at our ages.
Perhaps so, but I wouldn't know. Yet. I am as well and strong as I was 45 years ago when Moses sent me, along with you and 10 others, to spy out the land of Canaan, remember?
As if it were yesterday. We were camped at Kadesh, only 11 days from Mount Horeb, but a short distance from the borders of Canaan. The people, as usual, did not trust God or Moses, and insisted that spies be sent to survey the land. A ruler from each tribe was chosen. Ah, how well I remember that clear morning when Moses bade us go into Canaan and observe its people.
You 12 young men have been chosen by direction of God to go into Canaan as spies. Bring back a report of its people, whether they are strong or weak, few or many. Observe the land, its situation, its natural advantages, and the productivity of the soil. Bring back also some of the fruit of the land. Now go and survey the entire land, from the southern to its northern borders.
So this is Hebron.
Yes, Hebron. One of the most renowned spots of the world. For many years it was the home of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. The cave of Machpelah is here.
That's very true, Joshua, but it isn't a friendly spot any longer. It's now occupied by the Anakims, probably the fiercest people in all the world.
And did you ever see such large giants as these Anakims?
I didn't even know such large men existed. They make us look like mere pygmies.
And the cities of Anakim, such strong walls and fortified, positively impregnable they are.
I think it's impossible for us to conquer Canaan. The people are too strong.
The Lord is on our side. Nothing is impossible to God.
Anyway, it's not our duty to decide if we can or cannot occupy Canaan. Our job is to look it over and report what we find to Moses.
People of Israel, you have heard our report. Canaan is a good land. It is beautiful and productive. Nevertheless, there are many difficulties and dangers that we will face if we undertake to conquer the land.
And what my companion says is true. Canaan is populated by giants so large that by comparison we are mere pygmies.
The nations of Canaan are powerful. The cities are walled and impregnable. It is useless to even think of possessing the land.
We are not able to go up against the people, for they are stronger than we and will conquer us.
We would be better off to remain here or go back to Egypt.
Listen to me, my people. I am Caleb. I am one of the 12 you sent to spy out Canaan. What these two have just said about Canaan is true. Yet it is also true that our God is stronger than 1,000,000 Canaans. He is well able to deliver the people into our hands. Together with Joshua, I beg of you, let us trust in the Lord our God and go up and possess Canaan.
Caleb and Joshua do not tell you the truth. They are unfaithful to God and to you and your families. It would be better for us to die in the wilderness than to die fighting the strong nations of Canaan.
Away with Caleb! Stone them!
Yes, Caleb, I well remember all that, even though it was over 40 years ago. You and I were the only 2 men of the 12 who have lived to inherit Canaan.
We were the only 2 with faith enough to believe Canaan could be conquered. And one important truth of life is, according to your faith, be it unto you.
It was only by a miracle of God that we were saved from being stoned by the angry people. How many times since then, Caleb, my friend, have I thanked God that we, you and I, were faithful and strong enough to stand up to our belief that Israel could inherit Canaan.
There's one thing, Joshua, that I should like to remind you of. Remember what God, through Moses, promised me right after the people were hushed by the manifestation of God's glory?
I think so. If I remember correctly, the exact words were these: My servant Caleb, because he had another spirit within him, and hath followed me fully, him will I bring into the land whereinto he went.
Yes, but there was one more promise, a more specific one. The very land of the giants that brought about the fear of Israel to possess Canaan was promised me as an inheritance.
You wish Hebron as a permanent inheritance?
Yes, sir, please.
But Hebron hasn't been conquered. The giant Anakimentes still possess the land.
If the Lord will be with me, then shall I be able to drive them out.
Oh, but you're old, Caleb. Wouldn't you prefer to possess a land already conquered?
Our people must have an example of true bravery and faith. The tribes must be encouraged to fully subdue the land which their fathers had deemed unconquerable.
Oh, bless you, Caleb. To none other can the conquest of this giant stronghold be more safely entrusted. Your request is granted. The land of Hebron shall be an inheritance to you and to your seed forever and ever.
Having obtained the inheritance and trusting in God, Caleb and his house drove the 3 sons of Anak out of the cities and mountains and possessed the land. His zeal did not abate. He did not settle down to enjoy his inheritance, but pushed on to further conquest for the benefit of the nation and the glory of God. Caleb had not asked for a land already conquered. He did not desire honor or aggrandizement for himself. Rather, the brave old warrior was desirous of giving the people an example that would honor God and encourage the tribes to fully subdue the land which their fathers had deemed unconquerable. Joshua received another request. However, a request entirely different from Caleb's, a request born of greed, selfishness, vanity, and pride.
May I speak to you, Joshua, about a very important matter?
Of course.
I represent the tribes of Ephraim and Manasseh. We are children of Joseph. We are a mighty and superior tribe.
Yes.
Because of our superior numbers and greatness, we demand that we be allotted a double portion of land.
You have already been given the richest land in Canaan.
True, Joshua, but we want more land. Anyway, many of the cities of the valley are still in possession of the Canaanites.
And your tribe shrink from the toil and danger of conquering those cities. Is that it?
Well, of course not. We need more land, and we think it's only fair that we be given additional territory that has already been subdued.
If Mount Ephraim and the valleys be too small, and if you be a great and powerful tribe, I suggest that you go to the wood country of the Perizzites, the giants, and hew out additional land for yourselves.
You refuse to grant us additional inheritance?
I refuse to depart from strict justice and right.
But Joshua, the Canaanites that dwell in the valley are mighty, and they have chariots of iron.
The real cause of your complaint is that you lack the faith and courage to drive out the Canaanites.
We demand a hearing and judgment of our claims.
You argue that you are a strong and great people, numerous and powerful. By your own argument shall you be judged. Being a great tribe, as you yourself claim, you are well able to make your own way, as do your brother tribes. With the help of God and proper faith, you have no cause to fear the Canaanites, nor their chariots of iron.
My dear people of Israel, ever since we crossed the Jordan River, we have been camped here in Gilgal. From this place we have subdued most of the peoples of Canaan. We have divided the land of Canaan among the 12 tribes, and now we must move on to a new location. In almost the exact center of Canaan lies the town of Shiloh. The territory around Shiloh has been thoroughly subdued and the enemy routed. We shall move our camp to Shiloh.
And the whole congregation of Israel assembled together at Shiloh and set up the tabernacle of the congregation there. Soon after the tabernacle was set up in Shiloh, there came a disturbing bit of news about the 2 tribes on the eastern side of the Jordan.
You wish to see me, Phineas?
Yes, sir, on a very important matter, sir.
Well, I certainly shall listen to one who is as zealous in the welfare of our people as you, Phineas. I well remember how you handled the affair with Zimri, and then later how you led 10,000 of our men of valor in victory against the 5 kings at Midian. You wish to see me, I presume, relative to your duties as priest in the sanctuary.
No, sir. It has to do with the tribes settled on the other side of the Jordan.
Yes?
They Sir, they have erected an altar of burnt offering beside the Jordan River.
An altar of burnt offering?
Yes, sir.
The law of God prohibits on pain of death the establishment of any place of worship except the one here at the sanctuary.
I know, sir.
Oh, I have been worried about them. They're so far away from the influence of the sanctuary service, and so close to the temptations of heathen peoples, that I feared for their apostasy.
What are you going to do about it, Joshua, sir?
We must not let it remain unpunished, Phineas. It will lead the people away from the true faith. And perhaps we should have a general assembly of the people and discover what their wishes are in the matter. Now, you have heard the accusation against our brother tribes on the other side of the Jordan. What is your wish in the matter?
There is only one course open to us, sir. Make war against them and forever stamp out them and their apostasy.
Oh, people of Israel, how do we know that the report we received is true?
It is true, Phineas. Our brothers have erected altars by the Jordan. That is in direct disobedience to the commands of God, and according to the law, must be punished by death.
I readily admit that such an act is worthy of death. However, before punishment is pronounced upon them, it is only right and proper to let them defend themselves. We should give them an opportunity to explain their conduct.
They should be put to death, every one of them.
Just a minute. Just a minute, my dear people. Phineas is right. His counsel is sound. In fairness to our brothers, we should send a delegation to discover the full truth of the matter. If guilty, they will be properly punished. If we punish them without a fair trial, we will be guilty of mass murder. With your approval, I shall appoint one prince from each of the tribes to go to Gad and Reuben on the other side of the Jordan to discover the truth.
Are the representatives from Gad and Reuben present?
They are all here. You may proceed.
As you know, we are 10 princes sent here by Joshua and the congregation of the 10 tribes. Word reached us that you have erected an altar of burnt offering in direct disobedience to God's specific command.
But, Phineas, sir, the altar we erected at the Jordan...
Then you admit to erecting the altar?
Yes, of course.
Know you not that such an act is rebelling against God?
But, Phineas, sir,
Excuses will not erase the sin against you. How could you have done so? Such open rebellion and apostasy. How could you have forgotten so soon the judgments visited upon Israel because of their apostasy at Peor?
But
perchance this side is too far removed from the tabernacle and its services, and you are unwilling to remain here without an altar of sacrifice. So Joshua and all Israel offer you a share in the possessions and privileges on the other side of the Jordan. Well?
Have you finished speaking, Phineas?
There is nothing more I can say.
And may I now speak for my people?
We are here for that specific purpose.
We did erect an altar beside the river Jordan, but not an altar of sacrifice. It simply stands as a witness that we, on this side of the Jordan, are also worshippers of the living God.
Oh, no, well, not for one.
We were fearful lest our children and our children's children might forget God. And because of their separation by distance from the tabernacle of God, they might be excluded from the services and blessings of the sanctuary. That is why, my brethren, we erected an altar of remembrance. With great joy, the ambassadors accepted this explanation and immediately carried back the tidings to Joshua and Israel. And all the people were united in rejoicing and praise to God.
In thee, O Lord, do I put my trust, for thou art my hope. Thou art my trust from my youth. Thy righteous Lord, is very high. My soul shall sing unto thee, for there is none like unto thee.
And Joshua, the servant of the Lord, died, being 110 years old. And Israel served the Lord all the days of Joshua, and all the days of the elders that outlived Joshua.
What's that? A lion. He's going to pounce on me. I have no weapon of any kind. I'll have to fight him barehanded.
The champion of champions. The story about the champion of champions begins with a very mysterious and unusual incident in the life of the Manoah family, living in Israel on a hill near the border of the enemy country of the Philistines. One day, Mrs. Manoah was in the vineyard back of the house when someone approached her and said,
Mrs. Manoah,
Yes, sir?
you have no children?
No. But I wish we did have. We love children so much, my husband and I.
You will have a son, Mrs. Manoah.
I will.
When you have this child, you will refrain from drinking wine or strong drink. You will also not eat any unclean thing, and no razor or shears shall ever be used on the child, for he shall be temperate in all things.
Then Mrs. Manoah ran to the house and told her husband, saying,
We're going to have a child, a son.
A son? What are you talking about?
The prophet that I met back in the field. He promised that we would have a son.
You say he was a prophet of God?
I don't know. He must have been, or else he wouldn't have known that we're to have a son.
But didn't you ask him who he was?
I didn't ask him who he was or where he came from, but he did tell me that when I have the child, I am not to eat unclean things or drink strong drink, and that we are never to shave his face or cut his hair.
He was a man of God. He must have been.
I forgot to tell you. The man said that our son would deliver Israel from the Philistines.
The deliverer of Israel is to be our son. I only hope that we, as his parents, bring him up properly and teach him right from wrong. If only I had been there and talked to the man myself, I would have gotten more information from him.
Well, if he was a man of God, he will come again, if you will pray and ask him to.
Yes, I will. I'll pray, and God will send the man again. O God of heaven and earth, let the man of God which thou didst send unto my wife come again unto us, and teach us exactly how to bring up our son in the way he should go.
The man came again and talked to me.
Where?
Back in the field. Come, I'll show you.
Are you the man who told my wife that we are to have a son?
I am.
Well, stay with us a while. At least until we can prepare a lunch and offer a sacrifice.
Even though I do remain a while with you, I will not partake of thy food, but I will wait here until you offer a burnt offering unto the Lord.
So Manoah offered a burnt offering unto the Lord, and the man did wondrous things while Manoah and his wife looked on. The man went upward in the flame and disappeared out of their sight into heaven. Disappearing heavenward in the flames.
A miracle.
If he's a prophet, he'll be back. But the man appeared no more to Manoah and his wife, Then they knew that the man was an angel of the Lord. And Manoah said unto his wife, He was an angel from heaven. Surely what he said will come to pass. We will have a son. The angel's prediction came true. They had a son and named him Samson. Samson cried louder and longer than other babies. He was the champion baby crier. In time, Samson grew into a lad of 12. And as many 12-year-olds do, he had many tussles with other boys. Samson always won. He was a champion 12-year-old. One day, Samson, with his mother and father, were traveling to a nearby Philistine town to make arrangements to marry a beautiful young lady of Timnath.
You and Mother go on, Father. I'm going to stop here in the vineyard for a while.
Bashful, are you, son?
Won't you reconsider, son? Surely there are girls of our own nationality that you can marry.
No, Mother, I want to marry her. Oh, she's beautiful, and she's just the girl I want for a wife.
All right, Samson. We'll go on and make the arrangements.
I'll be along as soon as I think you've had time to complete the arrangements.
All right, Samson.
It's about time I went on and saw my intended bride. A lion! Hungry lion, and he's going to attack me. I have no weapon, nothing, not even a club. Well, I'll have to fight him with my bare hands. Oh! Ow! Oh, that was close. I ripped his jaw apart. Oh, dear God of our fathers, thank you for giving me strength and victory over the lion. Amen. I won't tell anybody about this. They wouldn't believe me anyway. I'll stop and bathe in the river, then go and see my bride.
And so began the career of a mighty man, the champion of champions. The next incident proving his strength came after he had been tricked into revealing a riddle in connection with the lion he had slain. And the Spirit of the Lord came upon Samson, and he went down to Ashkelon and slew 30 men of them, and took their spoil, and gave change of garments unto them which expounded the riddle. And his anger was kindled, and he returned to his father's house. Soon after this, Samson was forced to flee from the Philistines and take refuge in a small cave near the top of a mountain. The Philistine army took after him and made camp near the foot of the mountain. Immediately, a delegation of Israelites called upon the general of the Philistine army.
We are come as a delegation of the Israelite nation, and we would like to...
I know who you are. What do you want?
You and your army. What are you doing in Israel? We aren't at war with you. The war is over.
We will be at war again if you don't deliver Samson to us.
Samson?
Yes, Samson. We're here to take him captive. And when we get him, we're going to do to him as he has done to us.
But the last we heard, Samson was over in your country.
He isn't now. We chased him here. He's up there somewhere on that mountain.
Probably hiding in the cave of Etam.
Regardless of where he is, you better find him and turn him over to us, or you'll have a major war on your hands.
Samson! Samson! He doesn't seem to be here.
He's just cautious. Call him again.
Samson! Samson!
Tell him who we are. Maybe he thinks we're Philistines.
Samson! We are a delegation of thy Israelite brethren.
I'm listening.
Come out where we can see you.
What do you want?
You, Samson!
You want me?
We want you to surrender to us.
You can turn me over to the Philistines.
If we don't, there's going to be war.
Let the Philistines capture me themselves, if they want me so badly.
Please, let us bind you and deliver you to the Philistines. That's the only way we can avert war with them. And war means death and suffering to our women and children.
Promise you won't harm me if I surrender to you.
We promise, Samson. All we want is to deliver you to the Philistine general.
All right, brethren. Bind me with new rope and deliver me to the Philistine.
And so, General, we bound him and brought him to you.
Oh, so you are Samson, the strong man, huh? Well, with those ropes binding you, you're no stronger than the weakest. Men of the Philistine army, this is Samson, the strong man. What do you think of him? Huh?
He looks about as strong as a baby to me.
The Spirit of the Lord came mightily upon Samson, and the cords that were upon his arms became as wax that was burnt with fire, and his bands loosed from off his hands. And he found a jawbone and slew 1,000 men therewith. Single-handed and armed only with the jawbone of a donkey, Samson fought that entire Philistine army, and proved once again that he was a strong man, the strongest man who had ever lived, the champion of champions. For the next 20 years, Samson ruled Israel as their judge. During all that time, the Philistines hated him, but could find no occasion to do anything about their hatred. Then one day, Samson went to Gaza and stayed all night at a certain house.
General, I hear that Samson's here in the city, going to stay all night. It's the chance we've been waiting for.
You know where he is?
Yes, sir.
Good. We'll get him this time.
Shall I capture him now, General?
Oh, you don't know Samson. You'd better take a regiment and lay in wait for him at the city gate.
Now?
Of course now. He may try to sneak away during the night. In the morning, when he tries to leave, nab him.
Yes, sir.
On second thought, I'll go with you.
But, General, sir, why the need for quietness? The gate is shut and locked. Samson couldn't escape even if he tried.
We're not taking any chances. If Samson were to sneak up and hear us, discover that we're laying in wait for him, there's no telling what he might do.
General, someone's coming to the gate. Maybe it's Samson.
Get the soldiers out of sight.
They are, sir. It is Samson. He stopped at the gate.
He can't escape us this time.
He's trying to unlock the gate.
Let him try.
General, look at him. He's pulling the gate posts at him and carrying them all. Gate posts and all.
Oh, what strength. Quick, get your regiment out. Take after Samson.
There's only one regiment, sir. And we wouldn't have a chance against a man like Samson.
For years and years, the Philistines have hated Samson. Especially did the general of the Philistine army hate Samson.
I'll get him someday. For 20 years, he's got the best of me. But my day is coming.
In the valley of Sorek, not far from Jerusalem, lived a very beautiful Philistine woman named Delilah. One day, she was visited by the general of the Philistine army.
I understand, Delilah, that Samson visits you quite frequently.
Perhaps. Perhaps not.
You are a Philistine, aren't you?
Of course,
You want to help your country?
Naturally.
Then tell me all you know about Samson.
What do you want to know, General?
Well, does he love you?
I think so. I think he's madly in love with me.
And you with him?
I like him. I like to be seen with him. He's a strong man, General, a famous man, and Yes, I think I love him.
More than you do your country?
No, General, I love my country more than I love Samson.
Now, we're getting somewhere. You're beautiful, Delilah, and unscrupulous. You should be able to handle Samson.
That depends.
We'll pay you. Pay you well.
Keep talking.
We'll pay you 1,100 pieces of silver.
Now we are getting somewhere.
Samson's danger is in his superhuman strength. Find out the source of his strength. He'll tell you, you tell us, and we'll be able to bind him, subdue him, afflict him. That's going to be a real pleasure. I'll personally inflict punishment upon him.
Samson, dear, is it true that you once killed a lion barehanded?
No.
And that you've killed unnumbered soldiers with nothing more than a club?
Oh, let's talk about you.
Samson, what makes you so strong?
Exercise, my dear.
Oh, no, Samson, it isn't exercise. It's something special. Else you couldn't escape from whole armies as you have. You're so strong, nothing can hold you.
You, want to know my secret, huh?
Yes, Samson.
Well, Delilah, if someone were to bind me with a green and unused bowstring, I could not escape. I would be as weak as any man. Delilah, dear, what's the matter?
You lied to me about the bowstring. It didn't make you weak at all.
You're evil and wicked, Delilah. You wanted my secret just so you could tell the Philistine general and he could capture me.
They forced me to tell
How
them.
could they force you to tell?
Well, they did. Oh, Samson, you do believe me, don't you? Oh, Samson, you know I wouldn't lie to you. Truly, I wouldn't.
I hope not.
But you have lied to me, Samson. Please tell me the truth, Samson. Tell me the secret of your great strength.
All right, Delilah. You won't tell the Philistine general?
Oh, no, of course not, dear.
Well, if you braid my hair into 7 braids, then tie them to a stake, I'll become as weak as ordinary men.
Oh, thank you, Samson. You do love me, don't you? I hate you, Samson.
Hate me?
You've lied to me. You've mocked me. You've made fun of me. You won't tell me the truth about a simple little thing like the source of your strength.
Oh, but Delilah,
Don't butt me. If you truly loved me, you'd tell me the truth.
I can't, Delilah.
You don't love me. That's why you can't.
I do love you, Delilah.
Then tell me the secret of your strength, Samson.
No.
Please.
No.
Please.
No. Aren't you ever going to talk about anything else?
No. Not until you tell me the truth about the secret source of your strength.
And it came to pass, when Delilah pressed him daily with her words, and urged him and nagged him, that his soul was vexed unto death, and he told her all the secrets of his heart.
You want to know my secret? Well, I'll tell you.
Don't lie to me again, Samson.
I won't. Anything to stop your constant nagging. Before I was born,
yes,
an angel told my mother to never cut my hair or shave my head.
Oh.
If my hair be cut short, then I will become like other men, weak, unable to protect myself from the Philistines.
That's the truth, Samson?
It is.
Oh, thank you, Samson. You do love me.
You know I do.
Oh, just the same, Samson, I wish you'd go now. I want to... Well, I've got to get ready for some visitors. I'll see you this evening At 8?
All right, Delilah. I'll be back at 8.
Goodbye, Samson.
Goodbye.
See you this evening. Martha! Martha!
Yes, mistress?
Quick, run get the general and have him come here at once. At once, do you hear?
Yes, mistress.
Was he telling you the truth, Delilah?
I'm sure he was, General. I could tell by the way he said it.
At last. We'll have him in our power.
He's coming back at 8 o'clock. You and your men get here about 7:30. I'll hide you in the other room. I'll get Samson to sleep, and then the barber can shave his head. And he'll be just as weak as any other man. Samson. Samson. He's asleep. General, you and your men can come in now.
Is he asleep?
Sound asleep. Where's the barber?
This is he. Get busy, barber. Shave this man's head.
And then get him out of here. I betrayed him, and I don't want him to be around any longer than necessary.
And when Samson awoke out of the sleep, he wist not that the Lord was departed from him. The Philistines took him captive, and put out his eyes, and brought him to Gaza, and bound him with fetters of brass. And he did grind in the prison house. Then the Lord of the Philistines made a great feast, and they brought Samson in their midst to scorn and laugh at him.
Well, Samson, you're not so strong now. How do you like being a slave, grinding our corn, You slew lions. You fought entire armies. And now, Samson, you're going out there in the arena and furnish sport for my guests. We'll see how strong you are.
But, General, I am blind.
So you are. That'll be even greater sport. Lad, lead Samson out to the center of the arena.
There were some 3,000 Philistine lords and ladies that made merry over Samson. When the ordeal was over, the lad led Samson back out of the arena.
I'm tired, lad, awfully tired. Show me to the pillars that hold up this great building, that I might lean on them and rest.
Yes, sir. Right this way, sir. Is it true, sir, that you used to be as strong as a dozen oxen?
The Lord God of heaven gave me strength, yes.
You killed a lion with your bare hands?
Yes, lad, with God's help.
Why aren't you strong now, like you used to be?
Because I let the love for a wicked woman and my own false pride get the best of me, and I disobeyed God.
Oh, here you are, sir. These are the pillars of the building.
Oh, thank you, lad. Now, why don't you go outside and, well, out in the sunlight, get some fresh air. I do want you out of the building. Will you go?
Well, all right, sir. If you want me to.
I do, and hurry, lad.
I'll be back after a little while.
Oh, Lord God of Abraham and Isaac, forgive me, I pray thee, for my grievous transgressions. Remember me now, and strengthen me, that I may be avenged of the Philistines for my 2 eyes, and for thee. Give me the strength to push against these pillars. Bring down this house upon these wicked Philistines. Thank you. Amen. I will die
along with the wicked Philistines.
And thus ended the life of Samson, the champion of champions. The evil Philistines he slew at his death were more than those he slew in his entire life, bringing judgment to the Philistines who worshipped the false god Dagon and scorned the true God of heaven.
The defendant will stand and face Judge Eli while sentence is passed.
This case has not been easy to judge. It is unfortunate that the land is in such a state of turmoil. Moses made provision in the laws for the poor and needy, and the laws are sufficient. I know it's hard to listen to the cries of hungry children, to be their father and not try to get them something to eat. Perhaps you could have found work if you had tried just a little harder. But instead, you stole a sheep, and you killed it and ate it, you and your family. Now the law of Moses is very specific with regard to a theft of this nature. You must restore the stolen sheep fourfold.
But, Your Honor, I cannot restore even one sheep, let alone 4. We were starving. We had to have something to eat. I searched and searched for work, but could find no one to hire me. We went after the gleaners, as the law provides, but they left nothing at all. What could I do? We had to eat.
You must restore fourfold. If you cannot do so by any other means, then you will have to sell either yourself or one of your children to be a slave. I have spoken. So shall it be.
The Wayward Sons.
After Eli returned from the seat of judgment unto his own home, his wife came unto him and said,
Eli, you have got to punish your sons, Hophni and Phinehas.
Oh, what have they done now?
They stole grapes from Thamar's vineyard.
Oh, you're sure of this?
One of Thamar's servants was working in the vineyard and saw them.
Well, perhaps he lied.
The servant was Ram, and you know he wouldn't lie.
No, he wouldn't.
Shall I have the boys come in and see you?
Yes, I guess so.
Yes, Father.
What is it? Sons, your mother tells me that you stole some grapes from Thamar's vineyard.
We didn't steal any of his old grapes.
Never mind who told her. Now, did you take some grapes with you from his vineyard?
I don't know.
What difference does it make if we did? We have the right to eat all we want.
Now, sons, you're better acquainted with the law than that. You know that those provisions were made primarily for travelers. You also know that in any case you are not to take fruit from the vineyard with you. To do so is to steal.
I think you're making a big issue over nothing.
Besides, we're Levites. Thamar has a duty to help support us, the old miser.
Hophni, Thamar is not a miser. He is a good, kind man.
Well, he shouldn't begrudge us a few grapes. We were hungry.
Sons, that's not the point. The point is that you stole something that was not yours, and you should make restitution.
I'm not going to make restitution to him for a few old grapes.
Me either.
Look, Father, we're Levites, priests. We don't have to
You
go
boys
around.
are not priests.
We should be. We're old enough.
You're the high priest and we're your sons. We should serve at the tabernacle with you.
Perhaps someday you will be priest.
Not someday, now. We want to start right away.
But you are not worthy, or at least not ready yet to be priest.
Not ready? We are too ready. We know the law. We've watched you serve at the tabernacle since we were boys. We know the customs and services better than anyone else in Israel.
Well, it is true that you know the customs, but oh, my sons, if only your lives were what they should be. How can I make you priests? But we'll see.
If Eli had weighed the terrible consequences of indulging his sons, he would have punished them at once. Instead, he listened to their request and allowed them to become priests and serve at the tabernacle, but they did not respect their holy office. Meanwhile, in another part of Israel, another priest by the name of Elkanah was preparing to leave his home to serve at the tabernacle.
Hannah, you have my things ready?
Yes, dear, here you are. And, Elkanah, while you're at the tabernacle, will you pray to the Lord that he give me a child, a son?
I will, dear, although I'm sure he knows your longing. Does Peninnah still lord it over you because she has children and you don't?
Yes. More and more each day, it seems.
I suppose I shouldn't have married her, even though you are barren. She has brought a lot of bickering to our once happy home. But I must be on my way. Keep your courage up. Goodbye, dear.
Goodbye, Elkanah.
Say, Brother Phineas, do you see that fellow over there who just came into the courtyard?
You mean the one with the bundle of belongings?
Yes. Now, what do you suppose he's come here?
Why, it's obvious. He's a priest come to serve his term of duty here at the tabernacle.
Exactly. Now, tell me, have you felt the need of any more help around here?
No, and quit trying to be funny. Get rid of him like we have the others.
Hello there. Sir, can I help you?
Yes, can you tell me where I'll find High Priest Eli?
He's in the tabernacle, busy. State your desires.
Well, my name is Elkanah, and I've come to serve my term of duty.
And just who sent for you to come? Elkanah.
Why, no one. This is the month during which I always serve.
Look, friend, we've got a new system now.
Yeah, you don't just show up here any old time and expect a free handout.
From now on, if we want you to come and work, we'll let you know, understand?
No, I don't understand. It's the custom for the priest to serve their term on a rotation basis, not by request.
Now, we've told you once, and we're not going to tell you once more. We've got a new system.
You're not needed, you're not wanted, so get out.
I'm going to see your father Eli about this.
I told you he's busy.
I don't care how busy he is. You can't keep me from seeing him.
We're his assistants. If you want to see him, you have to make your request through us.
I'll do nothing of the sort. I have had enough of this nonsense. I'm going to see Eli, and I'm going to see him right now. How out of my way.
That'll be all right, Brother Phineas. Father understands the system as well as we do.
Eli, sir, may I have a word with you?
Why, if it isn't Elkanah. Come in, my son. How are you? How's the family? You seem to be as fit as ever.
I don't know. I thought I was until I met your sons Hophni and Phineas.
Hophni and Phineas? Did they trouble you?
They tell me that my services are no longer needed.
So that's it. Well, since they've been assisting me, we don't need as many of the other priests as we once did.
Oh.
You know how it is. The country's in such a turmoil. Some of the priests don't show up, and many people aren't paying their tithes as they should. So there isn't enough money to support the tabernacle as there should be.
Yes.
Now, I was sure that you would understand. Now tell me, how's your family?
Oh, they're all right, I guess.
I'm glad to hear that. And it's been pleasant to see you again. In a few months, it will be the Feast of Tabernacles. Perhaps I'll see you when you come up then.
Yes, perhaps.
Why, Elkanah, what's wrong? Why are you back so soon?
Oh, they told me I wasn't needed.
Not needed? And just why not?
Eli's two sons, Hophni and Phineas, are serving in the tabernacle. They're not having any of the other priests serve.
Hophni and Phineas? Why, they're just boys. They're not priests.
I'm afraid Eli has made them priests.
The very idea. Wonder so many people are forsaking the worship of the God of heaven.
Now, we must not let the misdeeds of others cause us to lose faith in God. He is a God of love.
Yes, I know. Did you remember to ask God to give me a son?
No. I was so upset after talking to Eli and his sons that I completely forgot it until just now. I'm sorry, dear.
I understand. I know you must have been upset. It's just that...
Just what? Peninnah?
Yes.
By the way, where is she now?
Oh, she's out playing with the children, I think. Oh, Elkanah, why doesn't God let me have children, too?
I don't know. I wish I did. But come now, dry your tears. Crying about it won't help. I'll tell you what. In a few months, it will be the Feast of Tabernacles. We'll all go up to the temple together, and while we're there, you can make a special request to God yourself. All right?
All right.
Hannah! Penina! How are the preparations coming for the journey to Shiloh for the feast?
Just fine, dear. We're almost ready.
Just about ready? Ha! You forget that I still have to get the children ready.
I'll be glad to help you, Penina.
Oh, sure. You're always glad to help. You think they were your children instead of mine.
I didn't mean it that way. I was only
No. Stop this bickering. This is no time for a family quarrel. Penina, I should think that you would welcome Hannah's help. You're always complaining about all the work you have to do.
I'm not complaining. It's just that I get sick and tired of her poor little childless me attitude. It's plain enough to see that she has displeased God, and that's why she's barren.
Penina, now, you know that's not so. You apologize to Hannah, and don't ever let me hear you talk like that again.
All right. I'm sorry.
You're forgiven, Penina. Now, what can I do to help you?
Oh, why don't you go start getting the children dressed? I'll be along in a few moments.
All right.
Father, how much longer till we'll get to Shiloh?
Well, it's not far now. You should be able to see the city when we round that next bend in the trail.
Can I help you make the booth this year?
Yes, I guess you can. First we'll have to find several branches and
Are we going to camp at the usual place?
Well, why not? It's a good site, not too far from the sanctuary. There's a good water supply. Now, do you know of a better spot?
No, I guess it's all right.
Look, there's the city of Shiloh. We can see it now.
Father, can I run on ahead, please?
All right, but not too far. Now, don't get lost. Oh, the children are so happy. This should be a joyous time for all of us.
Father, can I put another piece of wood on the fire?
Yes, I guess so. Be careful now. Put it right there at the side. That's it.
Come on, children. It's time for you to go to bed.
Already? We just got the campfire going good.
Oh, it wouldn't hurt for them to stay up a little later tonight, would it, Penina?
Are you trying to tell me how to bring up my children?
Why, no, it's just that
It's just none of your concern. If you know so much about bringing up children, why don't you have some?
Oh, if only God...
No, Penina, Hannah, stop the fussing. Let's not spoil this evening with a fight. This is to be a joyous occasion. And tomorrow we will have the peace offering feast. Why, it's supposed to signify brotherhood and goodwill toward one another.
Yes, dear.
I'm sorry, Penina. I didn't mean to tell you what to do.
You're always sorry. Come on, children, get to bed. Morning will be here soon enough.
Father, can I go to the tabernacle with you?
No, dear. I think you'd better stay here. I have to go to the tabernacle while the peace offering is sacrificed. I won't be gone long.
Good morning, sir. Are you preparing for a peace offering?
Yes, Your Grace. The fat is on the altar, and all is in readiness.
Give me my priestly portion, then.
As soon as the fat is burned, you'll get your just portion.
I'm too busy to wait. Give it to me now.
But the law clearly states...
Don't tell me what the law... wait a minute. Shouldn't I know you? Yes, I remember now. Brother Phineas, come over here a minute.
What's the problem, brother?
No problem. It's just that this priest, remember him? Anyway, as I recall, his name is Elkanah. He was trying to tell me about the law.
Sure, I remember. Look, Elkanah, around here we are the law. Understand?
I understand that you do not realize the importance of your holy office.
Quite the contrary. We do realize our importance. And if you're smart, you'll give us our portion of the sacrifice now, or we'll take it by force.
All right, here you are.
Come on, more than that.
At least 4 times as much.
But that won't leave enough for my family to have a feast.
That's your problem. Now give it here, or we'll take it.
Why, Elkanah, you're back sooner than usual.
Well, I didn't have to wait very long.
Where's the rest of the sacrifice for the feast?
I gave the priests a little extra.
A little? Why, it looks like you gave them over half of it.
Did you give it to them, or did they take it?
Well,
It's those sons of Eli. They're wicked, evil men. I knew we shouldn't have come.
Now, let's not get started talking about Hophni and Phinehas again. This occasion is to be a time of rejoicing and thanksgiving. Prepare what's left of the sacrifice, and we'll have our feast. Here, Peninnah, there's your portion, and one for each of the children.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And here, Hannah, here's a little extra for you.
Thank you, dear.
What's the big idea, giving her some extra? Well, if that doesn't beat all, I'm the one who has the children, and I have to do most of the work. And she gets an extra portion.
Peninnah, be careful what you say. You know that I love you both. Now, you should not be jealous of Hannah.
Jealous of her? Oh, she's the one that's jealous. Jealous of me because I have children, and she's barren. She's cursed of God.
Hannah, come back here. Oh, dear, I must go and talk to her. Hannah, why do you weep, and why do you not eat, and why is your heart sad? Am I not more to you than 10 sons?
Yes, I suppose you are, Elkanah, but why? Why doesn't God let me have a son?
I don't know, dear, but come, let us finish the feast, and then you can go to the tabernacle, make a special request to God as we plan.
All right.
Now Eli the high priest was sitting on the seat beside the doorpost of the temple, and Hannah, deeply distressed, prayed to the Lord and wept bitterly.
O Lord of hosts, if thou wilt indeed look on my affliction, and remember me, and not forget me, thy maidservant, but will give to thy maidservant a son, then I will give him to the Lord. As soon as he's old enough, I will bring him to your tabernacle to remain and serve thee all the days of his life.
As she continued praying before the Lord, Eli observed her mouth. Hannah was speaking in her heart, only her lips moved, and her voice was not heard. Therefore Eli took her to be a drunken woman.
Woman, how long will you be drunken? Put away your wine from you.
No, my lord. I'm a woman sorely troubled. I have drunk neither wine nor strong drink, but I have been praying to the Lord. Do not regard me as a base woman, for I have been praying to the Lord because of my anxiety and vexation, praying that God would take away my burden and grant my request.
I'm sorry I misjudged you. It is seldom that I see anyone pray sincerely. Go in peace, and the God of Israel grant your petition which you have made to him.
O Lord, I thank thee that thou hast heard my prayer and given me this son. As I have vowed, he shall be thine. Just as soon as he is old enough, I will take him to your tabernacle, and there he shall remain and serve thee. Help me to train him to love thee, to realize his duty to thee. Give me the strength to keep my vow, and not to wish to keep him to myself. And grant that Elkanah, my husband, will look favorably toward my vow and help me. And help Peninnah to see the beauty of a full surrender to thee, and realize the worthlessness of arrogance. And above all, Lord, help me to be a good mother. Amen. You precious baby. It'll be hard to give you up, But I must never think of you as mine. You belong to God. I'll have to give you a name. Let's see. I know. I'll call you Samuel. It means God has heard, for he did hear me and granted my request. Elkanah.
Yes, what is it, dear?
In a few more weeks, it'll be time for the Feast of Booths.
So?
I don't think I'll go up to the tabernacle this year.
But you haven't gone up with us for the last several years. Don't you think little Samuel is old enough by now to make the trip? It's only a few miles.
Oh, he's old enough. That's not the reason.
Well, what is it then?
It's just that, well, the last time I was at the tabernacle, I made a special request to God that he give me a son, which he did.
Yes?
And when I asked for a son, I also made a vow to God.
What kind of a vow?
I promised God that I would give my son to him, to serve him.
Well, many mothers make a vow like that.
Yes, Elkanah, but my vow to God was more specific. I told God that I would take my son to his tabernacle just as soon as he was old enough to leave me, and there he would remain and serve the Lord all the days of his life.
I see.
Therefore, I must not take Samuel to the tabernacle and then bring him back home with me. I'm afraid that if I did each visit, it would become harder to leave him. The very first time I return to Shiloh must be the decisive visit.
You know that as your husband I can nullify your vow.
I know.
It will be just as hard for me to part with little Samuel as for you. I love him very dearly.
Yes.
At the tabernacle he would be exposed to the evil influence of Eli's wayward sons, Hophni and Phinehas. And Eli himself is getting old and feeble. It certainly is not a very good place for a boy to grow up. When did you plan to take him?
Just as soon as he's a little older. Another year or two, 3 at the most.
How could you do it? Why, the child is your whole life. Without him, what meaning would your life have?
I will always know that God heard my request, Elkanah, that he took away my reproach before Peninnah. Every day little Samuel will be the object of my prayers, and each year I will make him a new robe with my own hands and take it to him at the annual feast. Elkanah, I cannot think of little Samuel as mine. He is the Lord's.
You shall keep your vow before God, and I will help you and take also a vow myself, for now I know that you have a greater faith than I.
Mother?
Yes, dear, what is it?
I brought you some flowers.
Why, thank you, dear.
Only they're not as pretty as they were.
Do you know why, Samuel?
No.
They have been separated from their source of strength. That's why they wither and die. And it's just the same with us. When we become separated from the Lord, who is our source of strength, then we die spiritually. We forget all about God.
How can we keep from dying spiritually?
Well, the best way is to pray to God every day. Remember, he always hears your prayers. Samuel, do you know what your name means?
No.
It means God has heard.
Heard what?
Well, specifically, he heard my prayer. I wanted a little boy very, very much. And so I went to the tabernacle and asked God to give me one. And he did. He gave me you.
Oh.
But there's more to it than that. I told God that if he would give me a little boy, then I would give my little boy back to God.
Are you going to give me back to God?
Yes, I'm going to give you to God to serve him.
How?
Well, I'm going to take you to the tabernacle at Shiloh. You will live there and help High Priest Eli.
But I don't want to leave you, Mother.
Of course you don't, Samuel, and I don't want you to. But many of our people don't worship the God of heaven anymore, and we need someone to lead us back to God. Perhaps that someone will be you. You've been specially dedicated to God. That's why you must grow up in God's house. Do you understand, dear?
I'll try to, Mother. I love you, too, and I don't...
You love God, too, don't you?
Yes.
Well, remember, son, that you belong to God. You must always love him above all others.
I'm willing to do what God wants me to do, Mother.
see my sons are busy. Can I serve you? I see you have prepared a bullock for sacrifice. For what purpose?
It is to be a token of atonement, Your Grace.
An atonement? For whom?
Our son.
Your son? This little lad? I don't understand.
Do you not remember me, sir?
No.
A few years ago, I came here and prayed earnestly to God.
Yes, this now I remember. I rebuked you for being drunken, and I was wrong. I also blessed you, didn't I?
Yes, Your Grace. As you live, I am the woman who was standing here in your presence praying to the Lord. For this child I prayed, and the Lord has granted me my petition which I made to him. Therefore I have given him to the Lord. As long as he lives, he is given to the Lord.
Given to the Lord?
He is to remain here at the tabernacle. From this time on he will serve the Lord.
Why were you so deeply distressed when you prayed to the Lord, and why did you weep?
I was childless and ridiculed as one despised by God.
And you are willing to give this child to the Lord?
Yes. His name is Samuel.
Hello, Your Grace.
Samuel. It means God has heard. Woman, I cannot help but marvel at your faith and devotion.
The aged Eli, himself an overindulgent father, was awed and humbled as he beheld this mother's great sacrifice in parting with her child, and he was reproved for his own selfish love. In humiliation and reverence he bowed before the Lord, and they worshipped together.
Two battles at Aphek.
Now the children of Israel went out against the Philistines to battle, and pitched beside Ebenezer. And the Philistines pitched in Aphek. And when the Philistines and the Israelites joined in battle, Israel was smitten. And the Philistines slew of the Israelite army 4,000 men. And when the Israelites had retreated to their own camp, the leaders gathered together and said,
Why has our God permitted the Philistines to defeat us?
We have sinned. We have forgotten God. God's powers and blessings are no longer with us. Without God we lose battles and will lose them until he is once again with us.
I agree.
We must return to God. We must confess our sins and again live blameless lives.
There is a better way, I think, to once again have God with us in battle. The Ark of the Covenant containing the 10 Commandments is the symbol of God's presence. It now reposes in the Holy of Holies at Shiloh. Let us send, fetch the Ark, that when it comes, it will save us from the Philistines.
So the people sent to Shiloh, that they might bring from thence the Ark of the Covenant of the Lord. And when the Ark of the Covenant came into camp, all Israel shouted with a great shout, so that the earth rang with it. And the Philistines heard the noise of the shout.
Captain! Captain!
Yes, General.
That shouting, you hear it? What is it?
Oh, the Israelites, sir.
The Israelites? What are they so happy about?
Well, I understand, sir, that the Ark of their God has been brought into their camp.
The Ark of their God?
Yes, sir. It's some sort of chest or ark that gives them the power that we've heard so much about.
You mean, the walking through the Red Sea and the Jordan River and all the other superhuman things the Israelites have done?
Yes, sir.
And this Ark, their God, is in their camp now?
Yes, sir. And woe unto us, sir. This sort of thing has never happened before. There is no one, nothing that can deliver us out of the hand of the Israelite God.
We must not give up, Captain.
Oh, but sir, he's the same God who smote the Egyptians with the plagues and then delivered Israel out of the wilderness. What can we do against such a God?
Perhaps nothing, but we are going to try. Call together all our men, Captain. I shall talk to them. O ye Philistines, I plead with you to be strong. Quit yourselves like men, that you do not be servants to the Israelites as they have been to you. We will battle the Israelites. We will be victorious if only you will fight. Fight! Fight!
And again the Philistines and the Israelites fought. And the battle waxed long and furious. Meanwhile, back in Shiloh, a very old man, infirm with age, unable to see, and filled with anxiety, spoke to his daughter-in-law.
Take me to the outer gate of the tabernacle, my daughter.
I'm sorry, my father, but I must insist that you remain here. You're old, blind, in the distance to the outer gate.
Take me there at once. I shall sit there by the wayside, awaiting news of the battle at Aphek. I fear for our people and for the Ark of the Covenant.
Very well, Father Eli.
Taking a position outside the tabernacle gate, the elderly Eli sat on a seat by the wayside, awaiting, day after day, the expected arrival of a messenger from the battlefield.
Stand aside! Stand aside!
What was that? Who was that? Daughter, did you see that? Whatever it or he was who rushed past here just a moment ago.
Yes, Father Eli.
Who was it? What was it?
A young man in great haste. He must have been in mourning, too. His clothes were rent and there were ashes on his head.
Was he a soldier?
Yes, Father Eli. A Benjamite, I think.
Oh, probably a messenger from the battle at Aphek.
No, it couldn't have been, Father Eli, else he would have stopped and given you the message.
Perhaps he didn't notice me.
He couldn't have missed you sitting
Hear
there.
that? Hear that? People shouting and wailing. Daughter, go quickly and see what the excitement is. Return at once.
Father Eli, here is the messenger from the battle at Aphek.
Yes. What is it, my son?
Eli, sir, the army of Israel has fled before the Philistines. There's been great casualties among our people, and thy sons, Hophni and Phinehas, are also dead.
My husband!
I expected that. A judgment of the Lord for their sins.
And the priest, Eli, sir. The ark. It has been captured.
Oh, captured?
By the Philistines, sir, and taken back to their country.
Oh, it's my fault. My sins. The Lord has withdrawn his presence. Oh, I have dishonored God.
And the aged Eli, weak and in anguish, fell off the seat backward and brake his neck, and he died. There was great mourning and sadness in Israel, but in the camp of the Philistines there was great rejoicing.
How many Israelites did we slay this day, Captain?
About 30,000, General.
Well, we won't hear any more from them for a while. And the ark of their god was supposed to be powerful. Not as powerful as our gods, huh? Where is the ark now, Captain?
Outside the camp, sir.
Did you see it?
Oh, yes, sir.
What does it look like?
Well, I didn't see it. Actually see it. I mean, well, there was a covering over it, and no one quite had the courage to uncover it.
Afraid?
Well, General, let's say we were cautious.
Well, you still think there's something mysterious and powerful about that ark of the Israelite god?
Yes, sir, I do.
You're probably right. And on that assumption, I think I'll send the ark to Ashdod, make a place for it alongside our god Dagon. In fact, I'll take the ark there myself and instruct the priests what to do. And, High Priest, place the ark of the Israelite god right here, before our god Dagon.
Yes, sir.
I wonder what's under that covering. High Priest, do you have the courage to uncover the ark?
Well, sir, I'm a high priest of the god Dagon. I doubt if Dagon would be pleased if I dared even touch the ark of another god.
Clever, High Priest. A very clever way to keep from having to take a chance on uncovering the ark.
General!
Yes, High Priest?
You'd better get rid of that Israelite ark, General.
Get rid of it? Why? What's happened?
when I went in the temple for my morning devotions to the image of Dagon, it was fallen upon its face to the earth before the ark.
Well?
Well, it's never done that before, General.
I'm sure there's nothing mysterious about it. Just set Dagon up again and everything will be all right.
All right, General, if you say so. General!
Oh, what is it this time, High Priest? Dagon fall over again?
Yes, sir. But more than that, sir. It's unbelievable, but Dagon's head and arms are cut off from his body as if by some giant hand.
I don't believe it.
Well, you come with me, General, and see for yourself. Come along.
I can't believe it. Something looks like a giant hand did cut up Dagon.
Yes.
I wonder why, who? High Priest.
Yes?
Gather up the parts of Dagon and put them back together.
Oh, no, sir, not me. I'll never touch that idol again, never. Nor will I ever walk near it even. And I'll instruct the under-priest to do the same.
What do you think happened?
Well, it's the Ark of the Israelites. There's a strange power in it. I want nothing to do with it. Nothing whatsoever.
Nonsense.
Nonsense? Oh, then why did it happen? Why is it that all of a sudden...
General, I thought I'd find you here.
Captain?
Oh, General, a strange illness has broken out among our people. Why, they're dying like flies.
It's the Ark of the Israelites, I know it. The Israelite God is angry with us and with Dagon. I demand that the Ark be gotten rid of. It's a menace as long as it remains here.
Perhaps you're right, High Priest. Captain, call a general meeting of all Philistine lords. Lords of Philistia, you have heard how the Ark of the Israelites was captured during battle, and how its presence here in Ashdod has brought havoc to our god Dagon, and death to many of our people. Now, lords, what shall we do with this Ark of the God of Israel?
Why not destroy it? Burn it?
Well, my lord, that may be a good idea, if you will do it yourself. Everyone here in Ashdod is afraid of the Ark. They won't even uncover it to see what it looks like.
Well, if no one will even touch it, what is there we can do with it?
There are special handles protruding from the Ark. My men will touch those handles, but nothing else.
Well, then why not remove the Ark?
Sure, but where will we take it?
Well, don't take it any place. Just carry it around. Then its curse cannot rest upon any of our people or cities. You can get your soldiers to carry it around, can't you, General?
Of course.
Well, then do it. I suggest that your men carry it around and about the city of Gath.
Yes, sir.
And the Ark of the Covenant was carried about the city of Gath. And the hand of the Lord was against Gath. And many of the people thereof, both small and great, were destroyed with a great pestilence.
Captain, take the Ark away from Gath. Take it to Ekron.
Yes, sir.
But the people of Ekron, hearing that the Ark of Israel was to be brought to their city, were angry and fearful.
General, sir, the people of Ekron beg you not to bring the Ark to their city. Why, they claim, sir, that you do so merely to slay them and all their people.
We have to do something with the Ark. Take it to Ekron. That's an order.
Yes, sir.
And it came to pass, as the Ark of God came to Ekron, that the Ekronites cried out, saying,
They have brought about the Ark of the God of Israel to us, to slay us and our people.
So they sent and gathered together all the lords of the Philistines, and said,
My lords of Philistia, we the people of Ekron are low in spirit and of great sorrow. For the Ark of the Israelite God has brought great destruction in our city. Many of our people have died of a strange sickness. Oh, so, lords of Philistia, we plead with you, we beg you, send the Ark back to the Israelites before it destroys all of our people and our cities and our land.
Fellow lords of Philistia, what the captain says is true. Nevertheless, I say unto you that we should call together all the priests and diviners and have them tell us exactly what we should do. The power of the Israelite Ark is great.
and mysterious. Perchance we're not wise in the way we move the ark. The destruction which comes on us might be greater than it is now. Now, my Lord of Ashton, what say you?
Oh, I agree with you, Lord of Ekron.
And you, Lord of Gaza?
Yeah, I concur.
Lord of Escalon?
Agreed.
Lord of Gath?
I heartily agree.
So shall it be. Now, Captain, gather together the priests and diviners.
Yes, sir, my lord.
The question is, what shall we do with the Ark of the Israelite God?
Send it back to the Israelites.
Oh, but tell us, High Priest, where in Israel shall we send the Ark?
Well, more important than where to send the Ark is what peace and transgress offerings shall we send with the Ark.
Oh, well, what sort of offering should we send with the Ark?
Well, there are 5 of you lords. Lord Ekron, Lord Ascalon, Lord Gaza, Lord Gath, and Lord Ashdod. All of you and your cities have suffered death and sickness because of the ark. Send 5 golden emerods and 5 golden mice.
Oh, why waste all that wealth?
Do not be like the Egyptians. They hardened their hearts, and great destruction was their lot. When the Israelite God wrought wonderfully among the Egyptians, did they not let the Israelites go?
Oh, but golden emerods and mice. Oh, it seems like such a waste of gold.
Well, you asked for our opinion.
Well, all right. So be it.
Now, therefore, make a new cart. Take 2 milk cows on which there hath no yoke been put. Take their newborn calves away from the cows. Then tie the cows to the cart. Now put the ark of the Israelite God on the cart, and in a coffer by the side of the cart place the jewels of gold. Then let the cows go.
Oh, let them go?
Do not guide them nor force them. If the cows take the ark by way of the coast to Bethshemesh, to the land of the Israelites, then ye shall know that the Israelite God hath brought all this sickness and evil upon you and your cities.
Oh, but the cows will probably go straight to their calves, tied at home.
That would be the natural thing to do, yes. Therefore this test will prove once and for all if the Israelite God is or is not the one who brought about all our recent misfortunes.
And the men took 2 milk cows and hitched them to the cart, and shut up their calves at home. And they laid the ark of the Lord upon the cart, and the coffer with the mice of gold, and the images of their emerods.
Now we'll all follow the ark and see what happens. Are we ready?
We're ready. Yes, I think we're ready.
All right, Captain. Let the cows loose.
Yes, my lord.
Well, they started off straight for the coast. Come on, lords. Let's follow. Any second now, the cows will turn and start back for their calves.
Well, perhaps they won't.
It would be a miracle.
Well, listen to those cows. They're crying for their young ones. They want to turn and go back to their calves. But some power is forcing them onward towards Israel. What and why?
They're still headed straight for Bethshemesh. They're not even turning the slightest bit to the right or to the left. A mystery.
Like the priest said, it's proof positive that the Israelite God did bring those curses down upon us for having captured and stolen away his ark.
And the lords of the Philistines followed after the ark unto the very border of Bethshemesh.
Well, fellow lords, there is your proof that the God of Israel is powerful, worthy of worship, reverence, loyalty. But come, let's hasten back and make our report to the priests.
And it came to pass that many of the people of Bethshemesh were in the valley reaping their wheat harvest.
Oh, this is the last of the wheat fields, and am I glad?
Not me. I like to harvest. It's invigorating, healthy.
Oh, give me the work of a
Excuse me for interrupting, but isn't that a pair of cows coming down the road?
Cows? Oh, yes. Yes, they are cows.
Oh, that's odd. Cows pulling a cart. And I don't see anyone guiding them, do you?
No, that is odd.
Let's go see what it's all about.
Others see it and are investigating, too. Well, why not us? Come on. Just listen Listen to those cows bellowing.
That's the way cows sound when they're calling for their young.
Well, those cows seem determined to go someplace, and in a hurry, too. I wonder what that thing is on the cart.
A chest of some sort, looks like.
Say, I think I know what that is. I remember not long ago I was in Shiloh, and a cousin of mine told me that the Philistines had stolen away the Ark.
The Ark of the Covenant?
Uh-huh. And my cousin described the covering over the Ark. And that looks just like it.
Maybe that is the Ark. That would explain those cows going unguided by themselves.
An angel of God must be guiding them.
And the 2 cows took the ark into the field of Joshua, and stopped and stood there where there was a great stone. And certain men of Bethshemesh came and uncovered the ark, and they clave the wood of the cart, and built an altar, and offered the cows thereon as a burnt offering. And they put the coffers with the golden mice and the emerods upon the stone. And a great crowd gathered and looked upon the ark and the offering of burnt sacrifices.
But why do you turn your face from the ark and the offering of sacrifice?
I don't want to see it.
Why?
God commanded Moses on Mount Sinai that no one must look at the ark upon penalty of death. Even the high priest is to see the ark only once each year.
But nothing is happening, and look at these people, thousands of them, and they're all gazing upon the ark and the offering of...
And the people of Bethshemesh, 50,040 in number, were smitten because they had looked into the ark of God. And they sent messengers unto the priests at Kirjath-jearim. The ark of the covenant, is returned by the Philistines, and even now reposes by a large stone in the field of Joshua. Come, remove the ark, and bring it here to Kirjath-jearim. And the men of Kirjath-jearim came and fetched up the ark of the Lord, and brought it into the house of Abinadab. And Eleazar his son was sanctified to keep the ark of the Lord. And it came to pass that Samuel, the young prophet, knowing of these things, spake unto all the house of Israel, saying,
O ye people of Israel, how short is your memory! How long will ye continue in your sinful ways? Remember you not the wondrous ways in which the Lord your God delivered you from Egypt? Have you so soon forgotten how God brought you through the wilderness to inherit this land of promise? Why do you not worship the Lord of creation? Prepare your hearts unto the Lord and serve him only. If you will do these things and gather together at Mizpah, then will I pray unto God, and he shall deliver you out of the hands of the Philistines.
And the people of Israel gathered together at Mizpah, and put away the strange gods of wood and stone, and they served the Lord only. And Samuel judged the children of Israel in Mizpah.
Now you're sure of your information, General? Absolutely sure?
Yes, sir, my lord.
Well, perhaps it's a trick, a ruse to get us to march against them.
Oh, I doubt it, my lord. The Israelites seem to be at Mizpah on a peaceful mission. Their leader, Prophet Samuel, is talking to them, settling their disputes and differences. It's more like a holiday, a celebration than it is a military gathering.
Still, it may be a council of war. Now, we can't take a chance. We must march against them. Oh, another easy victory for us, if you're right.
I'm sure of it, my lord.
Then gather together your footmen and horsemen. Prepare to march against the Israelites.
Yes, sir, my lord.
Samuel, sir, the Philistine army approaches.
The Philistines? Approaching Mizpah?
Yes, sir, I saw them myself.
Does anyone else besides you know this?
Yes, sir, several of us saw the Philistine army. Anyway, the entire camp will soon know it. The Philistines are only a few miles away.
Try to keep the people from panicking. I'll offer a special offering to the Lord and cry unto him in prayer to deliver us from the Philistines.
And the Lord God of Israel heard Samuel, and even as Samuel was still offering a burnt offering, the Philistines drew near to battle against Israel.
Oh, I think this is the end. We've sinned away our day of grace. The Lord will permit the Philistines to subdue us.
Samuel is offering a burnt offering unto God and pleading for us.
You think God will deliver us from the Philistines?
That's exactly what I believe.
How? Miraculously?
He could.
But will he?
I think so.
Well, whatever God does will have to be done soon. The Philistine army's coming over that hill right now. Listen.
Huh?
We can probably even hear them. Yes, we can.
Almighty God of heaven, who delivered our fathers from Egypt, who opened the way across the Red Sea, who descended upon Mount Sinai amid fire and smoke and thunder, and who parted the waters of Jordan, can again right now manifest his saving power.
A terrible storm suddenly burst upon the advancing Philistines. Soon the earth was strewn with the dead bodies of mighty Philistine warriors. The Israelites stood silent, in awe, trembling with hope and fear. When they beheld the miracle of the storm, they knew that God had accepted their repentance and had forgiven them of their sins. Though unprepared for battle, they seized the weapons of the fallen enemy and pursued the fleeing host to Aphek, where they completely routed and defeated the Philistine army. It was here at Aphek, years before, that the Philistines had defeated the Israelites and taken away the ark. Now, at this second battle at Aphek, the Philistines were so thoroughly defeated that for many years they remained at peace with Israel. At the first battle at Aphek, the Lord had permitted Israel to be subdued because of her sins. Now, because Israel had repented and turned away from sinning, God brought them a great victory, an everlasting lesson to peoples, nations, and worlds, a lesson of obedience to God's laws and precepts.
King Saul saves a city.
Now God had said to Samuel,
"Here is the man of whom I spoke to you. He it is who shall rule my people."
With this oil, and at the direction of God, I anoint you, Saul, son of Kish, as the Lord's chosen king of Israel.
But the anointing of Saul as king had been done in secret. God's choice of a king had not been made known to the nation. When the time had finally come, Samuel sent messengers into all Israel, saying,
"Hear ye! Hear ye! Samuel, priest, judge, and prophet of God, herewith requests that all the children of Israel gather at Mizpah to choose a king. The Lord God of Israel demands your presence."
You have been summoned to Mizpah to hear the will of God, who has graciously granted your request for a king. Now, therefore, present yourselves before the Lord by your tribes, for God himself shall choose a king from among you.
Prayer was offered for divine guidance. Then followed the solemn ceremony of casting the lot. By this method, God would now indicate to all the people his divine choice of a leader for them. In silence, the assembled multitude awaited the outcome. First, the tribe of Benjamin was chosen from among the 12 tribes. Then the lot was cast for a family of that tribe. Finally, the lot was cast for the member of that family who was to be their king. The lot fell upon Saul. but Saul was nowhere to be found.
O God, Lord of heaven and earth, if it be thy will that Saul, the son of Kish, be king of Israel, reveal unto us his whereabouts.
Behold, Saul has hidden himself among the baggage.
Thank you, Lord. Run quickly and bring him here.
Yes, your grace.
Elders and people of Israel, here before me is the man whom God has chosen to be your king. Behold how he stands head and shoulder taller than any of you. There is none like him in all the kingdom. Be it known unto you, people of Israel, that your king is not to be like the kings of the heathen nations. Your king is not to be an absolute monarch, but he is to be in subjection to the will of the Most High God. The manner of the kingdom and the principles of the government.
While most of the people accepted God's choice of Saul for their king, there was a large group that did not.
I tell you, fellow tribesmen, that Saul is not the right man to be king. I refuse to acknowledge him as king, and I shall do all in my power to see that he does not become king. Even though he was chosen by the casting of lot, I refuse to abide by it. He's a Benjamite. And what is a Benjamite? A small fellow from the smallest of all the tribes. To choose a king from the tribe of Benjamin is to neglect both Judah and Ephraim, the largest and most powerful tribe.
I agree, gentlemen. In fact, I suggest that we refuse to recognize Saul as king, that we don't even pretend allegiance to him.
Brothers, quiet, please, quiet. I think that I am as well qualified to be king as anyone in all Israel, and I hereby announce my desire.
Samuel, sir.
Yes, Saul.
Many of the people are opposed to my becoming their king. I hear that some of the tribes are putting up men of their own choosing as candidates for king. And so, sir, I think it would be best if I return to my usual duties.
You display a very wise and humble spirit, my son.
I shall leave in your capable hands the administration of the government, as you have so faithfully done these many years.
Go and return to your home. In his own way, God shall establish you as his chosen servant to rule.
Master, sir.
Yes?
A young man wishes an audience with you, master.
An audience?
Yes, master.
Probably another discontented Ephraimite. Disappointed because he was not chosen king. Well, show him in.
The master will see you, sir.
Long live the king.
I am not king. I am Saul, son of Kish, a farmer. I happen to have been caught up in a whirl of circumstances that confuse me and have caused distress and trouble among the tribes.
Well, your majesty, there are some of us who believe with all our hearts that you have been chosen of God to be king, king of Israel. And we have sworn allegiance to you and have every intention of sustaining you and your God-given right to the throne, regardless of what some others may think or do.
Well, I'm afraid that you're doomed to disappointment, because I'm going home and once again take up my duties as a tiller of the soil.
We will escort you there, your majesty.
Escort me home? Oh, what for?
You are our king, your majesty, and your safety and well-being is our main concern.
I appreciate all this, and I want to thank your group for their belief in the divine choice and their concern for me, but thanks, I'll get home all right, my servant and I.
Saul, my son, may I voice an opinion?
Oh, yes, your grace.
You, Saul, have been divinely chosen as king. These young men have faith and belief in that choice. Do not take away from them the honor of escorting their king to his home.
I honor and respect your advice, Samuel, and I shall always do your bidding. So if they insist, they may accompany me home.
Thank you, your majesty. We await your command. Long live the king!
Plowing is hard work. Well, one more round of the field and we'll quit for the day. Here! Take care of these oxen, and be sure to give them plenty of feed. They worked hard.
Yes, master.
A while ago, as I passed by the city gate, I heard much wailing and weeping. What ails the people that they weep?
Well, there is trouble, master, among the tribes east of the Jordan River.
Trouble? What sort of trouble?
Today a messenger came from the city of Jabesh-Gilead. He said that Nahash, the Ammonite king, and his army had invaded and taken all the territory east of the Jordan River. All except the city of Jabesh-Gilead. Nahash and his army are even now awaiting word from the elders of that city. It seems that King Nahash will permit the inhabitants of Jabesh to live only if they agree to become his slaves.
Have they agreed to this?
Oh, no, master. You see, sir, the king of Ammon insists as a mark of their subjection to him that each and every man, woman, and child of Jabesh have his right eye put out.
Their right eyes gouged out?
Yes, master.
It's outrageous, unthinkable.
King Nahash gave the Jabeshites just 7 days to make up their minds. If he receives no word by that time, he will carry out his threat.
Oh, he will. He will not. Go quickly and bring me a sharp knife. No, I will get it. You gather together several score young men, strong and fleet of foot. Hurry, there is no time to waste.
Master, sir, here are the men you requested.
Men, you have heard of the danger to our fellow tribesmen across the river in Jabesh. Although they have formed a community by themselves, and have had nothing to do with our tribes for several generations, we must go to their rescue. Yes, now I see many of you staring with awe and wonderment at this bloody mess.
Yes, Your Majesty. What is it?
I have just finished hewing my yoke of oxen into small pieces. It is these pieces that you will be concerned with.
We await your orders, Your Majesty.
Speed is of the utmost importance. There are but 6 days left in which to rescue the people of Jabesh-Gilead. Somehow we must gather together thousands of young men from the far corners of Israel and march against the Ammonite hordes.
Israel's young men are little prepared for war, Your Majesty.
True, but we have God and decency and right on our side. Now I want you young men to run quickly throughout all the coasts of Israel. Each of you will make known the plight of our fellow Israelites at Jabesh, requesting that all able-bodied men come to Bezek at once to join in the battle against Ammon. You will hold aloft one of these pieces of oxen and say unto them,
Therefore, all you men of Israel, look upon this piece of ox I hold in my hand. If ye do not answer the call to arms and join Samuel and Saul in defending the city of Jabesh-Gilead against the Ammonites, so shall it be done to your oxen. Report at once to Saul at Bezek.
Now the dread of the Lord fell upon the people, and they came out as one man.
Long live the king!
Did you number the men who have reported for duty?
Yes, Your Majesty. There are 300,000 men from Israel and 30,000 from Judah. It would be almost impossible to form so many untrained men into anything resembling an army in so short a time, Your Majesty.
The Lord God is a God of miracles.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Master, there are several men who have just come from Jabesh-Gilead and wish an audience with His Majesty.
Show them in.
Yes, Master. You may come in.
You are from Jabesh-Gilead?
Yes, Your Majesty.
Has the situation changed?
No, Your Majesty. King Nahash will slay all of our people and burn our city if we do not agree to having our right eyes gouged out.
Return to your elders at once and tell them that help is coming. By sunup tomorrow morning we will be there and rescue Jabesh-Gilead from that heathen, cruel king.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor, thank you. I'll return immediately with the glad tidings. Long live the king! Long live the king!
Is there anything I can do to help prepare these untrained and unorganized hordes into the semblance of an army, Your Majesty?
Yes, there is. choose from among your group 2 men of great faith and courage, who have the ability to lead and direct. Then the 3 of you report back to me.
Yes, sir, your majesty.
Long live the king!
When the messenger returned to Jabesh-Gilead and told the people all that Saul had said, they were exceedingly glad. And the men of Jabesh-Gilead sent a messenger to the wicked king Nahash.
Your Majesty, this man is one of the representatives of Jabesh.
Yes, I remember him. Come forward, slave.
Long live the king. Long live the king.
You have a message from your people?
Yes, your majesty.
Your people have given up hope? They are ready to have their right eye put out? Or do they prefer death?
Tomorrow, your majesty, all Jabesh-Gilead will come out to you, and you shall do as you desire with them.
We'll gouge out your right eyes, just as we said we'd do.
Yes.
It seems strange to me, Your Majesty, that some of the Israelites residing on the other side of the Jordan don't come to the rescue of these besieged Jabushites.
I'll tell you why they don't. They're fearful of our superior forces. They know they don't have a chance. You!
Yes, your majesty.
Return to your people and prepare them for the fun of having their right eyes put out tomorrow.
Yes, your majesty. Long live the king. Long live the king. Meanwhile, at Bezek, in the camp of Saul and the 130,000 young Israelites.
Your Majesty, here are the 2 men of unusual strength, courage, and intelligence you requested.
Greetings, men.
Greetings, Your Majesty.
Encamped outside the city of Jabesh, on the other side of Jordan, is King Nahash and his army. On the morrow, he's either going to destroy every man, woman, and child of Jabesh-Gilead and burn their city, or put out the right eye of every one of them and make them his slaves. We are here to prevent this. Jabesh-Gilead is only 10 miles away, yet getting there presents some problems. There is the river Jordan to cross. Above all, we must approach the camp of King Nahash without his knowledge, surprise him and his army. For this delicate, difficult operation, I am depending upon you 3.
We will do our best,
Yes, Your Majesty.
We will divide our 130,000 men into 3 companies. Each of you will be in charge of one of those companies. You will approach the Ammonite camp from 3 different directions. Just at sunup, while the enemy still sleeps, you will attack simultaneously at a given signal from me.
Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Your Majesty.
Go away, I'm asleep.
But, Your Majesty, there's a battle raging. The enemy has attacked.
Go away, Battle?
The enemy has attacked.
What enemy?
The Israelites.
The Israelites don't have an army. They don't even have a general.
Nevertheless, Your Majesty, they have attacked, and their army is playing havoc with our men. Hear them, sir. They draw near, even in the very center of our camp.
Where are my clothes? Lackey, get my suit of armor.
Yes, sir.
Lackey! Are we going to lose the battle, General?
Well, now, if we don't get to...
Where's my armor bearer? Armor bearer! Armor bearer! Oh, be careful with that suit of armor. Has anything been done, General, about awakening the soldiers and calling them to battle?
It was all so sudden, sir, that there hasn't been time to
Well,
do
go out there and do something, General. Organize a defense. Chase the enemy away. Kill them. Then go to Jabesh and destroy the people and the city. Immediately. That's an order.
Yes, Your Majesty. Long live the king. Long live the king.
General, come back here. Remain with me. If things go too badly, I'll have to escape the best I can, and I'll need your help and protection.
Yes, Your Majesty.
And the armies of Saul came into the midst of the camp in the morning watch, and cut down the Ammonites until a heat of day. And those who survived were scattered, so that no 2 of them were left together. After the battle, Samuel stood before the children of Israel and said,
People of Israel, God has this day given you a signal victory over the enemy. Can there be any doubt left in the minds of any of you that Saul, son of Kish, is truly the divinely chosen King of Israel. Today, God has performed miracles on our behalf. Today marks the beginning of the reign of Saul as your king, King of Israel. Come, my people. Let us go to Gilgal and there renew the kingdom.
So all the people went to Gilgal, and there they made Saul king before the Lord, and sacrificed peace offerings before the Lord, and all the men of Israel rejoiced greatly. After Saul had reigned over Israel for a period of time, he chose 3,000 of his best soldiers and sent the rest away, each man to his own home. And of the 3,000 soldiers, 2,000 were with King Saul at Michmash, and 1,000 with Crown Prince Jonathan at Gibeah. Now Jonathan was concerned about the idolatrous Philistines who troubled Israel.
During all the time that Samuel ruled Israel as judge, prophet, and high priest, we lived in peace with the Philistines. Yet they were among us as our overlords, exacting tribute and servitude. I think it is time we put a stop to this.
I doubt, Your Highness, if anyone will argue with you on that point.
My father, the king, is stationed at Gilgal with 2,000 men. Nearby, a matter of only a mile, is a garrison of Philistine soldiers. Undoubtedly, they watch the king's camp, guarding against a surprise attack. But we here at Gibeah are not watched, for we are 5 miles away from the Philistine garrison.
You are thinking, sir, that we could launch a surprise attack?
That is exactly what I'm thinking. The Philistine stronghold is on the south side of a deep and rugged valley or gorge. With swift action and secret movement, we could surprise them. Overcoming the garrison would then be a simple matter.
And Jonathan defeated the garrison which was at Gibeah. And the Philistines heard of it and were very angry. Word was also taken to Saul at Gilgal.
Your Majesty, may I approach and speak to you about a very important matter?
Of course, Abner. Come forward.
It has come to my attention, Your Majesty, that the king of the Philistines is furious about the destruction of his garrison at Gibeah.
Well, I don't blame him. I would be too.
But, sir, it means total war against us. The king has called all able-bodied Philistines to join the army. They are at this minute preparing to march against us.
Well, Abner, war with the Philistines had to come sooner or later. Send messengers immediately through all Israel, calling all our able-bodied men to Michmash to prepare to meet the Philistine army.
The Philistines mustered to fight with Israel 30,000 chariots and 6,000 horsemen, and troops like the sand of the seashore in multitude. And when the men of Israel saw the huge army of Philistines, they became filled with fear, and did hide themselves in caves, and in holes, and in rocks, and in tombs, and in cisterns.
The situation is becoming serious, Your Honor. When shall we attack?
Samuel said he would come here and offer burnt offerings and peace offerings before the Lord. Furthermore, he specifically told me I must wait 7 days till he should come and show me what I should do.
The work of seeking God by sacrifice was a most solemn and important work, and God required that the king and the people search their hearts and repent of their sins, that the offering might be made with acceptance before him, and that his blessing might attend their efforts to conquer the enemy. The time for the proving of Saul had come. As the chosen leader and king, he was now to show whether or not he would depend on God and patiently wait. Could God trust him in trying places as the ruler of his people? Would he listen to God's commands and obey them? Would he turn the attention of his faint-hearted soldiers to the God of heaven, who alone could help them? Day after day Saul tarried, but without doing anything himself to encourage the people and inspire their confidence in God. He became more impatient. Finally, on the 7th day, Saul said,
Bring me the burnt offerings here to me, and the peace offerings.
Equipped as he was with armor and weapons of war, he approached the altar of God and offered the burnt offerings. By this act, he was really saying that he was both king and a priest. Now, as soon as he had finished with the offerings, behold, Samuel came. When Samuel heard what Saul had done, he said to him,
"You have done foolishly. You have not kept the commandment of the Lord your God, which he commanded you. The Lord would have established your kingdom over Israel forever. But now your kingdom, Saul, shall not continue after you. The Lord has sought out a man after his own heart, and has appointed him over his people, because you have not kept what the Lord commanded you."
And Samuel departed from Saul. Then great fear fell upon the people.
How many of our soldiers are left, Abner?
About 600, Your Majesty.
There isn't much we can do against the Philistines with only 600 men.
And the Philistines know that, sir. Even today, they sent out 3 companies of men to confiscate food and supplies. What are we going to do?
With only 600 men, there is nothing anyone can do.
But the king was wrong. There was one man among those in camp that could and did do something. And this man said to his armor-bearer,
"Let us go over into the Philistine garrison on the other side of the gorge. It may be that the Lord will work for us, for nothing can hinder the Lord from saving by many or by few."
"You need but command, Your Highness. I am with you."
"Good. You and I shall go out of camp secretly, lest my father the king find out about our purpose. We will make our way down the steep cliff to the bottom of the gorge. Then, by using protruding rocks and ridges of the valley, we will pass unheard and unseen to the very foot of the Philistine garrison."
"It will be a dangerous mission, Your Highness, but with care and caution it can be done."
"When we are safely there, we shall suddenly step out from behind a rock and reveal ourselves to the Philistines."
"And have spears hurled at us?"
"I don't think so. I think they will be so surprised that they will do nothing except perhaps inquire what we're doing so close to their garrison."
"Yes, I agree. Then what, Your Highness?"
"I'll discuss the plan of attack with you when we get there. Are you with me?"
"I am ready, Your Highness."
"Very well. We'll leave camp separately, saunter away as if we had nothing special in mind, and we'll meet behind that large rock at the edge of the cliff."
Carefully, the 2 men made their way down to the bottom of the gorge, then silently threaded their way to a position below the Philistine fortress. Hidden behind a protruding rock, they counseled together.
"In a moment, we shall step out into full view of the guards up there on the cliff. If they call down to us to remain here until they can come and get us, we shall do just that. But if they say unto us, 'Come up here,' then we will go up, and it shall be a sign unto us. Are you ready?"
"Yes, Your Highness."
"O Lord God of Israel, be with us as we attempt to save thy people from the savagery of the heathen Philistines. Come, let us step out into full view of the garrison."
"I am ready, Your Highness." "They see us, Your Highness."
"So I notice, and they're astonished, scarcely believing their eyes."
"That one, he appears to be a captain. He's about to yell down to us."
"You Israelites down there, come up here, and we'll show you the strength of our garrison."
Samuel says God has rejected me as king. Rejected me. Me! I've made mistakes, of course. A few, like anyone makes.
But, Your Majesty,
but it's an injustice. I've been a good king, and the throne should remain with my posterity. I am a man of valor and courage. Everyone says so. And I have vanquished many an enemy of Israel. Those things should offset the few mistakes I've made. I don't care what anyone says. I'll kill anyone who tries to get in my way. Anyone!
Your Majesty, you will recall that you ordered us to find you.
I don't care what I ordered, who to do what. Right now I order you to keep still while I speak my mind. Understand? I am king. I'll have you remember that. Anyone who forgets it and doesn't show me the proper respect and homage will have his... I am king. I rule Israel. My word is law. I mean to be obeyed, and anyone who dares disobey will... What is that sound?
That, Your Majesty, is the harp player you requested.
Well, who told anyone to play? I didn't. I will not be interrupted even with music. That is lovely music. But I didn't tell him to play. Off with his head, whoever he is. How dare he play without my permission? Off with his head, do you hear?
The Boy and the Giant.
Now don't just stand there. Do as I said. Off with that fellow's head, whoever he is.
You sent for him, Your Majesty.
I sent for him?
You ordered us to find and bring to your court a clever player of the harp.
But why? Why did I want a harp player?
Because, Your Majesty, you were having spells of mental depression, and your counselors thought
now,
that...
keep still, keep still. I want to listen to that music.
Yes, Your Majesty.
That fellow certainly can play the harp. It's the best music I've ever heard. Who did you say he is?
His name, Your Majesty.
Well, just bring him here. I want to meet him. His music does something for me. Quiets my nerves.
David, the harp player, son of Jesse the Benjamite, to see His Majesty, great and mighty king.
Come forward, David.
Long live the king.
Arise, David, my son. Why, you're just a lad. Are you a professional player?
No, Your Majesty. I'm just a shepherd.
A shepherd? Well, be that as it may, I wish you'd play some more for me.
As you wish, Your Majesty.
Surely God shall deliver me from the snare of the fowler, and from the noisome pestilence. He shall cover me with his feathers, and under his wings shall I trust.
And thus it was, in the providence of God, David, as a skillful performer upon the harp, was brought before the king. His lofty and heaven-inspired strains had the desired effect. The brooding melancholy that had settled like a dark cloud over the mind of King Saul was charmed away. When David's services were not required at the court of Saul, he returned to his flock among the hills.
Hello there. I'm back.
So I see. I thought you were supposed to stay at the king's palace.
I'm not needed right now, so they let me come home.
How do you like being in the royal palace?
It certainly is an honor. I've seen and learned many things. There are many temptations put in the way of the king, and for that I feel sorry for King Saul. The king has many difficulties and responsibilities. Responsibilities ordinary folk would never dream about. I've seen the glory of royalty shadowed with a dark cloud of sorrow. I know that the private life of King Saul and his family is far from a happy one.
Is it true that the king sometimes is mad, insane?
He has times of dejection and melancholy.
Oh.
And it's made me think more about the harassments and troubles of men. Meditation, prayer, music,
These things, by the help of God, are the things that will elevate the mind and drive away the dark clouds.
God was teaching young David lessons of trust. As Moses was trained for his work, so the Lord was fitting the son of Jesse to become the guide of his chosen people. In the court of the king, he was learning of the great responsibilities that rested upon the king of Israel. In his watch care over his father's flocks, David was gaining an appreciation of the care that the great shepherd of heaven has for the sheep of his pasture. All these things brought new thoughts to David, and a new, greater, and more serious theme to his music.
There's an evil which I've seen. It's common among men. A man to whom God hath given riches and honor, so that he wanteth nothing.
Surely oppression maketh a wise man mad, and a gift destroyeth the heart.
Is everyone here?
Yes, Your Majesty.
I will speak to them.
Yes, sir. Princes, lords, ministers of His Majesty's court, quiet, please. King Saul of Israel and Judah wishes to speak.
You are all members of my court. Each of you has been chosen because of your particular talent in your chosen field. Gentlemen, we are in trouble. Deep trouble. This you well know. General Abner, come forward, up here by me.
Yes, sir. Long live the king.
You are commander-in-chief of all my armies?
I am, Your Majesty.
Tell me, the Philistines, are they prepared for battle against us?
They are, Your Majesty. Their armies are camped on the side of a mountain near Shoko in Judah. Directly across from their camp, on the other side of the valley of Elah, is a good campsite for our army, if we elect to fight them.
There would be a valley between their camp and ours.
A deep valley, yes, Your Majesty. A frontal attack, either by the Philistines or by us, is almost impossible.
How do they propose to decide the conflict?
By personal combat, Your Majesty.
Well, now, that's not such a bad idea. Many a tribal war is decided that way. Do we have a champion who is willing to fight their champion?
Oh, we have many, Your Majesty. I am thinking, for instance, of a very brave soldier named Eliab. He is tall and impressive and fears nothing.
Well, get the army ready to move. We shall camp across from the Philistines.
Yes, sir, Your Majesty. Long live the king!
Long live the king!
Have another serving of mutton brought in to General Abner and myself.
Yes, Your Majesty.
This camp life seems to agree with my king.
Yes, I always feel better when there's a battle to be won.
I have come out to fight your champion.
What is that I hear?
If you have one.
A voice, Your Majesty.
Whose voice?
I don't know, sir.
What is he saying?
I can't quite understand him, Your Majesty.
I'll go and find out who he is and what he wants.
Immediately, Your Majesty.
Come in, Abner. What did you find out?
It was the Philistine champion speaking, Your Majesty, challenging one of our champions to come forth and fight him.
Which one of our champions did you choose?
Well, none, Your Majesty.
None? Why not? Well, that's why we're here, remember?
I asked for volunteers, sir, but no one came forward.
None of our men will fight their champion. Cowards. What do they expect? That I myself should go out and fight him? Well, perhaps I shall.
First, Your Majesty, let me tell you about him.
The Philistine champion? Why, he's just a man, isn't he?
He's a giant.
Well, so am I. I am head and shoulders taller than any man in Israel.
The Philistine giant is even taller than you, Your Majesty. He is at least 10 feet tall.
10 feet?
Yes, and he wears a helmet of brass and a coat of mail, Why, the coat of mail alone weighs over 100 pounds.
100 pounds?
The spear he carries is like unto a weaver's beam. It has a head of iron weighing 13 pounds.
What a man. Now I wish I'd gone out myself and seen him.
He'll be down there in the valley again tomorrow, so he said.
Well, as soon as he appears, let me know. I want to see him for myself.
Why are ye come out to set your battle in array? Am not I a Philistine, and you servants of your King Saul? Choose you a man, a champion, if you have such a man, and send him down to me. If he be able to fight with me and to kill me, then will you have won the war, and we shall be your servants. But if I prevail against him and kill him, then you shall be our servants and serve us. I defy the armies of Israel this day. Send down a man that we may fight together, if you have such a man.
He is huge, isn't he?
There's no man in our army who could defeat him, Your Majesty.
You're right, Abner. As large and as brave as I am, I wouldn't want to fight him. I can't blame any of my men for refusing.
What are we going to do, Your Majesty?
You're my general. What do you suggest?
Well, I suppose, as your chief of staff, I should offer to fight Goliath.
Don't even suggest such a thing, Abner. You're a general. I need you to plan and execute wars, not to fight a duel with a giant.
Then I have nothing further to suggest, Your Majesty. We simply do not have anyone who can overcome that giant.
Nevertheless, I am not ready to give up. We'll wait a while and see what happens. We may think of some way out.
Granted, Your Majesty. Except, in the meantime, we will have to take Goliath's insults.
My orders, General. Do nothing. Nothing, do you hear? Until I give the word.
Yes, Your Majesty.
David, sir, there's another lion after the sheep. Well, what are you going to do?
I'm going after him.
But David, sir, this lion is... Oh, he's a big one.
Now, just stay here. I'll be back shortly. There's nothing to fear.
I hope not.
There. What did I tell you? There was nothing to fear.
You're the bravest man I've ever seen, David, sir.
Oh, I'm not brave at all, not really. I trust in the Lord and His promises, that's all. If we love the Lord and obey Him and trust Him too, and do all we should do, He has promised always to be our helper. I believe that. I know it to be true. So with God on my side, there is nothing to fear, nothing at all.
Sounds simple, but when it comes to actually... Look, someone's coming.
Huh?
Well, it's one of the servants from the house.
Oh, yes, it is. I wonder what he's doing way out here.
He's running. He must be in an awful hurry.
Yes, it's probably some sort of message from Father, even from my 3 brothers at the battlefront. Well, what are you doing way out here?
Greetings, Master David. Your father sends me with a message. Master David is to come to the house immediately.
Is that all?
Well, Master Jesse told me to stay here and help to take care of the sheep.
Fine. I'll be on my way.
David, my son.
Yes, Father?
Your 3 elder brothers, Eliab, Abinadab, and Shammah, joined King Saul's army to do battle with the Philistines. That was over 40 days ago. I'm concerned for them. I want you to go to Shaka and see what has happened.
Yes, Father.
Now, you will take an ephah of parched corn for your brothers, and this cheese is for your brother's captain, the one over there 10,000.
It shall be done, Father.
And look to you and receive your brother's pledge that all is well with them. And then hasten back here that I may learn how they fare. You will leave early in the morning.
Of course, Father.
Good morning, Captain.
Good morning, sir.
And you, Eliab, good morning to you.
Good morning, General Abner.
How are you this beautiful morning?
Fine, sir, but well, sir, I cannot help but be a little worried. For almost 40 days now, we have had to listen to the insults of that giant. How much longer are we to put up with it?
Well, that's what I'm here for. His Majesty has finally decided to engage the Philistines army against army, face to face, in a battle to the death.
I thought the war would be won or lost by one of our men fighting Goliath. Isn't that the usual procedure in these personal encounter affairs?
Yes, but His Majesty has decided to march against them, engage them in actual combat this very day.
Well, sir, I think we have a chance, army against army. Since we defeated the Philistines at Michmash, they have not been strong enough for a full-scale attack. They're smart enough to realize this. That's why they want a personal combat with their giant Goliath.
That's exactly the thinking of King Saul. His orders are to prepare for combat immediately. Captain, prepare your 1,000 for marching by early afternoon.
Yes, sir.
Well, I really do think the king is finally wising up and... Oh, there goes old Loudmouth again.
Listen. For 40 days now, twice a day.
He's right, you know. We are afraid to fight him.
Well, would a 2-year-old lad fight a grown man? It's just as useless for any of us to fight that 10-foot Goliath. Cowards? No, we're just too wise to undertake an impossible task. We cannot...
Eliab!
Well, if it isn't the little shepherd lad.
That voice I hear. Isn't he insulting Israel and Israel's king?
Yes, he comes out each morning and evening and hurls those insults at us.
Why do you permit such a vile thing? Why doesn't someone answer his challenge and fight him?
General Abner, sir, this is my youngest brother. He is acquainted with the ways of sheep, not of men of war. So overlook his crazy talk if you can.
But, General, sir, God is on our side. Has he not repeatedly delivered us from many enemies under impossible circumstances? Why doesn't someone go out and fight this bragging Philistine?
I'm afraid you've not seen this particular Philistine.
Seen him? Who is this Philistine that he should defy the armies of the living God?
He is a giant, 10 feet tall.
10 feet tall? Is that so tall that God fears him?
Well, perhaps you will sally forth and fight the giant with your bare hands. Yes?
What shall be done for the man who kills this giant Philistine and takes away the reproach from Israel?
Well, young man, not that it could possibly interest you, but the man who would be brave enough and able to kill that giant should receive great riches and honor from the king. Not only that, but the king would give his own daughter to the man in marriage, and he and his house should be free in Israel.
There's no limit to what God can do.
What? Are you seriously thinking of going forth to fight that giant?
Oh, of course he is, Abner, sir. At least he thinks he is. Why, he's just a lad and knows not whereof he speaks.
The God of Israel can and will help.
Now listen, David. I'm your eldest brother and have the right to command you. In the first place, why have you come down here? And with whom have you left those few sheep that Father trusts you with? I know all about your pride and your bragging and the evil of your heart. I know why you're here. Merely to watch the battle from the sidelines at a safe distance.
What have I done, other than what any true-blooded Israelite would do? Have I not cause to be indignant that our army lets this giant Philistine continue day after day to hurl insults at Israel and at God?
Abner, sir, I beg of you, do not listen to these words of my sheep-tending brother.
And David turned from his brother and went to another group of soldiers and said the same things to them. But they too answered in the same manner as had his brother Eliab. Now all the things that David had said were told to the king. And Saul sent for David.
Word has come to me that you are telling all over camp that someone should have gone forth to fight the giant Goliath.
Yes, sir, your majesty.
Well, young man, there is no one in Israel valiant and brave enough to kill that giant.
There's no limit to what God can do, your majesty.
But a man, some one of my soldiers must face the giant.
Let no man's heart fail him, your majesty, because of the Philistine giant. Your servant will go and fight the Philistine.
You?
Yes, your majesty.
But you aren't able to fight that giant. You are but a youth, and he is a man of war and tall and powerful.
Oh, king, your servant was watching over his father's sheep, and there came a lion and a bear, and took a lamb out of the flock, and I went out after them and delivered the lamb from them and smote them.
This bragging giant of a Philistine shall be as that lion and bear, seeing he has defied the armies of the living God, over which you are shepherd, even as I was shepherd over my father's sheep.
But it would be suicide, my boy, and I can't let you do it.
O King, the Lord that delivered me out of the paw of the lion, and out of the paw of the bear, he will deliver me out of the hand of this Philistine.
Would that I had such faith and courage. Once I did. As a young king I had faith and trust and courage. But now Go, my son. Fight the heathen Philistine, and may God be with you and give you victory. Armor-bearer!
Yes, your majesty?
Get my armor and helmet and coat of mail. Put them on this youth, that he may go forth to meet the giant fully protected by my own armor, and place my sword by his side.
Yes, your majesty.
The heavy helmet of brass was placed upon the head of David, the coat of mail upon his body, and the monarch's sword at his side. Thus equipped, David started out upon his errand.
You know, of course, your majesty, that he hasn't a chance against that giant.
I'm quite sure of that, Abner. But what else is there to do? Oh, I realize that I should fight Goliath. I am the leader of Israel, the king. But I shake with fear, for I wouldn't have a chance to win. I guess it's a guilty conscience that makes me fearful.
Your majesty, if you had refused to let David fight Goliath, the Philistines would expect you to fight him.
But you realize, Abner, that I am king and must protect my reputation. And fighting that giant certainly is...
Your majesty, David is returning.
Yes, so I see. Apparently he's decided not to risk his life by fighting the giant.
Your Majesty.
Yes, son?
Your Majesty, I can't go forth to fight the giant in this coat of armor. I just can't do it. Never before have I worn armor, and I can do nothing with it on. If it pleases, Majesty, I should like to remove it.
Permission granted. Lackey, help the lad off with the armor.
Your Majesty, I would like still to have the privilege and honor of ridding Israel of this heathen giant.
All right, it's up to you. But what weapons will you use?
I shall take with me only those things I used in protecting my father's sheep. A shepherd's rod and my sling.
A shepherd's rod and a sling against that giant? Oh, your majesty, it would be murder. I beg of you not to...
You have my permission, David. May God be your shield and sword.
Oh, thank you, your majesty. Long live the king!
With courteous gestures, David leaves the presence of the king, then descends rapidly the hilly slope to the bottom of the ravine which separates the two camps. From the brook, he chooses for himself 5 smooth stones and puts them in his shepherd's bag, which he carries. Then he draws near to the giant Goliath. When Goliath sees David, he is filled with amazement and anger.
Are you perhaps the champion the Israelite army has sent out to fight me?
I am.
They send a boy to fight a man? A boy still ruddy and of a fair countenance? Am I a dog that you come to me with sticks? By all the gods of Philistia, I curse you! And your family after you!
Goliath, champion of the heathen Philistines, you come to me with a sword and with a spear and with a javelin.
And what do you come to me with? A shepherd's rod and a boy's plaything, a sling!
I come to you in the name of the Lord of hosts, the God of the armies of Israel, whom you have defied.
Why, you brazen little...
This day will the Lord deliver you into my hands, and I will strike you down and cut off your head, and I will give the dead bodies of the host of the Philistines this day to the birds of the air and to the wild beasts of the earth. Then shall all the earth know that there is a God in Israel, for the battle is the Lord's.
Come here to me, little boy, and I will show you a thing.
As the thousands of soldiers on both sides watch, David pauses a moment to take a stone from his shepherd's bag, placing it in his sling. Then, whirling it around and around over his head, he rushes toward the giant and slings the stone. Straight as an arrow, it whizzes through the air, finding its mark in Goliath's forehead. The mighty giant trembles and reaches out his hands as if he were struck with sudden blindness, staggers, then falls to the ground. Waiting not an instant, David springs upon the prostrate form of the Philistine and with both hands lays hold of Goliath's heavy sword and slays the giant.
Only a boy named David, only a little sling. Only a boy named David, but he could pray and sing. Only a boy named David, only a little brook. Only a boy named David, but 5 little stones he took. And 1 little stone went in the sling, and the sling went round and round. And 1 little stone went in the sling, and the sling went round and round. And round and round and round and round and round and round and round. And 1 little stone went up in the air, and the giant came tumbling down. And the giant came tumbling down. And the giant came tumbling down, came tumbling down. Only a boy named David, only a boy named David, only a little sling, only a little sling. Only a boy named David, only a boy named David, he could pray and sing. He could pray and sing. Only a boy named David, only a boy named David, only a little brook. Only a boy named David, but 5 little stones he took. And 1 little stone went in the sling, and the sling went round and round. And 1 little stone went in the sling, and the sling went round and round. And round and round and round and round and round and round and round. And 1 little stone went up in the air, and the giant came tumbling. And the giant came tumbling. And the giant came tumbling, 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 tumbling down.
The Sword of Goliath.
The victories of David over the enemies of Israel excited anew the praise and acclaim of the people for the shepherd youth. But this, in turn, stirred up the former bitterness of Saul against David. And while he was playing before the king, filling the palace with sweet harmony, Saul's passion overcame him, and he again hurled a javelin at David, thinking to pin the musician to the wall. But the angel of the Lord turned aside the deadly weapon, and David fled to his own house. Then Saul sent spies that they might take him.
Abner, general of the armies of Israel, to see his majesty Saul, king of Israel.
You may come forward, Abner.
Long live the king!
Have you heard yet this morning from the guards at the home of David? Have they captured him?
Yes, your majesty, and they wait in the outer chamber.
Then he wasn't really sick, as he claimed to be.
Yes, he is sick, your majesty. So sick the guard had to bring him here in his bed.
Well, he won't escape me this time. Abner, fetch my sword.
As you wish, your majesty.
Lackey, have the men bring in David.
Yes, your majesty.
Your sword, sire.
His majesty's personal guards carrying a bed upon which lies David, son of Jesse.
Set the bed down right here in front of me. David, son of Jesse, I hereby pronounce the death sentence upon you for treason. Do you hear me?
He's terribly ill, your majesty. Hasn't even moved a muscle since we left his house.
Well, he'll be worse when I finish with him. You're in my power at last, David. You will never be king. Well, aren't you going to say something? Deny that you are after my throne? Aren't you even going to uncover your face? You're not, Well, I don't blame you. I'd keep my face hidden, too. All right, Abner, remove the bedclothes from David.
Yes, your majesty.
Ah! He isn't there!
Oh, there's nothing in the bed but an image. made to look like a man.
Abner, did you do this?
No, Your Majesty.
Abner, were you aware of it?
No, Your Majesty. I sent the captain and a detachment of guards to get David.
Are you the captain that arrested David?
Yes, Your Majesty.
Did you know there was nothing in this bed but an image?
No, Your Majesty.
Why didn't you look under the covers before you brought the bed all the way here?
Because, Your Majesty, your daughter, Her Highness Michael, said that David was very sick and not to be disturbed.
So you were very careful not to even jar the bed.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Imbecile! So she is responsible for all this. Lackey, send a messenger for Her Highness Michael at once.
She is already here, Your Majesty. She came with us carefully, lovingly attending her husband. I mean the image in the bed. She is in the outer chamber, Your Majesty.
Lackey, have her come in at once.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Are you or are you not my daughter?
Of course I am, Father.
I agreed to let you marry David as a plot and snare to bring about his immediate and necessary death. You knew this, didn't you?
I suspected it, Father.
Then why have you deceived me thus and let my enemy go so that he has escaped?
I had to. He threatened me. He said to me, "Let me go. Why should I kill you?"
Yes, I'm just sure he'd threaten you. General, I hold you personally responsible for this escape of David.
Yes, Your Majesty. Captain, I sent you a detachment of men to spy on David's home last evening. I know he was home when you went there.
Yes, sir, and we kept a watch for him the entire night.
But then what happened to him? Where is he?
He must have escaped somehow.
Yes, he escaped somehow.
Father, do you wish me to tell you what happened to David during the time your faithful men were guarding against David's escape?
You had something to do with it, that's sure.
Well, Father, I knew that by morning, if David were still there, your spies would arrest him when he came out. So I had to effect his escape somehow. And quickly.
But he couldn't have escaped. My men were there all night watching.
Oh, yes, so they were, my dear Abner. They were even watching the high wall on the front side of the house, as well as all the entrances. I saw them. But there is a second-story window on the back side of the house. I merely let David down through that window to the ground, and he simply walked away.
Captain! Did not your men guard him?
General, make a search for David at once. Send messengers and spies throughout all Israel. Find David!
Come in. David.
Greetings, Samuel, prophet of God.
This is a surprise, David. You are coming to Ramah. May I inquire as to the occasion of this visit?
Samuel, sir, I'm a fugitive from King Saul.
Well, I'm not surprised. Since he has forsaken God, the evil spirit has controlled him. How serious is it?
His Majesty would kill me, himself if he had the chance. And he ordered all his officers to slay me on sight.
It is serious. Well, I'll give you sanctuary, of course, but I think I'd better take you to live in the dormitory with the students in the school of the prophets. I question whether Saul will even think to look there. Now, come along. It's not far.
Thank you.
Saul used to be such a fine young man. It seems as if it were but yesterday, the day he came up the hill into Ramah. I knew right then that God had chosen him to be Israel's first king. Oh, what a change has taken place. May the results of his disobedience be a lesson to you, David, my son.
Yes, Your Grace.
Tell me, David, how do you feel about this passion of King Saul to do away with you at all costs?
Well, Samuel, I don't think I've done anything to deserve such treatment.
Well, that is another lesson which is well to learn early in life. But that is not what I meant. You know that God has chosen you to be the next king of Israel. Do you feel that it is impossible for Saul to slay you because of this? That God will protect you to that extent?
I've been thinking about that very thing, Samuel. And I believe that Saul could kill me if I did not do my part, my duty, and if I refused to be true to God.
Oh, you're a fine young man, David. May you always remain true to those convictions.
Your Majesty!
Come forward, Abner.
Long live the king! Your Majesty, David has been found.
Did you arrest him or kill him?
Neither, Your Majesty.
That was my order, remember?
Yes, Your Majesty. But David is hiding in a place where we could not get to him without your orders and permission.
There is no such place. My general can go anywhere, at any time.
But there is, Your Majesty.
Where?
The School of the Prophets, under the direction of Samuel in Ramah.
Ah, I see. Well, I shall have the court scribe write a special order to Samuel. Select a special detail of guards. They shall go to Ramah and arrest David.
Yes, Your Majesty.
General Abner to see His Majesty.
Yes, Abner. What is it?
Long live the king. Your Majesty, I am forced to report that David... Well, he is still free.
The guards you sent didn't arrest him?
No, Your Majesty.
What happened to them?
They seem to have forgotten their mission.
What?
I mean, they joined in the activities of the school. Some of them even began prophesying.
What's the matter with everyone? Guards don't prophesy. Only prophets prophesy. Abner, send other guards to Ramah immediately, and this time pick out men who will not join the prophets. You say, General, that the second group of guards joined the prophets too?
Yes, sir.
Send another detachment. Only this time send the most hardened soldiers you have.
Immediately, Your Majesty.
Even the third group of soldiers prophesied?
Yes, sir. It seems each time our guards enter the School of the Prophets, Samuel is conducting some sort of class, and they join the group
and they prophesy, yes.
Shall I send more troops after David, Your Majesty?
No. Alert my personal guards and armor-bearer. I shall go to Ramah personally and slay David. No longer shall he escape my vengeance.
We approach the well of Shew, Your Majesty. Shall we stop and water our mounts?
Yes, Abner. And while we're here, inquire as to the whereabouts of Samuel.
Whoa there! Whoa there! Step aside! Make way for His Majesty, King of all Israel!
Great monarch of all Israel!
You, come here.
Me, sir?
Yes, you. Do you know Samuel, the prophet?
Very well, sir.
Do you know where he is right now?
Yes, sir.
Well, where is he?
Well, he's at the School of the Prophets, sir. This time of day, he teaches a class of young prophets.
Is David with him?
David, sir?
David, the son of Jesse the Bethlehemite.
Oh, David. Yes, he's there with Samuel, I think.
Thank you.
As prophets, you must not only know the Word of God and the history of God's people, but you must also obey God and His precepts. Not only must you teach the people, but you will also be an example to them.
Samuel, Your Grace?
Yes?
King Saul and a small retinue of attendants approached Ramah. I was at the well and heard the king inquire after you and David.
Thank you. His Majesty King Saul enters Ramah on an evil mission to slay our friend David. We must prevent this. I shall go outside and stand awaiting the arrival of King Saul. Now you, my students, shall be grouped around me. The Spirit of God shall come upon you, and you shall prophesy. King Saul, as he approaches, shall prophesy too. He will even lay aside his royal robes and remain with us all day and during the evening also. Now he will seem to repent of his past life and will assure us that he is now at peace with David. But we cannot put much confidence in the king's repentance.
And Saul prophesied before Samuel and the people. And the people said to one another, Is Saul also among the prophets? Then were the tidings of Saul's repentance spread throughout Israel. Meanwhile, David used this opportunity to talk to his friend Jonathan. And he said unto him,
But what have I done? What's my guilt? And what is my sin before your father that he seeks my life?
Far be it, David. He doesn't seek your life. My father has repented. He's a changed man. You shall not die.
Oh, would to God that he was truly changed. But I have no faith in his repentance, even though he claims to be at peace with me now. When he returns here to the palace, I'm afraid he'll try to kill me again.
Look, my father does nothing, either great or small, without telling me first. Do you think he would hide this from me?
Yes, I think he would, for he knows that I've found favor in your eyes, and he wouldn't want to grieve you. But I'm certain that there's but a step between me and death.
If you're but a step from death now, how close were you when you went out against the Philistine giant?
Oh, this is no laughing matter. I must find a way to test your father, to see if he really has repented.
Well, what do you suggest? You know that whatever you say, I will do for you.
Yes, I know. Now, tomorrow is the feast of the new moon. Since your father has declared anew his friendship, he'll expect me to be there. If your father notices my absence and asks you about it, merely tell him that I asked of you permission to go to the celebration at my own home in Bethlehem. If your father's not angry, then you'll know that all is well. But if your father is angry, then you'll know that evil is determined by him.
That's an excellent idea, David. It certainly will determine just how my father feels about you. For 3 days you hide. On the evening of the 3rd day, make your way to that heap of stones over there.
Ah, I see.
Quite often I use it as a bow and arrow practice range. You hide behind the stone heap. I shall shoot 3 arrows and then send a lad to fetch them back. If I say unto the lad that the arrows are on this side of the stone pile, you shall know that everything is all right, and it will be safe for you to come back to the palace.
I see.
But if I say to the lad that the arrows are beyond the rock pile, then shall you go away, for my father the king will be angry. And David, may the Lord God of Israel watch between you and me forever.
Oh, forever and ever, Jonathan.
This is a good celebration, Father.
Yes, it is, son. And Jonathan, my son, is everything well with you?
I guess so, Father. I do wish David could have been here.
Yes, I noticed he was absent. Where is he?
Well, Father, I gave him permission to go home. This is also the time of a great feast in Benjamin.
You gave him permission? Upon what authority? There is nothing more important than being here. I am the king. My celebrations are more important than all...
But, Father, I am the crown prince, and I gave
Crown prince? Yes, so you are. But as long as David lives, you will never be king. You know where David is. Well, send for him immediately.
But, Father, surely you know that David has done nothing against you or the crown. Why are you so determined to slay him?
Armor-bearer, my javelin! I don't allow anyone to talk to me like that. Even the crown prince.
You missed me, Father. You have no scruples at all, do you? You'd kill me, your own son, merely because I befriended David.
You traitor, get out.
I'll leave. Have no fear of that. And you'll never kill David, not if I can prevent
it. In the morning, Jonathan went out into the field to the appointment with David, and with him a little lad. And Jonathan shot 3 arrows into the air and sent the little lad to fetch them.
Lad, the arrows, are they not beyond where you are? Run and see. I'm sure David heard that. and will know that my father the king is still determined to kill him. You found them! Bring them back here! Thank you, my lad. You're a fine boy. Can you carry these arrows and the bow? Oh, sure you can. Well, here, take them back to the palace. I want to remain here for a little while.
Yes, Your Highness.
Take your time. There's no hurry. If anyone asks where I am, just say that I'll be back shortly.
And as soon as the lad was gone out of sight, David arose from behind the pile of stone, and Jonathan ran to meet him. And David fell to the ground and bowed himself 3 times, and they wept bitterly with one another. The dark passion of the king cast its shadow upon the life of the young men, and their grief was too intense for expression.
Go, David, my friend. Go quickly, before my father's guards find you.
I shall miss you, Jonathan.
And I you. But we have no time for talking, David. You must go. And may the Lord watch over you and give you peace. For we swore, both of us, in the name of the Lord, that there would be peace and love between you and me, and between my descendants and your descendants forever.
Goodbye, Jonathan. My dear friend.
Do you have an idea where you're going?
I think I will go to the high priest at Nob. It's the safest place. Besides, it's only a few miles away, and I can get there quickly. Goodbye, Jonathan.
Your Grace.
Yes, what is it?
Your Grace, there is someone outside who wishes to see you, and he is not a common visitor.
Oh, well, a visiting dignitary, perhaps.
David, the son of Jesse, and he travels alone, Your Grace. He has neither armor-bearer nor servant with him, and his mannerism speaks of intrigue and plotting, and...
You're being awfully mysterious, but, well, show David in immediately, and we shall solve the mystery, if such there be. Come in, David.
Thank you, Your Grace.
Is it not rather unusual for a man of your position and power to be traveling alone?
Well, I think not, Your Grace. Not in this instance, anyway.
Well, may I inquire as to your reasons for this unexpected visit?
Well, Your Grace, I'm not permitted to tell. Even you, the mission upon which I've come.
I see.
The king commanded secrecy.
And what is there that I, an humble servant of God, can do for the son-in-law of His Majesty the King?
Well, I need food, Your Grace. Give me 5 loaves of bread, or whatever is here.
Oh, I'm sorry, David, sir, but the only bread we have at the moment is hallowed bread. No common bread at all.
Well, give me the holy bread, then. I must have food for strength to complete the king's mission.
You command, and I obey. You shall have the bread.
I'm also in great need of some sort of weapon. The king's business is so urgent that I failed to bring with me my sword or spear. Do you have a sword or a spear?
The sword of Goliath, the Philistine you killed, is here. Behold, it is wrapped in a cloth behind the ephod. If you will take it, for there's none but that here.
Well, there's no sword better than that one. I'll take it.
Why, how do you do, Your Highness Prince David? Imagine seeing you here, especially without the usual royal retinue. Oh, excuse me, Ahimelech, Your Grace. I didn't know you were busy. I'll come back later. Good day, Your Highness.
Who is that fellow?
His name is Doeg. He's one of King Saul's chief shepherds.
That's like a spy to me. I'd better get going on my way, on that secret errand for the king. Good day to you, Your Grace, and thank you.
If you don't mind my saying it, Your Grace, I think David is lying.
David? Lying? Oh, I don't think he would lie.
Well, there's something wrong. He didn't act very much like a prince on an errand for his king, more like a fugitive from justice.
Well, if David is lying, it will undoubtedly bring much evil and sorrow to himself and others.
And David fled from Saul to the city of Gath. Now Gath was the capital city of the Philistines. It was populated with the remnants of the Anakim, men of great stature, the giant Goliath having been but one of them. At last, after long hours of traveling by foot, over hills and through valleys, the weary and trial-burdened David approaches the palace gate of the Philistine king.
Halt there! Where do you think you're going?
Sir, I've come on an urgent matter. I wish an audience with the king, King Achish.
And just who are you?
I'm called David, sir.
David, huh? You're an Israelite, I believe.
Yes, sir, from the tribe of Benjamin.
You've come here as a spy to discover our strength.
No, sir, I didn't. It's exactly the opposite of that. The king, King Saul, and
David, that is a familiar ring.
I know who that man is. He's the one who fought our champion Goliath and killed him.
That's right. And he's slated to be the next king of Israel.
Yeah, did not the women of Israel after our defeat dance before this man and sing, Saul has slain his thousands and David his tens of thousands?
Quickly the word is carried to King Achish of the tumult at the palace gate because of the appearance of the man David who has come to see him. Now when David heard the words of the king's servants, he was much afraid and changed his behavior, pretending that he was a crazy or an insane person.
Quiet! Quiet, everyone! Quiet! King Achish, mighty king of Philistia, approaches the palace gate.
What is the meaning of all this commotion and uproar?
Your Majesty, this man approached the palace gate a little while ago, requesting to gain an audience with my king. But I, O king, along with several others of your most trusted servants, recognized him. He is none other than the man who slew our champion Goliath. And he used to be the next king of Israel.
So, you are David, the next king of Israel.
Who, me? King of Israel, me?
Aren't you?
Me, king of Israel. Oh, they say I'm not smart enough to drive an ox. King of Israel.
He's beating his head against the wall.
I'd make a good king, I would. I'd put everyone in prison.
He's mad. Crazy!
That's what everyone says about me. But I'm not crazy.
Get him out of here! He's mad! Take him to the city gate and drive him out!
Yes, Your Majesty. Come with me, sir.
Who, me?
Yes, sir. Come with me, sir.
David departed and escaped to the cave of Adullam. David had made two mistakes. He had lied to Ahimelech, then unwisely sought refuge among the enemies of Israel instead of seeking counsel of God for protection. Some time later, after having had time to think about his error and God's goodness in forgiving him, he wrote the 34th Psalm.
This poor man cried, and the Lord heard him, and saved him out of all his troubles. Oh, taste and see that the Lord is good. Blessed is the man that trusteth in him. The Lord is nigh unto them that are of a broken heart, and saveth such as be of a contrite spirit. And none of them that trust in him shall be desolate.
King Saul and a Cave.
The young prophet Gad had said unto David, Do not remain in the stronghold. Depart, and go into the land of Judah. And David did as the prophet said, and came to the forest of Hereth, where he and his band of 600 men abode.
Oh, it's a wonderful day, sir. Warm, beautiful, sunshiny. Oh, all nature smiles. Even the brook sings on its merry way to the sea. The birds and all things of nature proclaim the wonderful power and glory of God.
Oh, what is it, Joab?
Well, what do you mean, sir? What is it?
When you talk like that, you're trying to get me into a good frame of mind. Now, what's happened this time?
I can't fool you, can I? Well, sir, it's the Philistines again.
They fight against the helpless people of Keilah, robbing them, stealing their grain from the threshing floors, plundering, destroying. I thought that you would surely see fit to rescue the Keilah people from the Philistines.
I most certainly wish to do that. And I also want to protect that which has been given me to protect. You and the several hundred men under my command. Before making a decision, I shall seek counsel of God and learn His will about the matter.
So David inquired of the Lord. And the Lord said to David, Go and attack the Philistines and save Keilah.
David, sir, I gathered together the men and ordered them to prepare to march against the Philistines at Keilah. But they're fearful. Said they were afraid for their lives right here in Judah. How much more if they go to Keilah against the entire Philistine army?
Well, perhaps I should again inquire of God as to what we should do.
Well, I'm sure, sir, that if the men can be persuaded that it is God's will, they will go to Keilah. They will do so fearlessly and willingly. Men, your attention, please. David, our leader, wishes to say a few words.
You, all of you, are more to me than just men and soldiers. You're friends, my friends and my concern. I have a sense of deep responsibility for you and your welfare. Twice now, I have sought counsel of the Lord, and twice He's told me to go to Keilah and smite the Philistines. Twice has God promised us victory. Under these circumstances, are there any of you who wish to remain here in camp while the rest of us rescue the besieged city of Keilah? Who of you want to go? Joab! Our forces need help at the eastern gate. Send some men.
Yes, sir. They are routed, sir. Not a Philistine left in the city.
Well done, Joab. Did any of the Philistines escape?
Well, I imagine a few did, sir, but we captured all their supplies. Cattle, sheep, stores of food, everything.
Good.
We will, of course, keep it for our own use.
Well, our share as victors, yes. But the people of Keilah need food, too. The Philistines have been robbing them. Locate the chief elder of the city and ask him to come here. Or I'll go to him, whichever he prefers.
Yes, sir.
You are the chief elder of Keilah?
I am, sir. And I wish to take this opportunity to thank you and your brave men for your timely rescue. We were under the complete domination of the Philistines. But now, thanks to you, we're again free men.
The victory belongs to God. Give Him the praise and the glory.
It shall be done in a public ceremony.
In the meantime, we've captured the supplies of the enemy. I think it only fair that we share the booty with the citizens of Keilah, for we are in need of supplies, too.
Sounds reasonable to me, sir.
Then you agree?
Oh, I agree. Oh, and David, sir, I have a suggestion.
Yes?
Keilah is a city on a hill with a view of all the surrounding country. This makes it impossible for an enemy to approach without being seen. Now, why not remain here, you and your men, under our protection and the protection of our walled and well-fortified city?
I accept your offer, providing there's room in your city for my men.
Oh, we'll make room for them, sir. They shall share and share equally the comforts and facilities of Keilah.
Your Majesty.
Yes, General Abner?
There's a man here from a small town who wishes an audience with His Majesty.
An audience with me? I'm too busy for an audience with anyone.
It has something to do about David, sir.
David? What about David?
Well, he says he has information as to David's whereabouts.
Oh, well, show him in. Show him in. You know where David and his men are hiding?
Yes, Your Majesty. They are in Keilah at this very moment.
You are sure of this?
Yes, Your Majesty.
Keilah, I understand, is surrounded and protected by a wall and gates and bars.
It is, Your Majesty.
I have David at last. He cannot escape me this time. Abner, call all able-bodied men to the colors. We will march against Keilah and capture David.
Well, Joab, are my men happy here in Keilah?
Reasonably so, I guess, sir.
Well, are they treated well by the people?
Oh, yes, sir. Very, very well indeed. Just the same, sir, I think it best we leave Keila at once.
Leave Keila? Your suggestion is based on what, Joab?
One of my spies, one of my most reliable spies, reports that King Saul has been informed that we are here and that he plans to march against us at once and with his entire army.
You're sure of this?
Yes, sir, positive.
Ask the priest, Abiathar, to come here. I would confer with him.
At once, sir.
Abiathar, you are a priest of the Lord. I'm in dire need of the Lord's counsel. I've heard that Saul prepares to come to Keila to destroy us and this city. Bring the sacred ephod here, that we may inquire of the Lord to determine if this be true.
And David inquired of the Lord, saying,
O Lord, the God of Israel, thy servant has heard that Saul seeks to come to Keila to destroy the city on my account. I beseech thee, Lord, to tell thy servant if Saul will come.
The Lord indicated to David that Saul would come down.
Will the men of Keila surrender me and my men into the hands of Saul?
Again the answer came, they will surrender you.
Men, God has revealed to me that King Saul is preparing to march against us here. So we must depart. It's best, I think, that we do not move and live as one group. We'll split up. However, I shall keep in touch with all of you by way of messengers and scouts. In and around Ziph, there are many strongholds and mountain hiding places. As soon as possible, we shall again be together as a united force for justice and obedience to the true God of heaven. So, my friends, be of good courage, and may God go with you, bless you, and keep you is my earnest wish.
Abner?
Yes, Your Majesty.
You're sure, absolutely sure, that David and his men are still in Keila?
Yes, Your Majesty.
When was the last time your spies reported David still there?
Early this morning, Your Majesty.
Then he is still there. Soon I shall have him in my hands. What a beautiful sight for a city. On a hill, with full view of the country on every side. Your men have the city wall completely surrounded?
A dog could scarcely escape through our lines, Your Majesty. I'll take a detachment of men and... Your Majesty, the city gate opens and a man emerges.
David, probably, coming forth to surrender. At last I'll have him exactly where I want him, hanging on the point of my spear.
It's a messenger, Your Majesty.
Oh, what does he want?
Your Majesty!
Come forward.
Long live the king!
What do you want?
I regret to inform His Majesty that the people, that is to say...
Come on, out with it.
David, he and his men have escaped, Your Majesty.
David? Escaped?
Suddenly, Your Majesty. David and all his men just got up and left. That's all I know.
Did you tell him I was coming with an army?
Oh, no, Your Majesty.
He must have known it, or he would not have left so suddenly.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Then who told him? Who is the traitor?
Your Majesty, well, that is... the Lord...
I don't care who told him. We're going to find and capture him. Now, that's an order. Did you hear that, General?
Yes, Your Majesty.
Now then, get busy. Disperse your men in every direction. I want all of the mountains and wilderness of Ziph searched. Every crack and crevice, every cave and hiding place. Find David. Capture him. I want him alive in these hands of mine. You understand?
Yes, Your Majesty.
And Saul sought David every day, but God delivered him not into his hands. And David, seeing that Saul continually searched for him, lived and moved about from place to place in the wilderness of Ziph.
Oh, how I love thy law, O God. It is my meditation all day. Thy commandments have made me wise, wiser than mine enemies. Through thy precepts I get understanding. Therefore I hate all false ways.
Begging your pardon, sir, but a lone man approaches camp.
Perhaps he's a chance hunter, someone who's not aware of our presence.
Well, he appears to know exactly where he's going. He's not the least bit hesitant.
Well, bring him here to me.
Yes, sir.
David.
Jonathan. I had no idea it was you. Oh, it's good to see you.
And you too, David, my brother.
David, sir, but this is Jonathan, son of King Saul, crown prince, next in line for the throne of Israel.
Don't you think I know who it is?
But, sir, it may be a trap.
A trap? Nonsense. Jonathan is my friend, my true friend. He would do nothing to harm or endanger me.
But, David, sir, his first loyalty is to his father, his first allegiance to his king and country.
Thank you, General Joab.
You thank me? After I've questioned your motives in coming here? After I've doubted your friendship for David?
Indeed, I do thank you, General. Your duty and allegiance is to David. As General, your first duty is to protect him, which I see you do very well and conscientiously.
I apologize, Your Highness.
That's quite all right, Joab.
Long live His Highness. Long live His Highness.
Oh, he seems to be a good man, Joab.
Oh, he'll make a fine general, no doubt about that. Now, Jonathan, my friend and brother, how are things at the royal palace?
Oh, we miss you, David, all of us. Servants, my sisters, ministers. All of us except Father. And all we hear from him is, where is David? Why doesn't my general find him? Oh, Father is obsessed with a mad desire to slay you. Oh, I fear for you, David.
Well, I too fear, Jonathan. Yet all this is in God's providence. It's teaching me many things: patience, leadership, quick decision, complete dependence upon God, appreciation of nature, and the importance of remaining true to principle, though the heavens fall about me. Above all, Jonathan, my true friend and brother, I'm fast learning that evil must fail and shall some day end, while good succeeds and shall some day prevail, and that all good things come from God, and all evil from his adversary Satan.
God chose well when he chose you as the next king of Israel. And you shall be the next king, and I shall be next unto you. So, David, the hand of my father the king shall not find you or harm you. These things my father full well realizes, and they make him angry, furious. He knows he cannot win against God and God's anointed one. So fear not, David, and be of good cheer. In God's own good time this fugitive life shall end. You shall sit on the throne of Israel, ruling the people with justice, kindness, and love.
And the two made a covenant before the Lord. Then Jonathan returned to the royal palace, and David abode in the woods of Ziph. Meanwhile, at the royal palace in Gibeah...
You may come forward.
Long live the king!
Long live King Saul!
Which one of you is spokesman?
I am, your majesty.
Your request for an audience mentioned that you know where David is hiding.
We do, your majesty.
Where?
He and his men are dwelling in certain strongholds, using the forests of the hill of Hakeilah in Ziph. Now, O king, according to your heart's desire, come down, and our part shall be to surrender him into the king's hand.
May you be blessed of the Lord, for you have had compassion on me. Now do this. Have your people discover all the places where David and his men hide out. You can be sure he has several. Then return to me with this information, and I shall go with you to Ziph. Then shall we capture David and put an end to his inglorious ambitions and aspirations.
And it came to pass that when Saul and his soldiers were come to Ziph, that David and his band had escaped to the wilderness of Maon. And when Saul heard of it, he pursued after David to the wilderness of Maon. And it became known to Saul that David and his band of 600 men were on a certain mountain in Maon. And Saul commanded his soldiers to encompass the mountain about. And David went on this side and on that, but he could not escape, for the king's men were on every side of the mountain.
Well, Joab, it looks like we're finally cornered. King Saul's men have us surrounded.
Well, you can be sure he's happy about it, too.
Well, you don't seem very sad or worried yourself.
I'm not. God chose you as Israel's next king, and you will be. Neither men nor powers nor principalities can stop it.
Do you have the slightest idea how we're going to escape the king's soldiers?
Not the slightest. But God does. We have done all we can. Now we can safely and with confidence leave the rest up to God.
Now, wait. Here comes one of the lookouts now.
David! David, your highness, we are saved.
Saved from King Saul? What happened?
I'm not sure myself. I only know what I saw.
Oh, go on.
I was standing there on that protruding rock when a rider hastily rode into King Saul's camp.
Yes?
He went directly into the king's tent, and almost at once excitement reigned.
Well,
tents were knocked down and stored in wagons, and fires were put out. When I left, the king had mounted, and with General Abner was following the soldiers toward Gibeah.
The capital city.
Oh, well, why did King Saul rush away like that?
Well, probably he received a message that the Philistines were attacking his capital or some other vulnerable point, and he had to go in a hurry.
Oh, God has 1,000 ways his miracles to perform.
And when Saul left off pursuing David and battled the Philistines, David departed from the wilderness of Ziph and went and dwelt in the strongholds of En-Gedi. Now when Saul was returned from fighting the Philistines, Abner conferred with Saul.
Your Majesty.
Yes, General Abner?
I am informed by reliable sources that David and his men are now in the wilderness of En-Gedi.
In En-Gedi we can find and capture him. There aren't many places there that 600 men can hide.
Well, shall I alert the entire army, Your Majesty?
Not this time, Abner. Pick out your very best men, 3,000 of them, and we will catch David and...
But David, sir, we cannot remain in here. Saul and his men are coming. We'll be trapped.
We have one chance, Joab. This cave is used as a sheepfold. Surely Saul will not think to look in a sheepfold for us.
Well, it could work. But is there enough room in the cave for all of us?
Yes, by crowding and by using every available crevice and rock.
We'd have to be very quiet, very still.
We'd have to remain in the sides of the cave, well hidden, and not making any movements or sounds. Now, what do you think?
Surely worth a try, sir.
Now, get the rest of the men in the cave and instruct them what to do.
Yes, sir. It begins to look like we're safe, David.
But Saul doesn't give up easily.
But he's already looked in here. For a few moments, I froze in my tracks. He looked for our footprints, forgetting the sheep would obliterate them. And then, when the shepherds came, took the flocks down to water, Saul was sure we were not hidden in here.
Don't be too sure, Joab. Saul won't give up. There comes someone in the mouth of the cave right now. And it's the king himself.
Shh. General, I'm going in here for a few minutes and rest. Post guards at the entrance, but I'm not to be disturbed. It's cool inside. Besides, I'm in need of a nap.
Yes, sir, Your Majesty.
It looks like the king is playing right into our hands.
Yes, if he just falls asleep.
He probably will. Look at him, flops down on the sand as if he hadn't had rest for a week.
He probably hasn't.
He's removed his royal tunic. He doesn't want to get his precious royal robe dirty. It's a symbol of his great power as a king.
He's practically asleep already.
And now's our chance to kill him. I'll order the men to sneak down and pounce upon him.
Wait. Before anything is done, I personally am going down there and be sure he's asleep. I'll be back shortly. Yes, he's asleep all right. Sound asleep.
Oh, why didn't you run him through, sir, when you had the chance? There he was, sound asleep, unguarded, and you with a sharp sword in your hand. What did you do? You merely cut off the skirt from his robe. Why?
Saul is God's anointed king of Israel. Until God sees fit to remove Saul, I shall honor and respect him as king.
But God promised you that he would deliver Saul into your hands to do as you see fit.
God kept his promise. Saul has this day been delivered unto my hands, and I chose to honor him as God's chosen vessel.
Then we will do it for you. We will and end his evil reign.
No, we cannot create life, neither can we restore it. So we shall not take it.
So David stayed his men with these words, and suffered them not to rise against Saul. Then did Saul rise up and go out of the cave.
Oh, is it safe for us to venture forth now?
Send out a scout and see.
Yes, sir. It is safe, sir. Saul and his men are on the way down the mountain. And I might add, the king is having quite a time getting down the steep mountainside. He's being helped down.
That gives me an idea, Joab. Come, let's go to the mouth of the cave.
Yes, sir.
Do you think King Saul can hear me from here?
Oh, easily, sir. Sounds carry for long distances in this mountain area.
And I'll talk to the king.
Talk to him?
My lord the king!
He heard you. He stopped looking back. And you are bowing yourself to the ground to him?
Who are you?
I am David, son of Jesse, servant to his majesty the king of Israel.
Is it truly you, David?
It is I. Why, O king, do you believe those who whisper into your ear that I seek you hurt? It's not so. A few moments ago, you were alone in this cave. I stood over you with a sword and a spear. My men begged me to kill you, but I could not. I'm unable to put forth my hand to hurt the king, for he is anointed of the Lord. And see this, my lord.
Why, it is the skirt of my robe.
I cut it from your robe, O king. I could just as easily have run the sharp blade through your heart. So, O king, see and know that there's neither wrong nor treason in my heart against you. Yet you hunt me as a wild animal to kill me. The Lord therefore be judge, and judge between us. And see and plead my cause and deliver me out of your hand.
You stood over me with a spear and sword and killed me not?
Thou art king of Israel. I am but thy humble subject.
Oh, David, my son, you are more righteous than I, for you have repaid me good, whereas I have repaid you evil. And you have declared this day how you have dealt well with me, in that you did not kill me when the Lord put me into your hands. So may the Lord reward you with good for what you have done to me this day. And now, David, my son, I know that you shall surely be king, and that the kingdom of Israel shall be established in your hand.
Surprise attack.
Now before the battle began between the Israelites and the Philistines, King Achish called David and said to him,
As the Lord lives, you have been honest, and to me it seems right that you should march out and in with me in the campaign. Nevertheless, the Philistine lords do not approve of you. So go back, that you may not displease the lords of the Philistines.
So David set out with his 600 men early in the morning before the battle to return to Ziklag. Sometime during the third day of forced marching,
Joab.
Yes, David, sir.
The men need rest. We'll stop in that grove of trees. If I remember correctly, there's a small stream running along there.
Yes, sir.
Joab, sit down a while. I want to talk to you. We were very fortunate, you know. God was good to us, working it out so that we didn't have to go to battle with the Philistines and kill our own people.
David, would you actually have done it?
No, I wouldn't have. I couldn't have.
David, some of the men, well, frankly, sir, some of them think you haven't been doing right in deceiving King Achish.
I know, Joab. I led him to believe we've been fighting the Israelites, when actually we've been fighting and completely destroying some of the smaller, idol-worshipping tribes of Canaan.
What would you have done if King Achish had insisted you go along into the battle?
I don't know. I've been putting my trust in God. I asked him to cause something to happen so we wouldn't have to go. And I simply believed he would.
Yeah, which is exactly what did happen. Yet I don't see how you could have put your trust completely in God when you've been disobedient and disrespectful to him by being deceitful.
I know, I couldn't have. Had I not already confessed my sins and asked God's forgiveness before we joined forces with King Achish. God has been very long-suffering with me, in spite of my many sins and lack of faith.
We're almost there. Almost home.
Joab, do you see what I see? Smoke?
Yes, which means that the women are preparing a large feast for our return.
Preparing a feast? Impossible. They didn't know we were returning. We didn't know it ourselves.
Well, then what's all that smoke about? Oh, it must be from cooking fires. It's got to be. Or could it be? Oh, no, not that.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
That our village may be on fire.
Exactly, Joab.
Men, forward on the double! Each man for himself!
Rounding a corner in the rocky trail, David and his men come suddenly upon Ziklag, their home. But a terrible sight meets their horrified gaze. Ziklag is burned to the ground. Dumb with horror and amazement, David and his men for a few moments gaze in silence upon the blackened and smoldering ruins. Then, as a sense of their terrible desolation bursts upon them, the battle-scarred warriors cry out with wailing and weeping.
My home gone, reduced to ashes. The entire town, every building. Not a living thing anywhere, not even so much as a dog. Oh, Abigail. Abigail!
David, sir. David, what do you think happened here?
Raiders. They knew we were gone, so they came and they did this.
But who? Which tribe? Or was it a roving band of marauders?
No, I don't know, Joab. See what you can do about calming the men. Comforting them as best you can.
I'll try, sir. I tried to stop them, David, but they're maddened with grief and rage.
You keep on this, Joab!
What seems to be the trouble?
Trouble! Our homes, our wives and children, all our possessions gone. And why? Because of you, David, that's why. For years we followed wherever you led. We've obeyed you, fought your battles for you, been faithful and loyal to you. Then you came here to Philistia. Now God has forsaken you as he did Saul. You are to blame. We're going to stone you today.
Just a minute, men. Men, just a minute. May I say something? I'd like to say something if you'll allow me. Why do you blame me for this? It isn't my fault.
It is
I'm just
your
as sorry
fault. It's your lack of faith that led you in the first place to seek refuge here with the Philistines.
And made the heathen tribes in the south of us angry by attacking them. This is probably your way of getting even with them.
At the same time, you led King Achish to believe that you were fighting the Israelites instead of the friends of the Philistines. God can't bless a liar.
Yes, it is my fault. I failed to trust in God as I should have.
Listen to him, man. He admits it's his fault. Down with him, I say. Down with David!
Men, listen to me, please. Please listen to what I have to say. If then you wish to stone me, you may. I deserve it.
Men! And I think we owe David that much. At least to listen to what he has to say.
Thank you, Joab. I'm guilty of having too little faith. I'm guilty of all you say. But I too have lost all that is near and dear to me. Saul drove me from Israel. The Philistines didn't want me in their camp. My home has been plundered, my dear ones taken captive. I've been hunted, persecuted, perplexed, and distressed. And now in the midst of all these calamities, you, my own friends, threaten me with death.
You deserve to die!
That may be, yet before you carry out your intentions, I ask only that you permit me to pray. This is not the time to dwell upon our extremity. Instead, we should look earnestly to God for help. Oh, God, we need you. We need your help at this time. I have lacked faith and trust in thee. I have been guilty of deceiving King Achish. Forgive me now, I pray. Now, O God, in our utter helplessness and distress, we turn to Thee in complete trust and confidence. Amen. Abiathar, will you step forward, please? While he's coming up, I wish to remind you that Abiathar is the priest, son of Ahimelech. As God's representative here in our midst, he shall answer one question. Then do with me what you will.
Yes, David.
Abiathar, I inquire of the Lord through you. Shall I pursue after this band of marauders? Shall I overtake them?
David, son of Jesse, the Lord gives you an answer of peace. Pursue. Pursue, for you shall surely overtake them, and you shall rescue all.
Men, we have no time to lose. We must pursue after this band of marauders immediately. We're traveling too heavily loaded. Some of the men just can't go any farther. We'll stop there by the brook Biso.
Yes, sir.
Joab, how many does that leave strong enough to go on?
400, sir.
The Lord can deliver by many or by few. The 200 will stay here and watch over the supplies. We'll rest a while, and then 400 of us will push on. We'll move on at a steady pace. The men will carry only the most necessary supplies, leaving the rest here for the 200 to watch over.
Yes, sir.
Isn't someone calling you, Joab?
It sounded like it, David, but there's so much noise I can't be sure.
Call a halt.
Company! Halt!
General Joab!
Yes! What do you want?
We found a man here that looks as though he's injured.
I'll be right there.
I'll go with you, Joab.
Oh, is this the man?
Yes, sir.
He does look like he's injured.
He may just be faint from lack of food and water, sir.
Give him something to eat, some bread and water.
Have not eaten for 3 days.
Here, try some of this. Anyway, take it easy. To eat too fast, it may make you sick.
Good bread.
Here, take a swallow of water.
Thank you.
Give him a cake of figs and some raisins.
I don't have any, sir.
I have a few. Here.
Now eat this cake and these raisins. Make you feel better.
Cake is good. Water.
All right, but now only 2 swallows this time.
Yes.
Now some of these raisins. Oh, you like raisins, eh?
Good.
You feel better, too, don't you?
Much better. Stronger.
Strong enough to answer a few questions? You're our prisoner. You have to tell us whom you belong to and where you're from.
Yes, I am Egyptian. Servant in the household of the Amalekites.
Well, what are you doing here?
The master left me because I fell sick.
How long have you been here?
3 days.
Your master was, maybe, an officer of a war party of Amalekites?
We made an invasion on the south part of Kerethites and on the Judean coast. Also, the city of Ziklag. We burned it with fire.
And what did your masters do with the women and children of Ziklag?
They are made prisoners, slaves like me, in the land of the Amalekites.
Your masters left you here 3 days ago on their way home?
Yes, sir.
Are they traveling slow or fast?
Slow, sir. They have many cattle and sheep as booty of war, and also many prisoners. The masters also are drunk most of the time. They travel very slow.
Do you think you can show us where your masters are now, where they're camped? Well, can you?
I will tell you, if you promise not to kill me or give me back to my Amalekite master.
I swear it.
Then I'll show you where the Amalekite masters are camped. I will take you there.
Joab, bring up one of the supply donkeys for this man to ride on.
Yes, sir.
The Amalekite camp is there, beyond the hill.
We'll stop here, Joab.
Yes, sir. Regiment! Halt!
Joab, come with me. We're going to spy out the enemy camp.
Yes, sir.
This is far enough, Joab.
Phew, they're spread out all over the whole valley. And look at the spoils of hundreds of cattle, sheep, and all those other animals.
Listen. They're celebrating.
Dancing and drinking, too. They haven't the slightest idea that we're anywhere near.
That's a general fault of these heathen people. They eat and drink and dissipate over a victory, leaving themselves wide open for attack. Of course, they think, if they think at all, that we're with Achish fighting the Israelites.
To them, danger lurks not within 100 miles. And here we are, ready to pounce on them.
It's an ideal time to surprise them. Come, let's go back. I'll order an immediate attack. The enemy lies in the valley just over the hill. They far outnumber us. But the Lord plainly told me that we would be successful in rescuing our loved ones and recovering all our goods and cattle. God will give us success. We attack at once. Now remember, your wives and children are in that camp, so be careful. Also remember, the Amalekites are our enemies, God's enemies. All right, Joab.
Regiment! Forward! March!
I hear soldiers marching. What's going on anyway? A battle? No, who could be fighting who?
And the battle continued all that night and the next day. Finally, the fierce battle ended.
Abigail!
David! Oh, David, I didn't expect ever to see you again.
Oh, for a while I didn't either, but God is good. In spite of my lack of faith in him and my grievous sins, he forgave me. And here we are, together again.
Oh, David, it was such a frightening experience, being carried away as a captive slave by those uncouth Amalekites.
David, sir! David, I'm ready to give you a report.
Yes, Joab. Did any of the Amalekites escape?
Well, about 400 young men, sir. They jumped on camels, made their getaway.
Well, how did we fare?
We haven't lost a single man, sir.
Good. How about our women and children?
We've rescued everyone, sir. Not a one is missing or even hurt. And we've recovered all the cattle and flocks the Amalekites took from us. Besides, a great number they'd taken as war booty from the Kerethites and the Calebites.
Gather them all together. Tomorrow morning we start the slow journey back to Ziklag.
Then David departed from the field of battle, and he and the 400 men and their wives and children, with their herds and flocks of cattle and sheep. And when David came to the brook of Besor, where the 200 men who had been faint and weary remained, they came out to meet him and the people that were with them, and there was a great rejoicing among them. And certain of the more unruly and selfish of the 400 who had fought with David said to him,
David, sir, these 200 men stayed here at the brook Besor and went not with us and fought the Amalekites. Therefore we will not give them any of the spoils that we have recovered. Except, of course, each man should have back his own wife and children.
You shall not do so, my brother. Why are you so selfish and hard-hearted?
Selfish and hard-hearted? They didn't risk their lives in battle. Why should they share in the spoils of that battle?
The victory is the Lord's, not ours. He preserved us and delivered us from the hands of the Amalekites. Each man shall share and share alike, both he who went forth into battle and he who remained here with our equipment. Men, please, just a minute. Furthermore, from this day forward, it shall be a law in Israel that all shall share alike in the booty of wars. Those who stay behind and take care of equipment, and those who march into battle.
Now there dwelt in the city of Jabesh Gilead men of God, gallant, brave men.
When the news reached them of the death of King Saul and his 3 sons, and when they were told how their bodies hung from the wall of Bethshan, their indignation was aroused, and an emergency meeting was called.
Now, fellow Israelites, a disgrace has come upon our nation and our king and our God. King Saul is dead, killed by his own sword, 'tis true. Yet we must not permit the shame and disgrace that the king of the Philistines has caused to be heaped upon the memory of King Saul. His body, together with the bodies of his 3 sons, has been hung upon the wall at Bethshan for all to see, spit upon, and scorn. All gallant men and brave who hear my voice are called upon to join in the rescue of the 4 bodies from the wall of Bethshan. All right, men. We will leave immediately and be in Bethshan by early morning.
And when they had brought the bodies of Saul and his 3 sons to Jabesh Gilead, they gave them an honorable burial, and fasted 7 days in memory of the many deeds of valor Saul and his sons had performed during his reign as king. Meanwhile, David and his men had returned to Ziklag after rescuing their women, children, and possession from the Amalekites, and they began rebuilding the city of Ziklag.
Lunch is ready, David.
Oh, I'm so busy I shouldn't even stop to eat.
You've got to eat to maintain your strength and energy.
Yes. It's a good thing I have a wife who looks after me. What would I do without you, Abigail?
I brought your lunch right here to you on the job, so you really won't need to lose much time.
Excuse the intrusion, sir. There's a man in from the battlefield to see you personally. This is he.
Thank you, General. Well, your clothes are rent. You have dirt on your head, and you bow yourself to the ground before me, doing obeisance. What's the meaning of all this? Where are you from?
I've just escaped from the camp of Israel, sir.
How did the battle go?
Oh,
Well, tell me, how did the battle go?
Very badly, sir. Many of the men fled. Many are fallen wounded or dead, and King Saul is dead, sir.
What? The king is dead?
Yes, sir. Also his son.
His son?
Jonathan, sir.
Jonathan. My friend. How do you know that Saul and Jonathan are dead?
Oh, well, sir, I just happened to be on Mount Gilboa. That's where the fighting was at the time. Anyway, there I was, and I saw King Saul leaning upon his spear. Yes. Tired out, I guess, from fleeing before the chariots and horsemen of the Philistines. But when he looked up and saw me, he said, "Who are you?" And I answered that I was an Amalekite.
You're an enemy?
Oh, no, sir, I'm an Amalekite, all right, but a friend, not an enemy. Anyway, King Saul said to me, "Come close and slay me, for anguish fills my soul."
And you... What did you say and do?
I went close, sir, just like he commanded. Then I saw that he was wounded from an arrow and couldn't live. So I fell upon him and slew him. Then I took the crown from off his head and the royal bracelet from off his arm and brought them to you. Here they are, my lord.
And David and all the camp mourned and wept, and fasted all that day for Saul and for Jonathan his son, and for the people and for the house of Israel who had been slain by the sword. While David mourned for Saul, the Amalekites stood idly by, unable to understand the significance of the scene he was witnessing. Recovering from his first shock of grief, David turned to the young man before him.
You say that you're an Amalekite?
Yes, sir.
How does it happen that you were not afraid to slay Saul, the anointed of our God?
Oh, well, I know, sir, that Saul and you were mortal enemies, and that you would welcome the death of Saul. You might even pay me a handsome reward for slaying him and bringing you his crown and bracelets, emblems of his position as king.
Sergeant, this young Amalekite has just pronounced his own death sentence.
What?
Go, kill him.
Slay me? What for?
Your blood be upon your head. For your own mouth has testified against you when you admitted to the slaying of the Lord's anointed.
I didn't kill Saul.
Sergeant, do as I have commanded.
Yes, sir.
David's grief at the death of Saul was sincere and deep. He did not exult in the fall of his enemy, who treated him with distrust and cruelty,
but rather David chose to remember only that which was noble and kingly about him. In his deep and genuine sorrow for Saul and Jonathan, David poured out his grief in a touching poem.
Thy glory, O Israel, is slain upon thy high places. How are the mighty fallen? Tell it not in Gath. Publish it not in the streets of Ashkelon, lest the daughters of the Philistines rejoice. Ye mountains of Gilboa, let there be no dew or rain upon you, nor upsurging of the deep. Saul and Jonathan, beloved and lovely, in life and in death they were not divided. They were swifter than the eagles. They were stronger than the lions. How are the mighty fallen in the midst of the battle? Jonathan lies slain upon thy high places. I am distressed for you, my brother Jonathan. Very pleasant have you been to me. How are the mighty fallen, and the weapons of war perished?
David, son of Jesse, by the authority vested in me as priest of the God of Israel, I place this scepter in thy hand as a symbol of your authority as vicegerent of God. Upon your brow I place this diadem, crowning you king, king of all Israel. It has taken many years, David, and much patience on your part. But at last God's will is fulfilled. You are king over a strong, united, and obedient Israel. Long live the king! Long live the king! Long live the king!
A tunnel to success.
And David was 37 years old when he began to reign over all Israel.
Members of my court, some of you have been with me since the days of the cave